and ask yourself, what is the next right move? Not think about, oh, I got all of this stuff. What is the next right move? And then from that space, make the next right move and the next right move. And not to be overwhelmed by it, because you know your life is bigger than that one moment. You know you're not defined by what somebody says is a failure for you, because failure is just there to point you in a different direction. I say to my girls all of the time that your real work is to figure out where your power base is and to work on the alignment of your personality, your gifts that you have to give, with the real reason why you're here. That's the number one thing you have to do, is to work on yourself and to fill yourself up and keep your cup full. Keep yourself full. And I could understand that it really was, because I was grounded. I've done was doing and continue to this day to do the consciousness work. I work at staying awake.
If you look around you, you see leaders in positions of power, in politics, in media, in business, all of them with high IQs, great degrees, making terrible decisions. What is missing is not IQ, but wisdom. And today it's getting harder and harder to tap into our own wisdom, because we are all so hyper-connected to our devices, our screens, our social media, that we're having a hard time disconnecting from technology and reconnecting with ourselves. What I'm telling you is to regularly disconnect from technology, to regularly unplug and recharge in order to reconnect with ourselves and our own deepest wisdom.
Well, I'm a very curious person, and that curiosity really is, I think, at the basis for all the kinds of things that I like to try and experiment with and attempt, and we have a good time doing it. It's not so much being driven as much as being interested in a lot of different things.
I really encourage them, if they have a great idea, to run with it. Find ways to finance, find ways to build, find ways to market. Every business has, and I don't like to think of things as obstacles all the time. I like to think of them as challenges to be solved and problems to be dealt with. Working hard and making money for your hard work. That was another thing that I also discovered as an entrepreneur, that it's all well and good to work really hard, but you must be compensated for your hard work. Actually, you see that a business is forming, that a business is being created, that you are actually being productive.
I'm just a committed and even stubborn person who wants to see every child getting quality education, who wants to see women having equal rights, and who wants peace in every corner of the world. Education is one of the blessings of life and one of its necessities. That has been my experience during the 17 years of my life. We wanted to make our parents proud and prove that we could also excel in our studies and achieve those goals, which some people think only boys can. But things did not remain the same. I had two options. One was to remain silent and wait to be killed. And the second was to speak up and then be killed. I chose the second one.
Ideas are the most vulnerable in their infancy. And the moment you have an idea, it's human nature to turn to your husband, your wife, your coworker, and tell them your idea. And out of love and concern, oftentimes people will tell you the 2 or 3 things that they think maybe you should consider. And it stops people a lot of times often right in their tracks. Failure for me became not trying versus the outcome. So many people don't take risks for fear of failure. They don't start the business. They don't go create the art they want to create, or they don't go try out to be in the play or whatever it is for the fear of failure. And once you redefine that for yourself and realize the failure is just not trying. Courage is not doing things in the absence of fear. Courage is doing things despite the fear. And I have so many fears, I do still. And the more you do it, it's like a muscle. Courage gets stronger and stronger and stronger in your life. I think especially the more people are in jobs or in their roles, they feel even more pressure, like I'm supposed to know this already, or I'm supposed to be the smartest person in the room because I've been doing this the longest. And that's a real disadvantage. Some people start businesses and try to come across that they're much bigger than they are because they feel like that's the only way they're going to be taken seriously. But if you know your product's great and you know why you made it, you don't have to apologize for being out of your home or your apartment or being small.
The first is competency. I think anybody who wants to be a future leader should have a hip pocket skill that everybody looks at and says XYZ is the go-to person for that skill. Because unless you're really known for something and not just as a generalist, you don't stand out from the pack. But in order to be competent at something, you've got to be a lifelong student, because you've got to constantly refine your knowledge of that subject so that you remain ahead and abreast of everything that goes on in that field first. The second, I'd say, is courage and confidence. It's a pair. You can be very, very competent, but if you're not willing to speak out, if you're not willing to have the confidence based on your knowledge, what's the point, right? You just roll over. So courage and confidence are very important. The third is communication skills. You cannot overinvest in communication skills, written and oral communications, because as a leader, you constantly have to mobilize the troops. So I'd encourage all of you, invest in communication skills, critically important. The fourth skill I'd say is consistency. It's important that leaders are consistent. You can change your mind, but change your mind against a consistent framework, because if you're not consistent, people are always second guessing what you're doing. So be consistent. And the last skill is your compass. Integrity is critical in this job. You can be competent, you can be courageous, have confidence, be a great communicator, be consistent. But if you don't have integrity, that compass doesn't point true north, everything comes crashing down, as we've seen in recent times. So again, it's the 5C model, and that's what I've operated against for all my life.
Far left is the fabulous Miss Kim James. If you were with us last year, you'll remember her energy, and there's loads and loads and buckets of all of that today because we are doing this in a hybrid way. So welcome. Please fasten your seatbelts. If you thought last year was hectic, if you thought it was phenomenal, wait until you see the program unfold this year. So I am going to allow our chairperson to formally open the gates and make sure all the dogs are safely secured and nobody will be beaten. So it's over to you, sir, with our opening and welcoming remarks. Thank you, yes.
Virtually, taking into consideration the current pandemic situation. The new normal calls upon us to do things differently. We are encouraged to innovate and as we are called to adapt to suit the current challenges. We know that if it was not for the pandemic, this venue will be full to capacity. We also know that most of our attendees are actually causing a traffic jam on the virtual platforms. The current situation does not deter us from interacting in this historic conference and deal with issues that affect women. We are delighted to be addressing you today as we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, where women are recognized for their strength, for their resilience, their ability to adapt, and their courage. We are equally celebrating today's generation of women who in their respective areas have broken barriers in the ICT sector and continue to strive irrespective of challenges inherent in the sector. The objective of the conference, as stated, is challenging the digital gender stereotypes and advocating for more women entrepreneurs in the digital space. Just to give an outline of what the digital space looks like as it relates to women, I want to quote from the World Economic Forum Gender Gap Report of 2020, and I quote, "Now in its 14th year, the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report states that only 21.4% of women sit on boards in South Africa. And most of it, specifically, only 20% of women directors serve on boards of Johannesburg Stock Exchange listed companies in 2020. In addition, the Jack Hammer Executive Report Volume 3 shows that women occupy only 17% of top executive level across all sectors in South Africa. But what about the ICT sector specifically? Women occupy a mere 23% of the total job roles in South Africa's IT sector. The figures are no better globally. Women currently hold only 19% of tech-related jobs in the top 10 global technology companies, meaning the rest, the total of 81% is occupied by men. In addition, men occupy 72% of leadership in the same top 10 global technology companies, whilst women only occupy 28% of the leadership roles in those companies. It doesn't come as a surprise, however. A study by World Wide Web founder Arthur Goldstack reveals that men are assumed to be the better leaders, and this assumption is mostly made by other men. I'm not sure whether I'm associating myself with that assumption. You just saw earlier on the CEO fixing the tech for me, which I couldn't do. The World Economic Forum believes that it will take 100 years, a century, to be more exact, 99.5 years, to bridge the gap between women and men in the ICT sector. We shouldn't expect drastic changes in the sector in 2020, but on the bright side, our collective efforts will be the force that creates real impact, close quotes. So where to from here for women in ICT globally and in South Africa? Distinguished guests, the vision and objective of Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution is to advance local and global women participation and leadership in the ICT sector through the World Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit dialogue that we are engaged in today and beyond. It's also through incubation of women and other strategic interventions that the organization has designed. We are therefore asking and making a clarion call for women entrepreneurs and innovators to participate in our gaming, virtual reality, animation, and drone technology programs. We have further designed a special women program coined as Umbokoda, which has various targeted interventions. We further make a similar passionate call to potential funders and partners to be part of our historic mission and intervention of securing women's rightful place in the ICT sector. We cannot wait for 99.5 years we cannot wait for 99.5 years to achieve this critical mission. We want it now, and we want it in our lifetime. As we welcome you back into this global annual event that was inaugurated in 2020, you are reminded that we have since grown and become a better conference and organization. 2020 event was for 1 day, and in 2021 is for 2 days. It's a nice step forward. 2020 event was virtual because of the coronavirus restrictions. Today, we're having it as a hybrid event. We had 26 speakers who took the virtual podium in 2020. Today, we have scheduled 36 speakers. 12 countries participate, speakers from 12 countries participated in 2020, and today we have 13 countries participating. We had 700 participants in 2020, and I'm told that we're expecting at least 1,000 across all virtual platforms and those in this venue. This year, we are adding a twist of a masterclass on leadership, and we're also adding investor readiness interaction and introducing the Diva Spotlight, where we showcase entrepreneurial journey of a few companies for the benefit of our entrepreneurs and participants. We regard the COVID-19 pandemic as a black swan event, given its impact on the global society. We are also cognizant of the opportunities inherent in this pandemic. This pandemic has thrown us as individuals, families, citizens, countries, and the world into a new and progressive normal. It has further elevated ICT and related innovative intervention onto the global stage. This, in our view, is an opportune time to poise women into the mainstream and beyond the fourth industrial revolution. Now is the time, and the time is now. Please ensure that you adhere to all COVID-19 safety protocols as articulated by our respective governments. We cannot afford more casualties. Let's be the voice of reason and stop this virus in its advances. On behalf of the board of the AP4IR and our operational team that has worked very hard to ensure that this event becomes a reality under the capable leadership of our CEO, Ms. Kulebogile Molupiane. And you are welcome to our second World Women Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit. Let us all challenge and confront the digital gender stereotypes by advocating for participation and leadership of more women entrepreneurs and innovators in the digital space now and beyond the fourth industrial revolution. Not only is the future digital, but the future is also female in digital. I wish you a great deliberation over the next 2 days. I thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Absolutely thrilled to be here with all of you today. Thank you so much for inviting me to co-host. Last year, I spoke at this event, and the energy on a completely digital or online platform was incredible. And some of the relationships that we've built since then have been so strong that some of us have met for the first time in a year this morning, and we hadn't even realized we hadn't met in person. So can you imagine that? And can you imagine what's going to happen with those of us who are privileged enough to be here in person today? So I have been asked to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Sipukazi Simandla, who's going to come up after I do an introduction for her. Sipukazi has spent 20 years as a strategic visionary leader in mobile telecoms, broadcasting, ICT governance, and financial IT systems. Sipukazi has a passion for strong commitment and involvement in civil society and social enterprise projects, leading community engagement and key stakeholders. She's the managing director of Bulunga Systems and serves on the board of ICT SMME Chamber and IDO South Africa. Sipukazi is a mother, an avid hiker, trauma healing facilitator, life coach, and all-round athletic person. She summited Mount Kilimanjaro in 2008 and was awarded the JCI Top Young Persons Award for Moral Leadership in 2018. I have personally had the pleasure of positive business dealings with Sipukazi, and I am so thrilled to introduce to you today this powerhouse of a woman, Ms. Sipukazi Simandla.
Height restrictions. I need assistance. I knew I should have won that hill. around the globe. Oh, I so like you right now. God bless you. See, that's why we'll always need men in our lives. Now I feel like I can address, because I think behind that podium, I also couldn't see you. Absolutely a pleasure to be here this morning. And it's such a pleasure seeing people in person. Oh, I tell you, I've missed this type of interaction. We live in interesting times where the pandemic introduces us to behaviors and norms that are still feel foreign to us. So absolute pleasure being here. To the organizers of the event, for having afforded me the opportunity. Thank you. To the people working in the background, in terms of organization and prep, I haven't seen such diligence than I've seen in most events being prepped this month for women events. You really applied yourself. So I just want to applaud you to that. I battled a bit when they asked me to do the speech on this, and even as they, when they read and introduce you, you almost want to turn and look and find out who are they talking about. It just sounds so glamorous. You actually want to meet this person. But my topic for today is, am I my sister's keeper? Am I my sister's keeper? I had better be. What benefits my mother, my niece, my daughter, and the neighbor's lady will also benefit me. Her working conditions, how much she earns, her crisis, her business, her problems are all my concerns. Her children are my children. Her yearnings are also mine. A Christian sharing of the burden, a human sharing of the burden, a resilient sharing of all the burdens that we carry all along the line, a cheerful encouragement, a smile we share, and also as we do fist bumps in this pandemic, of the flowering of the vine. Am I my sister's keeper? I had better be. What benefits my mother? What benefits my niece? What benefits my daughter? What benefits a fellow entrepreneur? What benefits an ICT professional will also benefit me. That's an abstract taken from Ruth Shaft from her poem with a few additions from me. So that's my topic for today. On my way here, I was listening to some radio station, and they were talking about whether women support each other, and the topic that normally flows, and people were calling in and making comments. If I wasn't focused on my driving as a good, diligent driver that I am, I would have called and tell them, in my space where I am, we don't have women that pick on each other. We support each other. That by itself is a stereotype. So I stand here saying that I am your keeper. And the more we declare that, the more it manifests. If we declare that women have got Pulliam Down syndromes, or whatever the terms that people say, or they want to be queen bees, they don't want to be around other women, that actually manifests. So what I've just read here is more of a declaration and a reminder to myself that I am your keeper. And therefore what I ought to do to you, not only your keeper, if you were to pass on and you have a daughter and I need to look after her, she has to see that in me, that I could be her aunt. Well, for us Africans, it's not new. It's the spirit of Ubuntu. So I'm preaching to the converted. You are quite familiar with that. When you look at stats, they don't, give the sense of accomplishment that we have really achieved much. If you look at the fact that we have a global population of 8 billion people, and for every 100 males, there are 101 females with a life expectancy of 71 years in male and 75 years in female. That just gives you a sense of what it is that we are dealing with at a broader level. And having 13 countries attended today, I just forgot the list I'd gotten, but I'd seen that we've got the US, we've got Zambia, we've got Rwanda, we've got plenty of the countries that are here. I'll remember the list if my memory serves me well. We do have a bigger achievement that we need to do as women. Thank you, Madam. Statistics worldwide say that 327 million fewer women than men have smartphones and can access the mobile internet. Women are underrepresented in ICT jobs, in top management. The chairperson did share that in stat. And men are 4 times more likely than women to be ICT specialists. At 15 years of age on average, only 0.5% of girls wish to become ICT professionals, compared to 5% of boys. Women-owned startups receive 23% less funding and are 30% less likely to have a positive exit compared to male-owned businesses. There are fewer women entrepreneurs than men. And not only that, women-owned businesses make lower profits. Self-employed women work less and earn less than self-employed men. So for me, as we explore this conversation of women growing, it is not just the fact that at CIPRO, which is the policy where you register your company, I am registered as a CEO, is whether I'm profitable. It is whether I have access to funding. It is whether I have a probability of selling my business to another formal organization, should I choose so at a later stage. What is the likelihood of that? And it could be that I maybe don't want to run a big organization. I just want to work from home because I also want to raise my kids while I work as well. Can I be self-employed and run a business that would still be profitable? And if I choose, because there's also the drive that if you're not entrepreneurial, you're not ambitious enough. If I want to be an ICT professional and happy being a technical person, could I earn the same salary too? We go to the market, the people that we want to sell artificial intelligence, the people that we want them to use our services, if women are the ones controlling the purse at home, do they have the decision-making ability to spend their money on me as a female business? And those are bigger than just saying, let's get skills and competence for technical people. This is a structural reform that I really do believe we are in that season now of going beyond saying we are female owning businesses. Are you female owning but in ICU? There's a whole lot of us that could be in ICU. Maybe we should be doing something when we check in and people are registering, we ask them to just submit their bank statements. And I hide right now. Because maybe our bank statements don't quite reflect the managing director titles that we have. How many of our invoices outstanding being paid? How many of the pitches that we do we pitch and we never see the person, and down the line you find another male counterpart having that opportunity and it runs away with it? Not because you couldn't compete, not because you didn't go and play golf with them, not because you didn't go for the drinks in the evening, but just because you didn't fit in. in the boys' club. I decided a good 3 years ago that I was done asking for a seat at the table. I'm done with that. Right now, I'd rather move with feminine power that is making their own table. Was in that table, I'm okay talking about my son. People would understand when I tell them that I have a parent that's sick. Because not only do I take care of me, I take care of the generation that has come after me. And for females, for some strange reason, and I'm not shooting any males in the room, we also tend to take care of the generation above us. Kim and Kelly and I, when we chat, we start off on those types of conversations. How are you doing? And then we'll have, I know more about their families than probably I do know about their bank balance and their businesses. Because I am their sister's keeper. I am their keeper. Their mental health is important to me. The things that bother them, because we cannot move and try and be strategic. And that's the nature of females, is that we do not do boxing. You know, a lot of people talk about things I struggle to understand. And I know we've been groomed in male environments. So we also try and fit in the masculine and say, you know, leave your issues at home and come to work. I can't. I needed to drop off my son at school this morning. And he's waiting for me to pick him up after this. And if he wasn't feeling well, unfortunately, I need to get that conversation out of the way so that we can start talking about the business opportunities that might be elsewhere. And that's the level of comfort that I want my sister to have around me. Because around me, you are safe. Around me, you have to get a sense of safety so that you know that when you are sharing anything, it does not take away the value and your offering that you bring to the table. The gender gap in entrepreneurship is striking and persistent. Men are nearly twice as likely as women to be self-employed. They are 3 times more likely than women to own a business. And 90% of innovative startups seeking VC investments have been founded by men. Women-owned startups, as I've already mentioned, they receive 23% less funding. Now, all of this talks to the journey of the headspace that we need to interrogate in terms of how well have we really done after all the declarations of women empowerment. I think for me, I have gone past the numbers of how many businesses are there. You know, I went through the stats and looking at these numbers, but I didn't find out something that says, so how are they doing? How are they doing? And nobody's bothering to ask that question. And maybe conferences like this should do the type of a survey that says, so how are you? Whose business is in danger of closing in the next 30 days? That maybe if we gathered 3 or 4 people, we could put a think tank and save that business. And not just, I'm not talking about access to deals. There's some concepts that I struggle with. And I think also my shift to resilience right now is far much more amplified in the pandemic era than it is to new opportunities. I don't want to die young. I don't want my business to die young either. I need my sisters to come alongside. So we can talk about new opportunities, but what's the conversion ratio? How about first we discuss and say, look, in the next 90 days, most likely I might need to retrench. I have asked people to start working from home and work less hours. Can the Women's Month, can this conference assist me to say how else? Because in most instances, it's usually not the money, it's the mindset. It's just someone saying to you, have you thought of this? And because you are in the situation, it usually becomes difficult to think broader. And that's the type of support I'm talking to. Safety is important for women. There is a statistics at the moment saying a lot of women have stayed away from technology, especially online, because of fear of not being safe. I saw the numbers as they were reporting. The European Institute of Gender Equality in 2017 reported that it estimates that 1 in 10 women have already experienced a form of cyber violence since the age of 15. It further reports a result of a German survey of internet users between the age of 10 and 50, which finds that women are significantly more likely than men to have been victims of online sexual harassment and cyber stalking. Now, as I read the statistics, on the one hand, I got disheartened, but on the other, I also identified an opportunity. The best person to design a safety solution for women is women themselves, because you don't have to put the problem statement to them. The problem statement is intrinsic. And therefore the solution would also come naturally. And as it varies, as we know, technology changes, they would also know how to amend it. There is a bigger need for women to play central space in women-related challenges. To be the first and the only is so 20th century. It is so long gone. If you are the first and you are the only, my sister, I'm happy for you. But you know what? You haven't done much. You haven't done much. And if we want us to celebrate that, we will, but it will probably be only for 2 seconds, because I'm trying to think of all the other women that in that 8 billion, being 101 of the female ratio in there, which is close to that 4 billion. I'm trying to think what will happen to them and who will be on your side when things get tough. Who's going to understand your psyche when your child gets sick and you need someone to stand in for you because your school has called you and asked you that you must come, you must come to the school and fetch your child now. Entrepreneurship also needs to move broader than what we normally cover. We need to talk to the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. As I said, it is not an individual sport. Now, if it was tennis, then I would understand that you're the next Serena Williams and you've got to hold on to that. I used to be a soccer coach. I have a lot of fun things that I get to do, and a player. And the way I thought of it as I was looking, you know, entrepreneurship has got policy making that needs to be challenged. It's got financing that needs to be challenged. It's got the culture that needs to be challenged. It's the support system, the human capital in the markets. And when I looked at that, I think we're in an era where we need to transition from being solo entrepreneurs to being team entrepreneurs. When you're a tennis player, and I say this because I follow my memoirs that I read are of sports people. At some point, I thought I'd be a professional athlete. I fell into engineering because I was scared of my dad. God bless his soul. He didn't mislead me, but I had hoped I would be either an athlete or a choreographer. When you're a solo player, with my favorite tennis player being Andre Agassi, and that part reveals my age. If I have Andre Agassi as my favorite tennis player, there's a lot that is dependent on you. You play for however long the hours on your own. Your coach can come down and assist you. and also you travel in between countries, you and your manager and your coach, there's probably 3 or 4 of you. When you play soccer, the mastermind of the game is not even inside the field. He's off there. And that is why when a team wins, we give credit to the team. When the team loses, we blame the coach. Which means that if we take again that synopsis, we need to have entrepreneurship of team sports, where we have support not only of mentors, coaches, but we have business advisors. We've got a couple of people behind us supporting us. I understand that when you talk about soccer of late, you want to talk about Messi, but Messi does not pass the ball to himself. He's got a midfielder and a defender that shield the other scoring against him and that deliver the ball to him. So we need to understand the role of entrepreneurs in that, what the business calls the value chain. And I know people have pushed us to want to be everything. So if you're putting in a solution, they say to you, so are you going to do this yourself? And when I say no, but I'll be working with Kim because her company specializes in drones. I do solution design and management, and seemingly you're not quite with it because they want you to be everything. We need to challenge that. We need to challenge that so that the value chain of understanding what the striker does, what the midfield does, and what the defender does is clear. Because if we do it that way, we have a better chance as a team of winning. And in that team, understand there's 11 players. For every team that wins, there's 11 people. And if you take that, there's probably a family of 5 or maybe a family of 12 of people that have benefited out of that 11. Whereas Serena Williams win, and Naomi win, and Andre Agassi win at the time. And I don't dare say John McEnroe to even be explicit about what era I come from, is only those few people. And also what that means is that your injuries, there's also a team of people that are at the bench that can swap for you. And therefore it means that the team has got longevity. We have got to have longevity. And for me, longevity is going to be defined by having people around me, because I don't think I have enough of me to be able to see myself through this lifetime. And this is by far no means of lack of confidence and all the things you'd want to think an individual should have. I had this mishap of getting sick in 2019 when I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease. And this autoimmune disease presented itself in a form of a brain fog and a form of me being debilitated and being in bed. I have just recovered this year. This is my first, if not the first engagement I'm doing with people. And the support, and when you look around you coming from this tennis approach of being an entrepreneur that I was groomed from, it's either the business thrives or it goes down. So you're working from 100 to a 0 and you've got no margin in between. And it costed me. It costed me dearly. It costed me staff. It costed me revenue. I am still recovering from it, haven't recovered fully. And then I learned then that my body is not enough. Because one of the requirements that the panel of doctors that were treating me, they said the business pressure has to go. We can't treat you while you have another inducer on the other side. It's either we go or it goes. So the past 2 years, I had to lie low. And the only way I survived and be able to get by is being able to assist people in their businesses and move back into more your consulting. I had to close, and I ran a a plant of electronic waste. And out of that, not quite confirmed medically, I picked up some toxic metals that didn't agree with my body. And that then got me to have what is called Hashimoto's disease, which I still have. So what am I saying? I'm sharing this to say that you never know how much your body will be able to carry you. And while you are assured of what you have today, and the one thing being your health, that even is not guaranteed. And that was a big, and for someone who's an athlete, that was my body let me down. And I had to sit down and say, body, you are not as sharp as I thought you were. And actually now I can list you as a risk. And then I realized that I am not enough. It only dawned on me then that had I been in a team sport, all I needed to do was just to step aside and let my other partner carry on, and the game wouldn't need to stop. The game wouldn't need to stop. It had to stop because I was in a tennis game. I was the master of my own destiny, and all things we get taught in those bubble effects of making you feel good and being motivated. I'm sharing this and I'm moving into a space which is personal. I could give you more stats about what we need to do, but I think also we need to learn to be comfortable. I feel safe around you, as I already said. So for me, sharing is what I would call one of my moments of failure, if you want to call it that. Being vulnerable and all of those words that would be uncomfortable for men to say, it is our strength. It is our strength. And when Kim and Gail and I were talking, they said, do you think you can do this? I was like, oh Lord, I don't know. And I really had to first check with the doctor to check whether I'm in a space where I can do the engagement. And this is the lifting I'm talking about. They were not even aware when they were doing it, what else they were addressing. They were not aware. They are hearing this the first time, by the way. So what I'm sharing in this one event is that globally, we've got structural reforms we need to do. We need more female angel investors and VC companies that can fund our businesses and believe in us. We need more ICT professionals that we can bring into our space. We probably need more bankers. We need more government representatives. We need more people in the whole ecosystem. Not everyone needs to be an MD, because who's going to buy from us? Who's going to give us the business opportunity? Who's going to make the policy change that will allow me to be able to have the space to participate? And maybe then the entrepreneurship question is not about the entrepreneur himself. It's about the whole value chain. Who is playing in all of those spaces? And maybe we need to have then our own, and this is a good networking session, to say how well are we doing? And statistically, it's a good thing that AB4IR has got a lot of database platforms in that can capture this data. To say if we have 13 countries today in China, in Brazil, in Trinidad and Tobago, sorry, in Indonesia, how many more entrepreneurs have we brought on board? How many other females who are accountants, who are operations managers, have we been able to bring in to support those businesses? The ecosystem needs to validate us. I have moved beyond, as I said, asking for a chair at the table. It is actually not even about men. I'm so over that. It is about the strategic movement on the universal platform to say, how are we shifting the universe to agree that feminine power is just as strong as masculine power? Thank you very much.
I think I might move the platform out the way. And so we are all unique. Sipukazi, thank you so much for such a moving and inspiring, because it was a personal address. And you are right, we did not know some of this when Kayla and I invited you to address this group of wonderful people here today. You really have moved us, and I was watching the room a little bit and watching online. There have been some comments, and I think we'll acknowledge some of the comments later on. And I think you are right. When we talk about empowering females, we don't want to be hating on men. We want to be supporting each other. And it is about that team sport. And as we progress to the rest of the program, and as part of being my sister's keeper, we are blessed to be in the presence of the CEDA board chairperson, Dr. Joy Ndlovu. And we hadn't actually introduced you officially, but I'd like to do that now. And if we can have a round of applause for that. Thank you. And I think now, Kele, are you going to introduce Ms. Salu? Sorry, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Salu Yegela, and this is my second year being part of this amazing event created by AB4IR. It is really an awesome event and a chance for women across the globe to come together and see ways of working together, gain knowledge, and network. Next up on the program, we will be looking at Women Entrepreneur Focus Program for Growth and Development. And I'll be joined by Marinda Hoskin from GIBS, the Gordon Institute of Business Science, Ms. Nomvula Mahotlo from the Department of Small Business Development, and Dr. Andrew de Vries from the Innovation Hub, where I am also a business mentor and sit on the Business Mentors panel. They'll be joining us online. Good morning, Miranda. Can you hear me?
Good morning, I can.
How are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Miranda, I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Miranda Hosking is, of course, from GIBS, the #1 business school in Africa. Miranda, if you could you just tell the audience a bit about yourself and what it is that you do at GIBS before delivering your talk?
Sure. I've been with GIBS for the last 3 years, and in my current role at GIBS, I'm the managing executive responsible for the social education division. Within that division sits the Center for Entrepreneurship, which incorporates the Entrepreneurship Development Academy, and then the Center for African Markets and Management. We have a Center for Business Ethics, Center for Leadership and Dialogue. We've just recently launched a responsible finance initiative and we'll shortly be launching a media leadership think tank. So really, I'm responsible for the portfolio that engages around issues of social justice, which of course incorporates economic development, access to economic opportunity, provides a convening space for dialogue between policymakers, business, and society, and then also looks at the alignment of the institution around the UN Social Development Goals.
Thank you, Miranda. And as a former student of Gibbs, I am aware of the wonderful work that you do at the institution. Miranda, if you will, please go ahead and share your address with us and the audience.
All right, I was sort of caught unawares by this, I have to say, so I don't have a presentation prepared, and I'm going to have to wing it. So what I wanted to contribute to the conversation is really just some of our experience in the area of working with women, and particularly around facilitating women's access to and participation in the economy through entrepreneurial activity. So the Entrepreneurship Development Academy has been in existence since 2012 and is really the center, so the focus point of entrepreneurship education and training at the institution. Unlike the rest of the institution, we focus on entrepreneurs regardless of what point in their journey they are at. And so we work with public sector, private sector, international donors to facilitate investment in development programs that are targeted at increasing women's ability to be able to start and run businesses. So I thought what would be useful for this conversation is maybe just to reflect on some of the programs that we've run and maybe to draw some lessons from that that may be of use or may have benefit to the audience. Some of you may be aware of the fact that the Entrepreneurship Development Academy in its first sort of year ran the Goldman Sachs Global 10,000 Women's Program. So in that regard, the global program looked at various countries' participation and wanted to specifically target women's participation in entrepreneurship. In the South African context, Gibbs was the primary participant for the program and facilitated training and development of in excess of 330 women. To this day, we receive very good feedback from those women, and a lot of them remain part of our circle and part of our network. More recently, we've ventured into other sectors. So the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women was very much a multi-sectoral program. What we've done more recently is we've partnered with one of the larger stakeholders in the construction space, and for a couple of years now, we've run a women's empowerment program in construction. In this year and rolling into next year, we'll be capacitating at least 100 women who are owners of construction businesses across the country. In addition to that, we've partnered with a large multinational in the agriculture space, and we launched in February this year a pilot program focused on Gauteng and surrounding provinces, where we are capacitating women farmers or women who are entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector. So maybe what I should also mention is for the last few years, what we've invested in with the Walmart Foundation is a program focused on township entrepreneurs. Now, this program we've managed to run in 7 out of the 9 provinces. And what we found, and why I'm mentioning it, is that the bulk, certainly the majority of the participants in that program are women. They run the businesses, they start them, they employ people in their communities. So what I wanted to do is maybe just to extract some key lessons and key insights from these programs that I would like to share with you. The reasons why we developed the programs for women in construction and women in agriculture is that these are predominantly male-dominated sectors. Women, while they want to participate in these sectors, and we certainly support them, have additional challenges and hurdles to overcome when it comes to male-dominated sectors. And so our programs really are targeted at capacitating these women on a number of levels. And so we look at entrepreneurial skills development, we look at personal development, so leadership development, and then we look at business skills development. So it really is about providing a comprehensive solution for women to be able to be capacitated to start and grow businesses that are hopefully sustainable and that will hopefully contribute to economic growth and job creation. So some of the key lessons or cross-cutting themes that I thought I would distill from the program, from these selection of programs, is that the hurdles that women have to overcome, are particular to women. In addition to, the normal issues around access to finance, access to markets, access to business skills development, women have the burden of care for their families and communities. Often we find that women have lower literacy levels and lower education levels than men have, certainly with the cohorts of women that we work with. In addition to that, there are cultural issues. So sometimes there's the stigma of, the fact that women's place is in the home, and these are women who are really breaking the molds and stepping out boldly as entrepreneurs and job creators and business owners. Then, of course, there are issues around equal opportunity and the fact that, disadvantage and the lack of equality is entrenched in systems and processes and is almost structural. And so we try and address those issues as well. And then the issue of psychosocial support, that for women in particular, this is a key differentiator because of the need that, we have to work on women's confidence. We have to look at imparting keys or rather strategies around how to negotiate, how to own your space at the table, as the previous speaker was talking about. And some of the characteristics of successful programs when it comes to women and their participation in entrepreneurship, I thought I'd mention to you. And these are really some of the things that set our programs apart. The one is a focus on peer support. And in that, what we try to do is not just to create networks of women entrepreneurs, but to impart skills to enable these women to mentor each other, but also to mentor other businesses within their communities, whether those are owned by youth, other women, or men. Then, a significant lack of relatable role models is something that we try and address. So it's very difficult for a woman in, say, Khayelitsha in the Western Cape to relate to someone like Oprah Winfrey, who is a global renowned entrepreneur. So what we try and do is to make sure that women are able to meet and engage with women like themselves who are entrepreneurs and have shown success in their entrepreneurial ventures. In addition to that, we try and incorporate flexible modalities around the training. So with the onset of COVID, for example, we've had to do a lot of our development programs online. I know that this is a challenge, especially for those women in peri-urban or rural areas or in township economies. And so one way that we mitigate against that is by providing access to a zero-rated platform that we provide the content on. And so that platform allows for engagement between the women, as well as between the women and the facilitators and some support networks. In addition, what I'd like to mention is there are struggles around online education because of the fact that it is so time consuming and it is so intensive in terms of the cost. And so we try and mitigate that through making sure that we secure partnerships in the form of sponsorship for the type of programs that we run. And so therefore that we are able to make these programs available on a sponsored basis. And so none of the women that we work with, and certainly none of the delegates that we work with in any of the other programs, are paying for participation. The other issue that I just briefly wanted to highlight is the importance of personal development for women in particular. So what we found in our programs is that it's insufficient to provide a woman with business skills and not to look at the personal development and the leadership development and how we strengthen the capacity of that woman, that individual, to be able to meaningfully participate in the economy, not just through the business and technical skills, but also through skills around communication, decision-making, risk-taking, and all of those kinds of good things. So that's really what I wanted to contribute to the conversation in terms of the role that we try and play. In addition to that, in addition to the programs that we run, GIBS is positioned as a convening space for thought leadership and dialogue. And so beyond the programmatic work that we do, there's a fair amount of research around entrepreneurship. There's a fair amount of thought leadership. And in addition to that, strategic dialogues between the prominent stakeholders and role players in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. I think that's where I'll leave it.
Miranda, thank you much for that interesting talk. We will touch base with you at the end of the session. Next up, I'd like to welcome Ms. Nomvula Makgotlo from the Department of Small Business Development. Ms. Nomvula, please go ahead and introduce yourself and please share your message with us this morning.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I would like to appreciate and to give my gratitude to the organizers of this beautiful initiative today, and especially to the chairperson of the board, but also to the CEO, Ms. Kele Molopiane. My name is Nomvula Makgotlo. I am the Chief Director responsible for designated groups, that is women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the Department of Small Business Development. I am going to be speaking to you today with many other things, but including the support that we are having for women in ICT and women who are innovators and women in incubations and so on. I have a small presentation that I need to share, if that is permissible, Program Director. Can I do that?
You certainly may.
Okay, thank you. May I be allowed to share?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, this is the brief outline of my presentation, but maybe quickly just to say Happy Women's Month to all the women of South Africa, but also to those women beyond our borders. We are saying thank you very much for sharing this beautiful period with us. I know Gele has extended this beautiful month with all of you across the globe. I want to say to you today, my beautiful ladies, but also just to acknowledge and say salute to Ma'am Spogazi. Wow, what a moving rendition and tribute, Sisi. Thank you so much. I want to say to you today that we are celebrating this month on the year that is marking the life and the achievement.
Sorry, Ms. Nomvula. I am so sorry to cut you. Do you think it would be possible for you to switch to slideshow, just at the bottom of the screen, so we can have a bigger view?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, you know, I'm talking, I forget that I'm talking to experts, you know, some of us, the fundis, tech fundis. Okay. So I'm saying we are celebrating this month on this year that is marking the life of a gallant woman, Charlotte Maxeke. And perhaps, ladies, just to say it's so relevant that we are celebrating this lady who is an internationalist, who was a social activist, a lady who was the first Black a woman to obtain a degree in BSc, a scientist, And today we are talking to scientists, scientists who are sitting with degrees, but also scientists who do not have academic degrees. We are celebrating a year of a woman who was a creative and innovator. But because today we are talking to women whom we are anticipating that they will go out there and be innovators themselves. Some of you are already innovators, you are creatives, but we are seeing in you the creators of wealth and the creators of billions, potential billionaires. We are seeing in you women who are sitting with the qualities of Charlotte Maxeke, qualities that includes self-confidence, empathy, courage, responsibility, honesty, consistency, dependability, and so on and so on. That is yourselves, my dear sisters, that I'm talking to today. But what is it that we are sitting with in this world today? A few years ago, my dear sisters, we were verbalizing 4IR here in Africa. 4IR was a pipe dream. But boom, COVID-19 hit our shores. Today we are talking, I'm talking to you, I'm across the city. We are talking to our sisters and brothers across the country. Conferences, summits, world engagements were held, webinars are held all over the world via digital. So we are living 4 or even 5 IR. 5 IR digital world is in place. It is happening. The world has more women, but less women innovators. And our chairperson this morning has reminded us that we even have less leaders, less women in the stock exchange in South Africa. And according to the United Women, UN Women, no country has ever reached the targets that were put for Beijing Platform of Action at the end of the 25 years. This is the reality. And COVID-19 has also exposed some of the unfortunate realities that we are sitting with, the digital divide. I'm saying 3 times 3. That is the gender digital divide, the geographic divide, and the divide according to the well-being. If you come from the rich family, the digital divide impacts you differently from the person who comes from the poor family. We saw that with our school kids. Those who are coming from well-off families, they managed to study online during a hard lockdown, but those from poor families, it was a pity because they couldn't even proceed with studies, even for subjects that were put streamed on TV. How do you watch a TV program of school with 5, 6, 7 other family members in the house? We've seen a widening gender gap. I think Usi Spogazi spoke about that. Poverty hit the roof. Those are exposed by COVID. It's not a new thing, but COVID-19 exposed that. High level of unemployment, especially amongst youth, persons with disabilities. We have seen a high level of food insecurity. The school children who are depending on school feeding scheme, they were at home, they couldn't go to school where they were receiving at least a plate of warm food every day. So these were the realities that were exposed by COVID-19. Inequalities, social inequalities, gender inequalities were clearly visible now during COVID. Heightened burden of diseases is a reality that we are living with. The teenage pregnancy, unfortunately in Gauteng province, we are talking alarming numbers, ladies, almost above 23,000 teenage pregnancies it is a calamity, really. These are realities that are exposed by COVID-19. And we have lesser women, youth, persons with disabilities in formal economies. Pogas spoke about that. And of course, if you are in an informal economy, the likelihood of you even getting a salary is almost zero. We have heightened prevalence of GBV. The perpetrator, the victim is locked in the same space as the perpetrator. It's locked down. You can't run away. Even the police stations are locked down because of COVID cases. These are the realities of COVID-19. The backlog in the DNA tests at the forensic labs. These are the realities. Poor service delivery. Ladies, I'm raising these things because as much as these are challenges, but we are also saying there are social ills and challenges are hitting women right on our faces. So let us step up as women innovators. But there are a few words of encouragement for us, including myself. I might be an innovator wherever I'm sitting, but I'm talking to yourselves, the current and even future innovators, that the world is repositioning itself. I've spoken about meetings that are held online. That the world has gone totally digitally. We are doing e-business, e-learning. My colleague from Gibbs was talking about online studies. Everything has gone e nowadays. Claim your space as a woman in the digital space, in ICT. Claim your space in the global ICT value chains. Create, innovate, establish, develop, play in that space. Be relevant. Now is the time. Be appropriate. Help to solve the challenges that are facing humanity with your creativity, with your expertise. Disrupt the status quo and do not negotiate. As women, we have been socialized to negotiate, but in order for us to claim our space, we have to be disruptors. We have to complement and collaborate more and compete less. Pogas has touched on that we have to partner, network, work with others, but the decision is yours ultimately. Be resolute, be determined, be courageous, put your thoughts into practice and protect your thoughts. You are in a space of innovation. We have a CIPRO that is doing intellectual property protections. As a department, we see horror stories, people innovating, and then overnight their innovations are stolen just like that. So learn to protect all your thoughts. The best time to start is always now. And we need to move from lamentations, complaining and complaining. We need to act now. Now is the time to act. And as you know this thing better than myself. Innovation is always riding on somebody else's invention. There is no harm in improving. Improve for the better. Be the best version of yourself. Always strive for perfection. And as I move towards talking about a few of our programs, I need to quote my beloved sister and a mother to most of us, a grandmother to some of our children, that achieving gender equality is about disrupting the status quo and not negotiating it. And that is Ma'am Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, who was the now outgoing SG of UN Women. But just to quickly talk about us as a department, we are small business, and these are our leaders. We have just been blessed with a new minister, and incidentally, our minister happened to be coming from a department that is responsible for ICT, Department of Communication. So I think Gele and everybody else in the house, we are in safe hands with the minister. And our deputy minister is Deputy Minister Stumo Dlamini, our DG Lindoguhle Mkhumane. We have two entities. I'm happy to hear that the chairperson of SIDA is in the house, Mama Joy, and Halala Igama Lama Koskazi. We also have SIFA, which is our finance agency. SIDA is the one that is helping much in terms of incubation, in terms of our innovation, digital hubs. I'll talk a bit about that. We have programs that I'm not going to go into details because they are on our website. They are both in SIDA and SIFA websites because the non-financial support comes from SIDA, the financial support from SIFA. But as a Department of Small Business, we have a digital strategy which is riding on the waves of the country digital strategy within the Department of Communications. But our strategy is looking at entrepreneurship and how to support SMMEs and cooperatives within the digital space. We are also looking at how do we empower them by linkage to markets, but also by linkage to skills development. We are having localization program, which is looking at how do we support your innovation in terms of linking them with SABS for standardization and for certification, but also for replacement of imports in case you want to come up with a device that must be put into some of the innovations, maybe TV, maybe cell phone. We will assist you, walk the journey with you so that you ultimately commercialize your innovation and hook you up with the manufacturers of the big products. We are funding that through our Small Enterprise Manufacturing Supports Program. We also have SheTrade's ZA program, which is driven by our entity SIDA. This is the platform. It's a digital. It's an e-platform whereby the SMMEs and cooperatives are trading on platform. You register either your services or goods on this platform so that you can participate in the global value chains. We also have youth entrepreneurship program, which is supporting the youth entrepreneurs. We are working with NYDA on this one. We have Incubation and Digital Hub. That is the digital hubs are established within the FET colleges so that we can support the young entrepreneurs who want to go into the digital space. But the incubation hubs can be initiated by anybody, even a cooperative can approach us, can approach SIDA if they want to incubate any entrepreneurs within their locality. We have quite a few in townships, but the majority are in the rural areas. We can also assist in terms of the incubation for persons with disabilities. As you know, our department is biased towards youth, women and persons with disabilities. We have a full program of cooperative support. We have Startups Nations, which is also looking at tech for tech and engineering startups. We have Amavulindlela funding facility. I thought I should speak about this one because it's looking at funding is purely for persons with disabilities, and it's not gender-based. It's not looking at women only. It's across all genders. You must just be an entrepreneur, whether a cooperative or an SMME. And it must be 50% owned and run by persons with disabilities. I thought it's very critical to raise this one because this segment is always not given full attention. But as we do that, my fellow sisters and few brothers, we are working very closely with other departments, especially with Department of Communication and telecommunications and digital departments. This brings me to the end of my presentation, and I hope I have met your expectations, especially Kele, who has extended the invitation to me. And thank you very much. Wishing you all the best in your deliberations. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Nomvula Makgotla from the Department of Small Business Development. That was really knowledge-worthy. Our next speaker is Dr. Andrew de Vries from the Innovation Hub. He will be joining us this morning. Dr. Andrew, are you there?
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Dr. Andrew de Vries. Welcome to the second annual W-Wiits Summit. Please welcome, please introduce yourself and go ahead and share your talk for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so I'm standing in for Ms. Mosa Chabalala this morning. She's unable to join us due to an engagement with the MEC. So yeah, I'll be her stunt double today. So I'm Dr. Andrew de Vries. I'm the General Manager for the Smart Industry / Digital Economy Unit at the Innovation Hub. Yeah, so we are a subsidiary of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, which Ms. Chabalala is the group CEO of. And we are all part of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. So just the Innovation Hub itself has the mandate to support innovation and entrepreneurship, and also to assist with service delivery within government. As the Innovation Hub, we primarily focus on three broad areas, which is smart industries or digital economy, the bioeconomy, and then also the green economy. And linked to those focus areas, we've got various incubators. So within the digital economy space, we've got what is known as our Maxim incubator. So we've got Maxim Smart and Maxim Digital, where Maxim Smart focuses on general ICT related innovations. It could range from fintech, IoT, big data related innovations. And then your Maxim Digital, which focuses on your gaming, animation, your virtual augmented reality type of solutions. Then within our bioeconomy unit, we've got the Biopark at Gauteng. There the focus is primarily on medical side of things, on health, on medical devices, and also on agriculture. Within our green economy unit, we've got our Climate Innovation Center South Africa as the incubator. There the focus is on energy, it's on waste management, it's on water and sanitation primarily. Then we also have our Ekasi Labs, which is in 10 townships around Gauteng, which then services particularly the township economy. We also have a skills development program, which focuses primarily on ICT, where the focus is then to connect talent, specifically then with opportunities within industry for new ICT graduates in particular. Yeah, so I'm just giving you some broad aspects about the Innovation Hub so that there's just an understanding of where the potential opportunities could be for women in particular. Then we've got our innovation programs. Our two core programs is our annual flagship competition known as the Gauteng Accelerator Program and abbreviated as GAP. So there we've got 4 categories. So we've got the GAP ICT, we've got GAP Green, and we've got GAP Medical, we've got GAP Biosciences, which goes together, and then we've got the GAP Township Economy in particular. So the competition is open at the moment. It does close sometime during September, and anyone interested can just go to the Innovation Hub's website, so the innovationhub.com. You should be able to get the information and the link to be able to enter the competition on the website. Then we also have our Open Innovation Solution Exchange Program. It's one of our other core innovation programs. So that is trademarked as OpenIX. So there's particularly it's demand-led innovation, right? So the aim there is to connect solution seekers with solution providers, but demand-led so that if an innovator, an entrepreneur, a startup responds to that particular challenge, to that particular demand, they already know then there's a potential, that there's a market for them already, right? So the support that we provide there is funding for piloting innovations with a particular client. It could be a government-based client, or it could be a private sector client. And again, for opportunities for current challenges that are running, innovation challenges, one can go to openix.co.za. So it's openix.co.za, right, to see what challenges are currently open that you can respond to. So that is a broad overview of what are the programs and the focus areas within the Innovation Hub. And ultimately, our aim is to support startups, is to support small businesses. So we've got a main focus around enterprise development, which happens within our incubators, but also to support the general innovation ecosystem, support economic growth, support job creation within the province in particular. As far as women are concerned, currently the numbers of women within our incubators are not significant enough, right? We're only looking at about, out of all the incubated companies within the Innovation Hub, you're looking at about 25% of those being women-owned companies or women-led companies or startups. And it's a matter of us being deliberate about our efforts at the end of the day, right? And we have started this financial year to actually have transformational targets as part of our annual performance plan, right? Just so that there's a deliberate focus in increasing those numbers. So we, for example, have a 50% recruitment target. Total recruitment should be women for this financial year and going forward. Even in ICT, it is worse. We know the numbers for women in ICT is low, but through initiatives like that is run by Kela and a company and others, I'm sure there are deliberate efforts made to get more women into ICT. I know, for example, from our side, we are partnering with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to run a colloquium this year. It's also ICT-related colloquium in November sometime. We're still busy working on the plans for that colloquium. But there the focus will also be on women and youth within ICT, right? So I'm saying all of this to say that one has to be deliberate in one's efforts to address where the shortfalls. So there are opportunities, but we have to have deliberate programs. We have to put in place deliberate projects and initiatives to encourage women and to support women to get involved in innovation and entrepreneurship at the end of the day. So Program Director, I think from my side, I'll leave it there for now. I'm not sure if there's going to be a Q&A session, but if there is, I'll be welcome to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And a great thank you to all three of our speakers this morning. We are going to have a brief Q&A session, and I'll just ask questions, and if any three of you feel you would like to answer, please feel free. I just want to touch on the programs, specifically for those of you that have started specific programs for women. What would you say has worked well, and what do you think still needs to be worked on in terms of gaps that you've identified in your women programs? I think perhaps Miranda would be able to take that one.
Sure, no problem. I think that from our perspective, what works well, the first thing would be that we try and make sure that our recruitment is quite targeted, so that we are specifically addressing the criteria and the objectives for a particular program. It would be most unfortunate if we applied a cookie cutter kind of one size fits all approach, because then we would leave some people behind and not be able to have the kind of impact that we want to have. A second thing that I think works well for us is the facilitation of a network with the women that we work with. So they come into the program, most of them are strangers, they don't know each other, but there's a very deliberate facilitation process that looks at how we build linkages between those women. And we've seen a lot of success to the extent that women at the end of the program, or during the duration of the program and even beyond, join each other in joint ventures. They procure goods and services from each other, and therefore that also provides access to markets in an informal kind of way. The third thing that I think I'd like to highlight is our focus on support and the fact that our solutions are comprehensive. So in addition to looking at and infusing entrepreneurial skills, including mindset and the more business and technical skills, a key component and a key differentiator for us is investing in the self-development of the women that come onto our programs. So self-esteem is often a problem. Women often feel that they are, entrepreneurship is a lonely journey, but for women, that feeling of loneliness can be magnified. And so we do look at how we provide and how we facilitate peer-to-peer support, but also structured support in the form of coaching and technical mentorship. So to address the issues around capacitating our participants to be able to fully engage and fully immerse themselves in their businesses as business owners and owning their identity as entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Miranda. And of course, as the enterprise development program that you have at GIBS, if anyone wants to join the program, would they just go to the website, or where can they go to? Where can they get information? Because I think you really have brilliant content in your program.
So we do have a website, and I certainly encourage people to go check out our website. It's gibbs.co.za, and then just look for the Entrepreneurship Development Academy. But more than that, we have a very strong social media presence. So you'll find us on Facebook, Gibbs Academy. You'll find us on Twitter, and then on Instagram as well. And through Gibbs, the main organization, we are also very active on LinkedIn. So please feel free to check all of those out. We'll advertise opportunities for scholarships onto various programs from time to time. And then I just wanted to add that we do run in Gibbs through the Academy, the Social Entrepreneurship Program, the SEP, which has been run for more than 10 years now. We enroll between 50 and 60 people on that program annually. This year and last year, the program was run online, making it a little bit more accessible for people in outlying provinces. And usually, every year, we manage to secure some bursaries, through corporate funders. So those opportunities, all of them, will advertise via our social media platforms, our website, and then sometimes through above-the-line media like radio and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miranda. At this point, I'd like to engage our audience.
Can I also?
Oh, absolutely, Ms. Nomvula. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I think what I can also add is that you have asked what is working, what is not working. I think I can indicate what is not working too well in our instance. What we are doing is that we have the department has taken up an approach to mainstream. We are mainstreaming the 3 targeted groups, so that most of our programs, except for a few ones like Amavulindlela, She Trades, and so on. But the bulk of our programs is just mainstreaming. It's 50% women, 40% youth, and 7% persons with disabilities. So in those where we are saying we are mainstreaming, the tendency is that our program managers do not necessarily actually follow up and say this number is set aside for women or for youth, such that you are not able to immediately tell that this number of women have benefited, this number of youth have benefited. You have to dig into the statistics. If you are not careful, it may result in us being underreporting in the number of women that we have supported, whereas we do support women, but because the statistics, the data is not disaggregated, therefore we tend to lose that opportunity of reporting on the support that is going to women or to the other targeted groups. So I think what one can recommend at this point is that we as much as we are mainstreaming, we also need to ensure that there is perhaps even this platform can assist us, because the issue of disaggregated data is a challenge. It also impacts on policy making and distribution of resources, because you have to know how much or how many you are dealing with, how big is the gap, because the issue, the situation is that we are working on anecdotal evidence, but we need to have facts in terms of the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nomvula Makgotlo. Dr. De Vries, if you can just very briefly just alert our viewers, if people want to join any of the Innovation Hub programs, where can they go?
Thanks, Program Director. Yeah, so as I earlier indicated, so most of the information, well, if not all of the info, you'll find on our website, so at theinnovationhub.com. In terms of recruitment, there are specific calls sent out at specific times, but we also take walk-ins, right? So if you believe you've got an innovation within our focus areas that I mentioned, whether it's ICT, the digital economy, whether it's the bioeconomy, whether it's the green economy, you are welcome also just to contact us, right? And then we'll schedule a pitching session on that basis also, so outside of formal calls that are issued. But all the information should be on the website, and you should be able to link with the relevant unit or individual, or you'll be referred to the relevant individual to get in contact with.
Thank you, Doctor.
If you don't mind, can I just respond to Nomvula's question around data, or rather the opinion that she expressed around data and the lack of data?
Go ahead.
So I agree that there's very little data and very little reliable data on SME support, and certainly, you know, what the issues and challenges are and how those issues and challenges are being addressed and the impact that we're having. I just wanted to mention that at Gibbs, we have very robust M&E systems and processes that we apply to the programs that we run. And we would be very happy to explore with the department how we could work with them, because we also believe in collaboration and not competition in this space, but certainly how we can collaborate around maybe sharing some of the data that we have, but also assisting them in digging into the unexplored data that would be available in this space.
That is fantastic. You are certainly your sister's keeper. That is wonderful collaboration. So that's a great opportunity there, Ms. Nomvula Makotlo. At this point, I would like to engage our audience just as we finish up the session. If anyone has a question for any of our speakers that we've had this morning, please do raise your hand and we'll bring a mic to you. And I'd also like to open the floor to our viewers at home. If any of you guys do have a question, you may type it in all of the platforms that we are present on this morning. Please feel free. All right, I think that's it for the questions. Thank you so much to our speakers, and thank you so much to everybody watching at home. We will now take a short break for some tea, and we will see you again at 11:30. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be tea served outside. Please help yourselves.
We have to be alone, and if we ask something that's a deficit, but is not. I think the most important thing we can do when we're in the process of learning a new skill, going into a new career, or just going into any space that we're not sure about, is to ask for help.
What I have found to be incredibly helpful over the course of my career has really been about building a network. I think in any job, in any opportunity that you choose to spend time in, whether it's a sports team, whether it's a nonprofit, ultimately the people that you work with and spend time with are going to be the people that can help you the most.
At my first job, one of the most important lessons that I learned was to build allies with older women. What advice I try to give women as a mentor now that I am an entrepreneur is to really believe in yourself and listen to your inner voice, and to challenge your own assumptions about what you can and cannot do.
Anyone who's thinking about starting a company should really focus on nourishing their resilience, figuring out what are those seeds that you already have inside you that you can lean on and that you can draw from in moments where your conviction will be tested. Make sure you're building a network of women who can be mentors to you, who you can lean on when you need that extra nudge. But above all, nourish your resilience, because resilience is the single most important trait in an entrepreneur.
Women in Leadership is really designed around a strong research base that shows that for an awful lot of companies, women come in and do just as well as the men do until they get to that critical sort of 7 to 10 year leadership mark when career pressure is at its most intense. And so what we've done is a lot of research into what causes women to get discouraged or to leave or to go look for another role. And there are actually some very strong research-based conclusions about how we can intervene. We've been very careful to create a whole mix of learning approaches. And that's something we take very seriously here at the business school, because not everybody learns the same way. And if you just keep using the same old technique, it doesn't necessarily help. So we have assessments, we have coaching, we have some traditional lectures, but very few. Mostly what we've got is exercises, application work. So the women learn to articulate, for example, a brand statement, and they argue that backwards and forwards with each other. They also work on the results of their assessments with each other. They have a learning team that works together. And we have just wonderful guest speakers that come in from the outside world and share their journeys with the participants in our program. So, for example, we had the CEO of Build-A-Bear Workshop come in and talk about how she effected a turnaround at that organization. We've had the CEO of Wolters Kluwer, which is a Fortune 500 company, come in and share with us kind of how she underwent a digital transformation at the publisher. We really like to also bring the real world into the classroom and let our participants learn not just from each other, but from practitioners who've really lived that journey.
Welcome back from the tea break. Welcome back, everybody. Yet again, from every corner of the world that you are joining us from, we are thankful and grateful. We don't take any of it for granted. I think we can stop the videos now. Thank you. And I see Togo is online.
Morning.
And
Hi.
hey, Togo, how are you?
Good and you?
I do have to declare, part of being my sister's keeper, this is something that I have been doing for longer than I was even aware of it. I've always felt that there's nothing special about you being the only woman that can. So when you get there, you must always make room for another woman, you know? So as we were putting together this program, and I was thinking of entrepreneurs that we could showcase, and I remembered sometimes, in fact, more often than not, you need to start right at home. So having said that, this young lady here I have known for long time, and for forever. She was wearing dreadlocks, very long dreadlocks.
Yes.
And welcome to my world of braids and changing hair and stuff. Because then I joined your world for a bit and I was like, high maintenance. I'm not going back there, you know?
Yes.
Yes. So Togo is our first Diva Spotlight entrepreneur. This particular spot we decided to create to give a particular platform to an entrepreneur to share the journeys. More often than not, we tend to think entrepreneurship is easy because we tend to see her in the magazines when she is part of the Shark Tank and she's being covered by a whole lot of social media and we're like, oh, just the other day she was here and now here she is. She looks like she's making money and having it easy, but we don't know that it has been hard. So Togo has a master's in ICT. She worked a bit. And then as she was wearing her dreadlocks for a whole 14 years, was it, that you had the locks for, she struggled. And as most of us would know, that wear black hair, it's a journey. In fact, I think for the longest time, we didn't even understand our hair. You know, I grew up and I knew that when I sleep, I need to wear what we call tuku. But nobody really explained to me why we wear that. And it wasn't until, in fact, in a TV show, This Is Us, where this lady was very specific and particular and she wanted her silk pillow. And she explained that, you see, our hair gets dry. So when you're sleeping and you are on a cotton pillow, it takes out the moisture and I was like, oh my God, Tuku, that's how it makes sense. So Togo has her own journey to share. So it's over to you, my dear sister. Please introduce yourself and take us through your entrepreneurial journey.
Thank you so much for having me. One thing I'm going to ask is, should I share the video and then continue speaking?
I think that would be nice.
Yes. Let me try my luck. And I'm a founder of Nilotica Hair Care. I've been running this business for the past 4 years. I've got a background in IT, but I found a need in the market for natural hair care. I struggled with dry hair for 14 years, you know, so I created this brand and I've launched it in clicks. So, I mean, Nilotica starts off as a need I have. I struggle with dry hair. And when I used the products and they worked, I realized that I am not the only one. Through research, I realized that I was not the only one struggling with dry hair. Our research proved that 70% of women struggle with dry hair. Okay, just that basic dry hair. And so when I realized that there were no products on the shelves for African women, products that actually work, I then launched a product or a brand that would talk to the African woman.
One of the biggest things that's difficult about being a Black-owned business is developing a wide network, because a lot of Black-owned businesses are other small businesses, and so developing a business that will grow and expand over time means interacting with a lot of different players, and a lot of those people are not necessarily coming from the same backgrounds, and so it's translating our product, it's getting credibility, and showing that we're not just a Black-owned business, we're a great business that happens to be Black-owned.
Oh, thank you for sharing that video. I shared that particular video. We've had a lot of features along the way, but I shared that particular one because it probably was taken a couple of months just after it launched into clicks. And the background of Nilotic is that you saw the dreadlocks. I've been struggling with them for 14 years. And they were very dry, and I could never find anything on the shelves to actually nourish the dreadlocks, something that would penetrate the hair. And so when I did research around moisturizing ingredients, all I would find was shea butter that would sit on top of the hair or coconut oil that would sit on top of the hair. Nothing really penetrated. And so we found formulators that would help us create products that would penetrate the African hair. And I think that's where all the lessons around how our hair works, how the coils work, how the natural oils don't travel all the way down to the ends of our hair. That's where we found all that research. And so when I launched Nilotica in 2016, to a crowd of other African natural hair ladies, they really loved it and they couldn't believe that this product was so light, could penetrate the hair, and made hair manageable. At the time, I was still in my IT world, as a database administrator and a business intelligence administrator. And I didn't quite see the entrepreneurial journey happen the way it did. It took 2 years to get that product into clicks, you know, and when you talk about a journey, that's typically a journey. It took forever to just get the product on there, but we knew there was something special with it. And so putting it on the shelves for us was groundbreaking. One of the very few first Black business owners to put it into retail and locally produced and locally formulated. And so we're currently in all the major retailers now, but it took a couple of years just to get into the retail space.
I like that, locally produced and locally formulated. So it's not that we have taken bits and pieces of stuff somewhere else, but it was for the people, by the people. How awesome is that? And I noticed, by the way, the guy that's in the video that's sharing, it's her brother. So keeping it in the family. So it's a family business. So what would you say, Togo, besides, yes, you said the journey took at least 2 years for you to get into market, but what would you say were your 3 greatest challenges as you were starting this business?
I would say the biggest one out of those 3 would be the funding aspect of getting into retail. So when we started in 2016, we had an online store and we were delivering products to our customers across the country via courier services. And at that time, we were one of the very few brands doing that. Mind you, courier services costs were more than the product itself. And so that business model wasn't quite working. But the idea of putting it on retail shelf was always there. So the idea of expanding, marketing the product to be well known, and honestly, just having the logistics to get that right was one of the biggest challenges. The expansion into clicks was another whole story altogether, because to get from the funded aspect of a small business that functions only online with selling 10 products in a month to an order of 40,000 or 50,000 units that need to be produced immediately was quite challenging. And so we're quite proud to have actually pulled it off and continue to pull it off.
Congratulations. Do you guys have manufacturing sites set up? How many people do you employ? So if you were to map out your journey now in terms of job creations and just general growth, where would you put it in the past 4 years?
Another difficult aspect. So initially we started with a third-party manufacturing business model where you have your product being produced, you may own the formulations and so on, but you give it to someone else to package that. By the time you get to store, your packages are looking a little bit lopsided and your product doesn't look as beautiful as you know you want it to look. And so we brought manufacturing in-house. We created a team around that, which is not, I think my team of 4 creates miracles to be servicing all the retailers, but it's a 4. And so we expand and contract according to the orders that we get. And it's one of the most, I think one thing that's kept us going is to be flexible and to pivot according to how the business grows. So if it's getting expanded quite quickly, we're able to pull in people and to get assistance. And so if we're not as busy, we then contract the team. And for now, we were able to manage kind of how the business has grown thus far over the 4 years.
So did you say you're a team of 4?
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned funding as a challenge earlier on. So who helped you get off the ground? How did you finally manage to take off and even have orders of like 50 at a time, 50,000 you said?
Yeah. Am I allowed to say God? Because wow, we don't know how we did it, but we did it. We're quite grateful. Funding was around approaching CEDA and CIFA, and eventually CIFA then funded the business. We had to renegotiate the funding structure as well, because the reality is that perhaps you go into a retail space, not understanding the intricacies of that space. You have a learning curve that you have to overcome. And so at some point, we had to go and renegotiate and tell our story over again. So it's like you're always selling Nautica to different groups of people. And one of them is the funding bodies. And so CIFA then stepped in at that time.
Awesome. So I'm urging as well for people that are watching online, please type in your questions. If we have any, please beam them for me that I can read them out. Any comments that you'd like to share. And I'd also like to open it up to the floor for any questions. Oh, I see our screen there. If we have a roving mic, Ingrid, please let's engage the participants. So just one more from me. So what are the 3 things that you have seen over the past 4 years that works for you?
I would start with my people, the support that you receive from the people that you surround yourself with, starting from the team that you do work with in-house, but also family, right? Because as a small business, you need to use all resources that you can use. So you use family first, you build a team that create this beautiful product because they represent you as much as, and they allow you to move around and do more as much as you try and build them. They build you too. And then more than anything, persistence and perseverance has been my secret key. You will get no's at every corner. And so that's one thing that I've just stood by, is just be persistent, be perseverant, and doors will eventually open. They do. Even after 2 or 3 years, they do eventually open.
Awesome. Can we get a question from Queen?
Good morning, Chair. Wow, what a good story. Thokozile, well done. As an aspiring manufacturer, although I'm in the drone industry, of course, my name is Queen Dlovu, by the way, from QP Drone Tech. I would like her to give me 2 or 3 tips. You know, what are the lessons learned as a manufacturer? You know, because she shared with us that she used to have 6 orders, to get 6 orders from online to 40 orders. What's the secret behind that? But what are the challenges that she wants to share to people like ourselves that are pursuing this manufacturing journey? And I'd like to have her contact details, please. Thank you.
Sure. Manufacturing is not easy, but I think it's worthwhile to invest in your machinery and to invest and train the team that you work with around manufacturing. As I said, if you use third-party manufacturing, it may work for your business model. However, they don't take particular care of the quality of your product. So what we've learned is that around manufacturing, if you pull everything in-house, you invest in your machinery, your turnaround times versus other bigger organizations is much faster. So if a retailer puts in an order, you as a small business are actually able to take advantage of that opportunity and actually create product in-house and deliver on time. And that was the huge difference for us, is that externally everything would be late and not look so good in terms of quality. However, internally you're able to manage and control of that. So I'm quite passionate about managing and controlling in-house, because you can grow and expand the way you wish. I hope that answers the question.
And I will share her details with you. Okay, we have another question.
Morning. My question to you is, what are the disadvantages and advantages of having your own product?
I wouldn't say disadvantages. Advantages are that one thing you need to focus on is owning the formulation to your own products. And that's vital for any business. Because if you hand out that control, you're giving out to whoever can share that formula with other people, especially if you feel your formula is golden. And so the disadvantages is that you don't own your own formula. But when you do own your own formula, you're able to pivot that formula. You can grow the brand, you can grow whatever products you have in your range for the customer's needs. So you got full control of how you service your customer. I think that's the biggest advantage of having your own product, your own brand, is that you have full control of how you service your customer without an outside party coming in and kind of swaying you whichever way they feel.
So I'm hearing issues of intellectual property, which I am hoping you have that sorted, right?
So far we do. That's what we do.
Okay.
Yes.
We have another question. I saw the chairperson's hand.
Thank you so much. I just want to find out, what will you do differently if you had to start all over again, given the lessons that you have learned? Thank you.
So if you knew then what you know now, what would you do differently?
Split your business. There's too many moving pieces, too many aspects to focus on. And when you're a small business, you do need to focus on marketing as a different entity, on your product as a different entity, as your logistics as a different entity. And so we would have handed over, I would have handed over the logistics aspect to the experts and focus just on getting the product off retail. So it was a very difficult lesson to learn, but you do get to that point where you understand to separate your business correctly and to choose the one thing you want to focus on. That's important, because I truly believe it actually drives the business to where you want it to be.
Yes, as entrepreneurs, sometimes we think we have to do everything and be everything. So it's well captured. There's also questions on the chat. We'll take that, but just maybe last question there. Okay, thank you.
And can you please tell me how you deal with all the criticism that comes with having your own product?
The one thing, can I focus? Whether it's my IT background or not. So in IT, you focus on functionality. You fix a whatever issue until it is operational and functional. So functionality is very important. And so with Nilotica, the one thing we won with is that you've got a product that works. That's the one thing. Whether the product is ugly or not, if someone is going to experience it and it works, you've won your customer. And the idea is that you keep your customer interested, but you provide very high quality product at work. And so the criticism may be, oh, your bottle is doing something, or your label is shifted, but your product, the core of what you're selling, is still high quality. And so I would say we take criticism in a positive light, knowing that we're servicing you or we're giving you a very high quality product. We just manage it.
Any given time, I think there'll always be somebody that doesn't like you for one reason or the other.
That's okay.
And it's okay, you know, you're not out to get everybody to like you, but you give it your best, as you have said. So here's another question from our online participants. Did you have a deal with, do you have a deal with internal suppliers in your value chain? You've made that too big, Swiss, so then I can't read everything. How did you manage things such as, okay, that screen is disrupting me. So I think they want to know about your suppliers in your value chain and quality control and timelines.
And again, the positivity is that we produce everything internally, but in terms of suppliers, we've got an amazing relationship with our suppliers. And that truly comes from, I think you buy your integrity, or you show your integrity to your suppliers. And if you behave yourself with your suppliers, they know exactly who you are. And that goes to, I receive my order, I pay for my order. As simple as that. That when the time came to expand and I didn't have funds to produce, I was able to then say, please give us the product, give us the supplies, we will then produce and we'll pay you right however many days. And so your suppliers walk the journey with you. That's the idea, is that around timelines, minding you that I will sit on your neck until you give me my raw materials. But it's all about managing that supply chain, creating such strong relationships with your suppliers that they actually walk the journey with you. And that's quite important.
Awesome. Do we have, okay. There's another question here. And maybe before we go to Dr. Joy, here's one that says, what marketing initiatives have you found to be most effective for your business?
We focused a lot on social media. Just because of the funds that you need to go into traditional marketing, that's quite expensive. So we did not start there with traditional media. Another great thing that we did, we had a lot of magazine features. We featured on television shows. And so you don't have to necessarily pay for all marketing. But one of the most important things we did was build a community around social media, growing with the customer through social media. And so the nice thing about that is that they feedback immediately. They see something wrong with your product, they'll report immediately. If they showcase your products, you're growing with the customer. So social media for us has been quite vital in growing that community, I think.
No, thank you very much for sharing your story with us. If maybe you can just hone in on technology and innovation and how it has either enabled you or hindered you in your process. I'm very keen to just share how technology driven you are as an entrepreneur, and if you have plans to maybe do more on that field. Thanks.
And in terms of the retail space, I'm going to focus on technology around data. And that's vital to understand your customer. And so that's what we've kind of focused on. You're able to manage, firstly, retail is so wide, it's such a broad phrase, right? So to hone in on the data and the customer that buys from you has been vital to how the business operates. And so we focused on that. In terms of innovation, again, the feedback according to the data on what the customer does, or looking at trends, we use technology to do so. And so it's kind of enabled us to stretch our tentacles a lot further than what we would have without the technology. And so innovation and creating product development and so on comes solely from honing in on technology, or using technology to our advantage to kind of understand the customer that we do service.
So the final question from me, how has COVID impacted, if at all, your business?
Both positively and negatively. When the pandemic started, I think everybody stayed home, there were lockdowns, and during that time, thank goodness we're in that industry, that we were a vital service that we had to continue providing in terms of body and bath, or people needing the product to actually use at home. And so you saw sales go up. But on the other hand, you had people not going to the malls where your product is actually easily available. And so it was quite difficult to push the customer to use online, where the customer likes going to a store and actually just purchasing the product. And so the impact has been twofold, in that you saw a huge uplift of product right in the beginning, and then a slowdown as, I guess, people get quite tired of being in lockdown. And yeah, it's been quite a growing experience. In terms of internal workings, we've kind of kept going. And then again, we reduce the team according to the needs of the business. So it's been an interesting ride. Not the easiest, but.
So in closure, what is your greatest need and vision for the next 2 years? We have the likes of Ausnombula, who's with the department, Ms. Joy here, who's the board chairperson of CEDA, and Lord knows who else is watching that could be sitting idle with some millions of rands in their pocket and wanting to invest.
Yes. Yes. So let me just touch on the previous strategy was to be easily accessible to our customer, and therefore expansion out of clicks into the disc games and your pick and pays, and into Botswana and so on. And with expansion, it requires funding, and not just funding, resources and the growth of a business. So you can actually feel the stretch. And so as simple as possible, you need funding, but you also need resources and some form of knowledge of how a business that grows operates. And so while we work to kind of survive in this environment, we also understand to continue to interact with our customer, but more than anything, you know, that brand awareness, as you grow, you need more people to know who you are. So the marketing aspect is important. The funding aspect is important in order to produce and just to grow the business. So I would say those are huge needs.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Togo, for joining us. Blessings in abundance, lots of growth. You've done well, on and upwards. May you grow in leaps and bounds. As Nombula is listening, we'll make an appointment with her to find out how best they can assist. And everybody else that is tuned in, here's an opportunity to invest in a young, black, brilliant young woman who's looking to expand to other countries. Thank you, thank you. You are awesome and wholesome. Keep shining. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Awesome. So our
Thank you.
That is our Diva Spotlight. Thanks, Togo. Miss Kim is coming up, and I see we have already Miss Akoswa from Trinidad and Tobago, my sister from another mother in another continent. Hello, my sister. Can you hear me there? And Miss Ntiki Kize as well. Hey, gorgeous. I am getting off and handing the baton. Thank you for being a good audience. See you later.
Yeah, sorry for taking over. And that's the advantage of being the chairperson. Just do things and use your powers and decrease. What we're doing now is to, from time to time, we introduce those of our attendees who are of very importance to us. We would want to, if the camera can focus on somebody very special. If we don't do that, I'm not sure about our salaries in the next 12 months or so. We want to introduce Dr. Joy Ndlovu, who is the chairperson of the board of CEDA. She's sitting there up front. If the cameras can show so that the whole universe can see our funder takes us serious, and she spends time to come and spend some time with us. And she actually attends all our events. And that's the seriousness that CEDA takes us. Thank you, Dr. Ndlovu. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. So I have the absolute pleasure in facilitating our masterclass. It's the Leadership Masterclass. And I am thrilled to introduce two stunning ladies who I have met through various other platforms. One I think I spoke with last year on this same platform, and that is Miss Akosua Edwards from Trinidad and Tobago, and also Miss Nziki Mkize, who I met, and I can't even remember how we met, but we have had quite a few interactions, and I've also had the pleasure of being interviewed by you on one of your platforms. So this is just such an amazing community of strong, beautiful, and successful women. So I want to briefly introduce both of you, and then I would like to ask for you to each do your presentations. In the meantime, if there are any questions or comments from our online audience, please do put your questions or comments in the chats. They will be highlighted for me to read out after the presentations. And, hopefully we'll have a Q&A at the end. So I will briefly introduce Miss Edwards, who has won awards for Social Entrepreneur of the Year in Trinidad and Tobago and Caribbean Female Social Entrepreneur of the Year from the Global Innovation Partners. She was named one of the 2019 Women's Economic Ambassadors by Diversity RD Global, and the list goes on and on and on. Ms. Nziki Mkize is a self-published author and founder of Mentor. Her inaugural book, My Hall of Mentors, was released in 2019 with launches in South Africa and Scotland. And in the same year, she gave her first TEDx talk at Cumbernauld Women and was featured as the youngest speaker at the International Speakers Summit and Epic Entrepreneurs Virtual Conference in 2020. And after I fell in love with her professionally, I then realized she's also a supermodel. So, you know, all of that adds up. And I only learned that after I watched her TEDx talk. So Miss Edwards, please, can you do your presentation for us if you're ready for us?
Good morning, everybody. It's like 6 a.m. in Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm up and ready to present and be here with you with my wonderful co-host, Nziki. And we're gonna start off with her doing Mentimeter feedback. So I'm going to hand over to Nziki, and we're gonna take it from there.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. What a pleasure to be here. Hi, Akosua, very early, bright and early for you, but thank you for joining us. And thanks, Kim. It's so great to see you. So before we get into our masterclass on leadership, and Akosua and I both have different ways of approaching this, you know, her from a leadership aspect and looking at how do you do personal leadership and personal mastery, and myself from a mentorship perspective, I want to share a screen with you quickly and jump into Mentimeter. And what I want to find out from our audience, and this is also open to the audience in the room as well, is if you could tell us, what does leadership mean to you, right? So if you go on to Mentimeter, so mentimeter.com, and you'll see the link there at the top, www.menti.com. And if you use the code 95232555, it'll bring you into this presentation slide. And then just give us one word. We'd love to hear from you to know, what does leadership mean to you? So if you are logged in on your laptop, you can do that on your laptop, so just open a different window. And if you are tuned in on your phone or your device, you can just also open another window, and then you'll see, as you go on to Mentimeter, there's a tab that says interactive live polling. And I know sometimes it goes a bit slower than the person presenting because people are still working it behind the scenes. And I think what I'll do so that we don't take up time in the presentation is I will put the code in the chat section and then allow everyone to complete this in the background. And then we'll come back to it and see what everyone's one word is around leadership. So we got flexibility and responsibility. Thank you for that response. Courage, vision. Those are really great. And I think vision and courage are big ones, because as a leader, you need to have the vision to lead your people, and you need to have courage, and for me, that speaks a lot to bravery and standing up against, if you're fighting against the grain. Guidance is another one that people have included here. So I think I'll wait 2 more seconds just for maybe 1 or 2 more responses, and then I'll stop sharing my screen and hand over to my co-presenter to take us through her presentation. So confidence, resilience, fabulous, responsibility. These are all really great responses, and it's so lovely to know what responsibility means to each of you. And I'll keep this open in the background so you can continue filling this out as we go through our presentations, and then we will come back to it. Cool. Over to you, Okoswa.
Thank you, Nsiki. And those words that came up there resonate so much, particularly courage and flexibility. I would like to ask you, Nsiki, quickly, and I will say also for me, what does leadership mean to you?
So leadership for me really means being able to lead people from the front and the back. So from the front, you are a beacon of light, and you sort of uphold the values and the ethos that you want to see in your team, in your organization, in your country, in your business. And from the back, to say that the buck stops with you. So for the people who are trailing behind, for the people who kind of need you to hold their hand and bring them along, that's what you do. And it's really about how well do you bring people along on the journey with you. And I'd like to ask you, as you go into your presentation, what leadership means to you.
And for me, I believe leadership inspire yourself first, and then show that way of being so that you can achieve your goal and your purpose. And usually as a leader, the process is so all of those team up on the Mentimeter: courage, flexibility, that way of being.
Akuswa, I think we have a bad connection. I'm not sure if it's bandwidth, but we're not hearing you. Ziki, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you froze momentarily too. I'm wondering whether it's from our side. Can our tech team just check out? We're good from our side? Okay. Ms. Akwesa, are you back with us? Okay, we may have lost her. Ziki, do you want to just continue maybe on your next point while we try and get our colleague back?
Sure, that's fine. So if it's okay, I will switch off my video, my camera, if that's fine. And then I will just put up my presentation. So Kim, if you could just let me know if you are able to see my screen on your side.
Yes, we have your screen.
Am I
your
back?
beautiful picture in your red dress.
I think I dropped off there for a minute.
Thanks, Okoswa. So I'll just run through my presentation and then I'll hand back over to you if that's all right. Cool. So first I want to start out by saying to all the ladies that are joining us, Happy Women's Month. We definitely celebrate you in all the ways in which you show up and all the different hats that you wear in the different spaces that you operate in. As Kim said, I'm Kim Kize, and I'm the founder of Mentor and the founding editor for Mentor magazine. And what we do as Mentor is we are a global mentorship network supporting female social entrepreneurs. And I'm wondering if my screen, oh, there we go. Supporting female social entrepreneurs. And we really focus around female social entrepreneurs who are in the idea stage or the early seed stage of their business, because what we've seen in my personal research during my master's looking at the social entrepreneurship ecosystem and just working with women as an entrepreneur, coach, mentor, and facilitator is that there isn't always sufficient support at that particular stage. And what we know with growing our economy and growing the African continent overall is that we need to create a pipeline of startups that can be scaled, and also a pipeline of startups that are sustainable, right? And that's what we aim to do. And our key pillars of focus are to inspire, connect, and empower. And we've aligned ourselves with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 5 to achieve gender equality, and SDG 8 to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And we know from research that when you support women, the money trickles down to everyone in the community. And finally, to be a partner for the goals, right? That, whatever it is that we do, we want to ensure that overall we're making sure that by the year 2030, we have achieved the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is really around the corner. But also for me, from a social entrepreneurship perspective, is that a lot of the SDGs are social enterprises, right? That they are businesses that fulfill that profit and purpose mission and really focusing on how to make a difference. Our initiatives as Mentor is, we've got our Social Impact Founders Club, which is our membership community for social entrepreneurs. We've got our magazine, and I think that's one of our first engagements with Kim, and she wrote a column in our magazine around tech innovations and disruption, and Ms. Kelly as well, who is the wonderful convener and organizer of this fabulous event, is also a contributor for our technology column. We've got our Mentor chapters, which apart from just our virtual community, we'd like for social entrepreneurs to be able to connect with one another in their own communities. And for this Women's Month, we've been running a virtual incubator. Our biggest passion at Mentor is getting people to test a minimum viable product. So the sooner you're able to test, the sooner you get feedback, the sooner you can re-engineer and get back out there. And then finally, in the new year, we look to host, to launch our Mentor hubs, which will be based specifically in townships and in rural communities, and there'll be co-working and maker spaces aligned to the needs and the assets of the communities that we will partner with. For us, it's been a really wonderful year connecting with different mentors, and we've been able to grow the work that we do with mentors in South Africa, in Portugal, in Glasgow, in Hong Kong, in Wales, as well as in Italy and Portugal. So that's been exciting for us. And our mentors are experts across these different fields. And really what I want to share to you is really how do you grow through mentorship, right? Because that's what we do at Mentor. We've built a network to say, lead yourself and lead those around you through mentors and through good mentorship relationships. And how I first got here was through the book that I wrote called My Hall of Mentors. And this for me was a reflection of the lessons that I've learned from all of my mentors and how they've influenced my journey. And I subtitled the book Lessons Learned Along a Journey of Success, because I truly do believe that success is a journey. You don't arrive, you don't wake up Friday morning and that's successful, but every single day there's different things in each day that speak to success, so in some seasons just getting out of bed is success. In other seasons closing that deal. I was listening to Thokozile in the spotlight, and there's so many different highlight moments on her journey of creating such a wonderful business that I'm like, if she had just waited to only be in clicks to decide that she was successful, that's a really long wait, so there's so many micro wins along the way that we need to celebrate as our moments of success. So my first thing around, leading yourself through mentorship is find a mentor and become a mentor. There's a quote that I like by John C. Crosby, and he says that mentoring is a brain to pick, an ear to listen, and a push in the right direction. And what I find is that when you have mentors around you, they are people who are able to take a helicopter view of where you are and help you figure out what your blind spots are and kind of help you see the wood from the trees. You know, if you are in a forest and you can't tell which way is left and which way is right, it's really helpful to have somebody who's 5-10 years ahead of you who can helicopter up and say, hey, this should be your next move, and it will work out really well for you. I mean, on the other hand, regardless of where you are in life and how successful you think you may or may not be, you know so much more than somebody who is 16, 18, 21, 25, and they would listen to your stories and be like, wow, that's so amazing. I wish I knew that. And in my experience as a mentor, I'm always amazed at how much I learn from my mentees and how much my mentees bring out of me. So never underestimate that. And in that, I find the greatest aspect of mentorship is that element of reciprocity, where even if whether you and your mentee are the same age or they're older than you, whether it's vertical or horizontal mentorship, there's so much to be learned on each side, and that reciprocity makes a great difference. And then in terms of, where do you start around finding your mentor? For me, would sit around finding your sweet spot. And when you're clear about what your sweet spot is, in Japanese, they call this finding your ikigai, is then if you have clarity around that, that can then help you inform what do you need a mentor to help you do, right? So these are the 4 key questions that we ask in finding your sweet spot. So whether you want to do this, quickly on your phone, or if you want to save this and do it this evening as you reflect back on the highlights of today, is the first set of questions to ask yourself is, what are you good at, right? And this could be things that you're naturally talented at doing, things that people always tell you do really well, things you've studied to do, things that are within your vocation, things that you have experience around doing, but make a list of everything that you're good at doing. And then your second list is make a list of things that you absolutely love to do, right? So what are you passionate about? And then your third list is, what does the world need? Whether it's a need, a want, a gap in the market that you've seen, and you always ask yourself, why isn't anybody doing anything about that? Why isn't anyone solving that problem? And then finally, what can you get paid for? So what are people, what are governments, what are corporates willing to pay for? And somewhere there in the middle is something that you love, that you're good at doing, that is an answered need to the market that people are willing to pay for. And that's a start for, finding a sweet spot and then going, okay, for this particular ikigai that speaks to me on my journey, who can I find to guide me on that path? Another thing that's helpful is, and Akuswa will speak a bit more around her way of setting goals, but when I do goal setting, I like to think about life as a pie, that it's very easy to think about your life as just 3 things, and you know this. When you ask someone, hey, how are you doing? How's life going? People often respond and they'll say, oh, work is good, my family is okay, and I'm fine, right? They'll mention 3 things. And the truth is, as individuals, we're dynamic, and we have these life pies where we can think about everything that happens in our lives according to all of these segments. And equally so, when I set goals, I like to look at my life according to each of these segments. And this is what I do when I do my one-on-one or group coaching sessions, is get people to think about where they are in each segment, and then to set their goals according to each segment. And what that allows you to do is to track your progress. It allows you to track your milestones. It allows you to have clarity in terms of your goals, right? So that you've kind of holistically considered your life and where you are. And the wonderful thing about this is that once you've set your goals, is you can look at the goals that you're able to execute by yourself, and you can look at the segments in your life where you're like, okay, I feel like I've got this under control. And then you can highlight the spaces where you actually need support in your goals, where you can say, compared to where I am, and where my goals say I would like to be in this particular segment, there's a big gap. And then you can say, okay, maybe I can look for a mentor to support me in bridging this particular gap. And in terms of where you find your mentors, mentors are abundant in each of our networks, whether you're looking at your family and friends, and considering the fact that your family and friends are an extension, right? So where they work, live, play, and so forth, they have a network that you can plug into. Think about your community, and communities where you live, where you worship, where you play, where you volunteer, where you go to gym. Who do you know in your community that could be a potential mentor? Think about your workspace, whether it's the business that you've started or the corporate that you work for, the nonprofit that you work for. Who in that building, who within that network, who within that umbrella of companies could be a potential mentor? And then think about your industry as a whole. So you don't have to limit yourself just to the people that you work with, but across your entire industry, who are the various players in the industry. And these are people you can see on lists of, you know, important women to watch or successful women in this field, people you can see on LinkedIn, a Google search, and then finally a perfect stranger. I believe in the perfect stranger because on your journey of trying to find a mentor, when people know that you're looking for a mentor and you've been asking questions, I have found that sometimes a random person you've never spoken to will say, hey, I heard about you through this person and I can help you with what you're trying to do, you know, so never underestimate your network and the people that you can find within your network. I know for us as Mentor, we launched the business during lockdown, hard lockdown in 2020. And just from my network of people that I know and just from putting out a post on LinkedIn, I was able to find our mentors and then expand that to our now community of social entrepreneurs that we support. And then another thing that I'd like to encourage you on is to be deliberate about how you show up. Our thoughts and our words constitute what we meditate on, right? And I think oftentimes when people think about meditation, they think about having to sit, you know, in a lotus position somewhere and listen to deep meditative music or a guided meditation. And really, whatever you think about throughout the day is meditation. So if you are stressed about something and the thing that you're stressed about is on your mind throughout the whole day, you're meditating on that. I mean, there's a book that I like that says that our words create our world. So what you're thinking about filters into what you say, and what you say ultimately creates the world around you. So really be mindful about what you're thinking and how your thoughts inspire positive emotions in you or negative emotions. And I find the biggest critic that a lot of us have to check is our own negative self-talk. And then our words are important. Our words can build up the people around us or tear them down. And you want to be thinking and speaking in a way that creates the world around you that you want to see and be a part of. And then finally, invest in you. And I'll be sharing this free gift with everybody who is attending. This not just this session, but for the 2 days of this program, is to just invest in yourself. You know, so whether it is 10 minutes at the end of the day, whether it's 30 minutes or an hour in a week, but put that time in your diary. Let your family know that this is time to be uninterrupted and just sit and audit yourself, audit your feelings, reflect on your goals, think about your affirmations, think about where you're going, and just take the time to invest in yourself. And I've got this free gift, which is the As I Am Purpose Planner. And in there, it takes you through a section on goal setting. It takes you through creating a purpose statement, some positive affirmations, as well as a gratitude exercise. And I hope that this is a tool that you can use. It's a digital tool, so you can edit and delete as you go. And I hope that it's a guiding compass that you could use on your journey to growing yourself and then growing through mentorship, and also something you can share with the mentees that you take on. And then a second gift to our audience is the Mentor magazine. So it's our free digital copy. And if you go to our Mentor website, or if you go to Mentor on Instagram, you'll find a link where you can get a free copy of that. I'll also just speak to the team around getting this out to everybody. And then finally, just to say, you know, I really like this quote by Steve Jobs, and he says that you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. And that's the parting word I'd like to leave with everybody, that when you're thinking about how you show up as a leader, it's a lot of pressure. It can be very stressful. And sometimes you're leading in uncharted territory. So you yourself might not really know what you're doing, you know, and for a lot of us as entrepreneurs, we're building the plane while we're flying. And I want to encourage you, just trust the journey and trust that as you go, the dots will connect. And that definitely when you look back, and I found this in my personal journey, that when I've looked back, the dots definitely have connected. That's it from my bit. Thank you so much. Please do connect with myself and with my team at Mentor across social media. And you can also visit our website. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to hand over to my co-facilitator for this session, Akuswa.
Thank you, Nsiki. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I'm back now. It seems as if the Wi-Fi here in Trinidad and Tobago has just woken up as well. So thank you, Nsiki, for stepping in, and wonderful presentation. looking at leadership from a mentorship point of view. And I'm going to jump straight into my presentation. So let me just share my screen. Okay. So we're going to talk about leadership this morning and the pillars of leadership. And for me, the leadership Can everybody still hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. So we're going to talk about the pillars of leadership. And leadership for me starts with self. And a lot of the words that came up earlier reflected about courage and confidence and competence. And it's great to see that we are all on the same page there. Being a great leader, one that influences change, comes from within. We have to start within. So the pillars we're building around leadership comes from your character, how much courage you have. And courage is not the ability to not be afraid. Courage is really showing up, knowing that you may be in fear and doing it anyway. So we're building on the pillars of being a great leader using these aspects of character, courage, confidence, communication, culture, and competence. And I love this quote from Sadhguru. He talks about integrity, insight, and inclusiveness. How can we be a great leader if we exclude others? We have to be able to include everyone around the table. And one of the things with being a woman leader, we seem to have to fight to be included around the table. So as a leader, as a woman leader, we want to bring in the fact that everybody has a space and everybody has a voice, and we would want to include that in how we show up and how we lead. So just a little bit on who I am, and I brought that in because as a leader, you have to show up knowing who you are. And for me, I broke it down to I am love and I'm here in service. How would you describe yourself without any of the material possessions, without any of the things? How would you describe yourself going into a leadership position? Because when it all comes down to it, as a leader, you have to know who you are and bring that to the table. When we become identified with the things, we kind of lose that creative energy and it affects how we lead. So knowing who you are helps how you lead. So what is your character determined by? It's the everyday decisions that you make. It's really about what you do with honor and integrity. Great leaders are people who are showing up, knowing themselves with character, with integrity, and being able to serve. Courage to face the challenge, to be first, to show up and say, I will lead from the front. Confidence and communication, another pillar which is extremely important. And confidence is really about being able to say, I don't know this, I'm wrong. It's not about being right all the time. Confidence is about having that ability to discern a situation, to judge, have sound judgment, and to be passionate about seeing your team succeed, even though you may not get the credit at the time. Sharing your vision. Can you communicate your vision clearly? I remember in working with a group of women, they asked me, what is my vision? And I didn't have a vision at that time that I could articulate clearly. And the leader was able to share her vision, so simple. The vision was really to be the #1 company within 5 years. One simple sentence like that was able to bring all of the women together to work and share one purpose. Very simple, the ability to communicate your vision. I want to be the #1 company within the next 5 years. It's clear, it's time-bound, and it's easy to follow. So leadership is really a factor of how you communicate and how you communicate clearly with confidence. Culture and competence. How do you start and continue and set a culture? Culture is the way you do things every day. And if you are setting a culture of working hard, you have to set it. If you're setting a culture of being someone who completes tasks, as a leader, you have to set it by example. And people will be looking at that and follow it because they know for sure that you lead from in front. Another huge aspect of being a leader is drawing on the competencies of the team. There may be some people who are great at one task and some people who are not. And as a leader, you have to now decide which part of your team or who on your team would be responsible for doing certain things given their competencies. And a lot of times what we do is we stick to maybe the job description rather than look at the competencies of the persons within the team. A leader knows how to draw on that competencies and can spot who's passionate about something and use that in a way that can rally and take the team forward. So what are the type of leadership styles that there's out there? I wanted to bring 5 up, and because we're talking about women and women leaders, transformational leadership, women really are great at transformational leadership because we bring our innate abilities to the table, which talks about nurturing, which talk about inclusivity, which talks about bringing and using the competencies of the team. Now, every one of those styles has its merits, but because we're focusing on women, I really want to pitch for the transformational leadership style, and we can have a discussion about that. How do you choose? It depends on the environment, and it depends on who you define yourself as. So let's talk about the different styles. Authoritarian leadership allows the leader to impose their expectation and define their outcome. So yeah, you come in and you say what you want, and there's very little flexibility around that. We move towards that goal, and you know what it is. The leader says, this is how it's gonna happen. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages to that, which we can discuss in our Q&A. A lot of times we've seen great leaders around the world not using this style because it lasts only for a short time, and it brings in a lot of fear sometimes, but at the same time, the advantage to it is the leader gets the job done quickly. We also have the participative leadership style, which is rooted in coming up with a decision based on voting, and the team members are involved in the decision-making process. Delegative leadership. You delegate the tasks to the team members, and this is where the discerning factor comes in. Once you are able to discern the strengths and the weaknesses of the team, it's easier to use this type of leadership style because you are able to delegate effectively. Transactional leadership style. So you do something for a reward or for other exchanges, and maybe sometimes for punishment. And this is probably an ancient type of leadership style now. But of course, for everything there is merits and disadvantages, but it is a type of leadership style which is used throughout different parts of the world. And the transformational, which we talked a lot about earlier, you're able to inspire your followers and your team with a vision. And you're able to bring in your character, your courage, and motivate the team around you. You also serve as a role model for the vision. So you live it. You walk the talk, as they say. So those are the type of leadership styles that I wanted to put forward this morning. And just to ask a question, what type of leadership would suit your style, and even if it's even relevant? And the thing about that is you really have to know who you are. You have to know yourself inside out in order for you to be an effective leader. You have to be able to be vulnerable. You have to be able to communicate well. And Siki talked about your affirmations, and she talked about making time for yourself. All of that contributes to you being an effective and transformational leader. So because we want to know who we are, and we know the pillars that build leadership, courage, character, integrity, we want to know what are some of the pillars that build you so that you can be an effective leader. And this may seem a little bit airy-fairy, but it's extremely important as women leaders that we build ourselves as we go into leadership positions. And some of the pillars that we're looking at in building ourselves include self-love. I mean, it's a word that's bandied about, but it requires you to surrendering the attachments to anything around you. So if you are very tied to having praise all of the time, that may affect how you lead, because sometimes you may not be praised, you may be criticized, and you have to have that reservoir of self-love within you to transcend when the criticisms come. Self-respect, how do you treat yourself? Do you even like who you are? And self-respect comes from within. How do you treat yourself every day? Do you take the time for self-care? Do you take the time to read up on what's going on in your environment, what's going on in your industry? How do you treat yourself? Do you eat well? Do you sleep well? Do you rest well? All of that contributes to the type of leader you're going to become. Self-esteem, how do you value your own worth, and how do you see yourself? As a leader, you will be questioned. As a leader, you will be subject to criticisms. As a leader, you will be outside of the organization, and they may have differing views to you. So how do you see yourself and your own worth? And all of these tie in to how you would treat your team, because if you have strong pillars of self, you're able to treat your team and the people around you with the same respect, love, and build up their esteem. And self-value, you know that you're worthy just by your presence. How are you showing up, knowing that you are magnificent and phenomenal, and everybody else is? And that's how you would lead and treat others. So these are some of the things you can do to build the pillars of self and to help with leadership. And Siki talked about it as well. It's extremely important that as a leader, you're able to show up with your pillars intact, and all of these things contribute, complementing yourself. It's not you being egotistical, it's really you affirming to yourself that you can do this, because leadership is a journey, and you will come up with mountains in the journey that you would have to surmount. Having a support system. This is where the mentorship comes in, and reaching out. Who do you have in your circle? Who do you reach out to, and who's your support system when you are in a bind, or just to bounce ideas off of as a leader? And this really works for the leadership styles that are transformational, delegating, etc. If you're an authoritative leader, you wouldn't need this, because you wouldn't have to reach out or anything like that. But these things are important to build the pillars of self as you lead. And something to think about as we come to an end of the presentation. Being objectively honest with yourself helps to know who you are and helps how you lead. And I think that's it for me. Thank you. I also want to say that I will also be giving a free gift called A Different Way of Goal Setting. And I will put it in the chat and send it around. Thank you again. We're going to move into our interactive session now of Q&A. And I'll hand it over to Nsiki.
Thank you so much. Kusua, could I just ask you to please stop sharing your screen? And then Kim, I don't know if you wanted to jump in there and say anything, or if there's any specific questions that have come through from the audience that you wanted to get through to us.
Thanks, Ziki, and thank you both very, very much. Some really good points in there. I'm just going to ask the tech team if there are any online questions. And while I'm waiting for that, thank you so much for both of your gifts to the audience. That's very special, and I think they'll be very much appreciated. While we're waiting for some questions, I just had two comments and questions. I was making notes while you were both speaking. And I think, Ziki, you mentioned that benefit between the mentor and mentee relationship, and the fact that you also get so much that your mentees bring out in you. And you also mentioned your book, My Hall of Mentors, which I have to admit I've not read, but it is on my reading list. I would love to know from you the one story that you would love to share on one of your key mentors that you've had along your journey.
Thanks, Kim. So a story that I share all the time, and I'm doing a Instagram, YouTube series at the moment called The A to Z of Social Entrepreneurship. And I did some recording yesterday, and I was recording the letter D, which is around delayed gratification. And this is a lesson that I learned from my mentor, Jenna Clifford. And I happened to win the mentorship relationship with Jenna in a competition that my university was running. And I remember at the time she said to me, you know, you're going to graduate soon, and people are going to buy nice cars. People are going to move into, really nice neighborhoods, whatever it is. People, go to parties or buy new clothes all the time. And she was like, focus on your goals, focus on where you want to go, and focus on what your end game looks like. And understand that in the meantime, your life is not going to look like your friends. It's not going to look like the other people around you. But what you need to learn how to do is delay gratification in the moment, so that when you eventually get to whatever your goal is, that you can enjoy that gratification later on. And that lesson was so applicable to me at 21, 22, whatever year of graduation that was. And even to this day, you know, running a business, I think for all entrepreneurs, we've chosen the path less traveled. And that continues to be a lesson that sticks out for me, to be like, okay, everyone's getting promotions. There's no promotions as an entrepreneur, right? It's just you in the business. And so just constantly looking at my journey and choosing to delay gratification in some moments, knowing that the reward at a later stage is going to be much better.
Such a key message, absolutely. And we have a comment from one of the online audience. Beautiful presentation, Ziki. Thank you so much. So I had a comment and question for Akosua. And again, thank you so much for your part in the masterclass. And I really loved the part where at the beginning, Akosua, you said great leadership starts with self. I am love and I am here in service. And you've written 2 books, which are also on my reading list, and I have to admit I've not read them yet. But in both, you have explored self-love and transformation. And I think in leadership roles, transformation is so key. And I also took notes where, you know, you very clearly covered the pillars that build self. What would one piece of advice be that you can give women on how to start that journey of transformation for themselves?
Thank you. That's a beautiful question. I think the first
Akosua, I think we've lost you again.
thing that I would suggest is to decide. Can you hear me?
We have
Hello?
lost you. Maybe, Akosua, we have lost you. Could you just start again?
Hello?
Okay, you're back.
Hi. So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you for your question. I think the first thing that I would suggest is you decide who you want to be, and you decide that what type of life I want to live, and be very, very courageous in getting there, because there are going to be challenges on that journey, and there are going to be changes in the way you live. And I think once we make a firm decision that we want to be this type of person, we want to be this type of leader, we want to live this type of life, the decision propels the action. And once we are willing to not just give up things around us, but to change the way we think and change the way we show up, we will automatically be placed in positions where we meet different people, we get different opportunities, we are open to new things. So first thing, firmly decide this is who I want to be. Secondly, be open and willing to change everything in your life, and know that it's going to be okay. It's going to be hard, but it's going to be okay.
I think that's so key. And thank you so much, Akosua. And that key takeaway for me is, you know, the decision that you make propels the action. For both of you, actually, if I could ask you the same question, what goes through your mind, and whoever wants to answer first, go ahead, maybe Ntsiki. What goes through your mind when you think of women who joined the leadership space before you?
So that's such a good question. So when I think of women who joined the leadership space before me, I definitely think of trailblazers. I definitely think of women who did the hard work of digging the foundation. There's a quote by Maya Angelou that I really love, and Maya Angelou says, when you show up in a space, you don't just show up as yourself, but you show up as the thousands of women that have gone before you. And I completely agree with that, that it's not just you showing up. So I, as Nsiki Mkhize, a young Black South African woman, get to sit on platforms like this as a young phenomenal woman with other phenomenal women because other women have gone before me. And that's something that has happened before, but that's also something that we continue to do in spaces. And Kim, I think this is your term that I have kindly stolen, in male crowded spaces. When we continue to look at those kinds of spaces, it's saying, more women need to go in, and they are going to be laying the foundation for that next generation of women that's going to come in and sit in seats that they may not be able to occupy because of the current context.
Amazing. I love it. Akosua, same question to you.
Yes, and that's such a key question. I always remember that we have a debt to pay to the women that came before us, and we have to live in a conscious state of that debt when we show up, and to leave where we are better than we found it. Because if it wasn't for the women before us, we would not be here. That's a fact. And there are still women throughout the world who are looking for the same type of opportunities that we have. And we must never, ever forget that. We must always remember, as we show up as women, that we have a responsibility to honor those that came before us and to pave the way for the ones that are coming behind. And we even have this situation in Afghanistan right now, and on the continent, even some parts of the Caribbean, where there's still women who are not able to do basic things that we do. And every step that we take, we have to be conscious of that.
Akosua, thank you so much for mentioning that, and also, of course, what's going on in the news right now. Our thoughts, of course, are with everyone and those strong women who are supporting others in those conflict areas. There are some questions in the chat, and the one that's up at the moment says, for both panelists, should women in positions of leadership make supporting other women a priority throughout their service?
Completely. I absolutely agree with that. There's stats that came out recently that were done in the UK looking at companies that have women that are on their board. And what they found was that those companies that had greater female representation on their board outperformed companies that didn't. They also looked at companies where, funding boards were looking at various startups that were pitching. And what they found was that more female-run startups received funding from boards that included women on the panel. So for me, that just really shows that women have a greater sensitivity and just better EQ around dealing with different people, dealing in different contexts, and there's an exponential power of what we can actually achieve with women supporting one another. And finally, I think you can't change what you don't measure. You can't change things that you're not deliberate about. So I do believe that women, as mentors, as coaches, as sponsors, as business advisors, whatever position you're in, where you can uplift another woman on your journey as you go, definitely do that, because apart from that, the journey of scaling and breaking barriers and seeing more women amongst the stars will take a lot longer, and that's not something that we need in the context that we're in.
Yeah, thank you, Nsiki. I would say that it should be a firm decision of a woman in leadership to support other women, whether it's how you speak to them, whether it's how you show up every day. I think it should be a priority. Something should be put in place where, as a woman leader, we provide a safe space for other women within the organization. We look at policies where younger women get the opportunity to do things within the organization that would build their self-esteem and their confidence and build the experience that they have. I think it's really, really important that we have mentorship programs within our organization, coaching programs within our organization, and more importantly, as women in leadership, we decide from the start that there would be a young woman who would benefit from our presence in any way possible. It's paying our debt, and it's holding ourselves accountable and being responsible for bringing women up the ladder as we go up. So yes, I think it is a priority. It should be a firm decision that we make when we talk about being a leader. This is our innate ability. And what happens is we leave our innate ability because a lot of times people say that women are emotional, that we want to cuddle others rather than scold them. And this is our innate ability. A lot of times when younger women don't feel safe in the workplace, they are not able to present, and they're not able to produce their best work, which ultimately affects the organization. So yes, I agree. I think it should be a firm decision. It should be a priority, and it should be our responsibility.
Well put, both of you. Thank you so much. There's a comment on the chat. Great presentations, both Akosua and Nsiki with a smiley face. I love the convo around self-love, confidence, and finding and owning your voice. Great comment. Thank you for that. Do we have any questions or comments from the audience in our room? Can we have a roving mic over there, please? Over there? Thank you.
Firstly, I would like to thank the brilliant speakers we had since this morning. I feel where I'm sitting that we have an adequate curriculum that we can actually put in place and actually challenge the digital gender stereotypes. Thank you, Akoso. I think I can now safely and confidently say I am change in service. But I think earlier, Sisipo, I think, mentioned something that actually got me a little bit disturbed when she said we have about 0.5% of girls that are likely to pursue a career in ICT. And listening to all the wonderful women this morning, I feel like we're ready to actually address that. The question I have is, what are the possibilities, and I'm posing this to all the stakeholders that are in the room, listening online and participating online, is that, what are the possibilities of actually visiting the 0.5%, identifying the gaps, putting measures and systems in place, so that next year when we meet in the same space, we're able to feedback and say, we have challenged those digital gender stereotypes up to this far, we need to go that far, and we need so much to do that. I mean, Sis Nomvula spoke about realities or challenges that were brought by COVID-19, teenage pregnancy being one of them. And obviously, it's young girls that get pregnant, and we have 0.5% of careers in ICT. It's for me, it's really alarming to say we have these brilliant ideas, we have these brilliant stakeholders that are willing to put money in place, systems in place. How far are we with that? And how far actually are we willing to go? Is this not an urgent matter? I think 2 months ago, South Africa's education system was declared as fragile. But we're there, we're getting there. And this I'm posing to all stakeholders in collaboration to say, we've been given the figures, it's 0.5. Is it not disturbing that we're sitting with that feedback, and what are we willing to do with that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. I would have somewhat of a response for that, but let me open it to our esteemed panel first and see if you guys have any response. Did you hear the question, or do you want me to repeat it?
Yes, I heard the question. Yeah, those are very alarming stats, and it's definitely something that can be addressed. And I think it's a question of how do we go about addressing it. So for me, the first part of it is it's no one else's responsibility, it's everyone's responsibility. And I find too often there's, circumstances where something is happening and it's kind of like bystander syndrome, and everyone's kind of waiting for the next person to do something about it. And then the second thing I think is, the question around, the kinds of skills and how we're defining ICT, right? So across the spectrum of skills and the spectrum of opportunities, how do we create not just the opportunities, but the skills development that is aligned to that, and then the education that needs to go along with that to make sure that young girls are growing up and becoming part of the pipeline of skills that can then feed into that industry. And from my perspective, what I would also suggest is mentorship, that you don't have to reach everybody, but if you know one young girl, if you know 5 young girls that you can take into your space, and this doesn't necessarily just have to be an IT space, but it's really the comfort of being exposed and getting young girls to be comfortable in a corporate room. If you're 16 and you've never been to Sandton, for example, right? And there are many young girls from townships that are outside of, central Johannesburg who've never seen Sandton City, right? And so the context of that space is non-existent to them. And if you can take 5 girls and, give them a city outing, take them to the office and give them the experience of what it's like to be in a corporate office, what it's like to be in a corporate space, and get them to start seeing themselves in that space and feel like they actually can belong and be in that space. I think that in itself also goes a long way. So it's not just a question of the skills and transfer in education, but also, do young girls have the confidence to be in those spaces? Do young girls actually see themselves in those spaces, and who makes them feel welcome in those spaces? And I think that's incumbent upon all of us to take one and pull one along as well. Okasua, I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to add to that.
Yes, thank you, Nsiki. Just to touch on to what you said, I am a believer in having a firm decision and policies where we create space for young women as a part of our policy. So if you are a woman business owner, how do you create a safe space for young women to come into your organization? Whether it is, just as you said, bring them to see a different way of life from where they live. But there must be a firm decision by each one of us who are in a position to do so, to create programs, to create a safe space. And most importantly, when we have young women in schools or in our organizations, we talk about how important building the self is. Because if we have that foundation of self-value, self-love, and self-belief, we will not make those poor choices we will make poor choices, but we will be able to transcend those choices quicker and easier. So it's really a case of, what are your intentions as a woman leader? What are you firmly making a policy within your organization, and how are you reaching out to the communities to ensure that women who are coming up have the ability, the space, and the confidence to do new things and to contribute to the community and the society?
Such powerful responses. Thank you so much. And I hope that spoke somewhat to your observation and your question. I'm going to start wrapping up. There's one more really nice comment in the chat that says, that's a powerful statement. Pay the debt to the women before us. Thank you so much for that comment, and I agree with that. To our panelists, thank you so much for the masterclass. I certainly took some really nice points for myself. I'm definitely going to read your books, and we really appreciated your inputs and the knowledge that you shared. In closing, I would like to share something that speaks to what our colleague in the room asked earlier, and maybe speaks to some of this leadership and also kind of paying it forward. And And how are we going to move this stat, this very worrying stat? And I think Nziki said earlier on, we all have responsibility to develop those that are coming behind us or coming up behind us. And I'm going to use something that the CEO of Women in Drones, Sharon Rosmark, who you're going to hear from tomorrow, says, and I've stolen it and I use it all the time. So you see, we pay it forward. And she says, if you can see me, you can be me. And it's so simple, but yet we sometimes think we're not in a senior enough leadership role to inspire someone, but anyone on any level will have some young person, women in this case, looking up to them going, ha, I can do that. That is a person in my own likeness. They've come from where I come from, or they look like I look, or they've said something that resonates with me. So our responsibility has to be wherever, however, whenever we can share and we can inspire. If they can see me, they can be me. Thank you so, so much to our panelists. Thank you so, so much for listening and all the interaction online. We are going to break for lunch now. I don't know what I say, just follow the crowds. Thank you so much. You've been awesome, and we'll be back after lunch. Thank you.
we hold ourselves back. So a lot of the work that I do, in particular with women, is confidence building, is getting them comfortable with asking for the money.
Priya, I want to talk about the impact you are having on actual people, helping them create wealth in a way that they've never even thought of before.
Historically, financial planning has been reserved for the wealthy. And when I was working on Wall Street, my clients were old and rich, and all of my friends at the same time were wondering, where do we go for the answers? There's this completely underserved, kind of ignored demographic that we call Henrys, high earners, not rich yet.
I so often hear young women say, I just want to be paid what I'm worth, but I don't even know what that means. And I very rarely hear young women say, I want to make a lot of money, right? It's as if we all sort of internalize this idea that the budget's not there.
Research show that men are 4 times more likely than women to ask. So it's stash wealth, salary negotiations come up. Set it as a goal though, and it has to be a very concrete goal. Like, I want to buy a $250,000 house in 3 years. So I want to get a raise, and let's back into what you need to do today to be on track.
The flip side that millennials have to be very careful of is entitlement. For example, one kid said, I feel like I really need to make X. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. For this job, if you do all of this research, this is the highest you can get paid. And he's like, yeah, I didn't really think about what the job was. I just kind of thought, New York. What are you saying?
I don't think women talk about comp and salaries in the same way men do. Women I advise, some of the most valuable help I give them is actually talking in a real way about what should you be making, but getting the data out there, that's hard, especially amongst women, because there are fewer women who are in leadership roles.
I find younger women are much more transparent with their salary. And for them, it's not TMI, it's cocktail talk. And I think that lifting the veil is going to get us all closer to equality. In The Big Life, I have an entire chapter devoted to the side hustle secret to success. How do you know when it's time to make your side hustle your main hustle?
I fully believe in the side hustle. And in fact, when I worked in finance, because I was not passionate about finance, I would spend whatever time I had doing college essay editing, which I kind of made a little business around, but ultimately went to business school and co-founded Rent the Runway in business school. So I was kind of side hustling it. I was taking classes, but I'm a pretty risk-averse entrepreneur. So the whole way I had a timeline of milestones that we had to meet. And I think it was helpful for me and my co-founder. It kept us honest. Ultimately, one of those milestones was raising money. And for me, raising money was another way of checking myself on, was this a good concept that VCs would put their name behind? So I very much believe that parallel processing and kind of always having a little bit of a safety net. And then just being honest with yourself if something's not working and forcing that brutal honesty. It's hard.
You need to be able to sell something, or it's not a business. Don't quit your job. Don't do anything until you figure that out. And then even after you figure that out, you got to do a deeper dive into the customer and try to find more customers like the ones who gave you $1.
When I'm talking to young women, they will ask me, how do you get ahead in a male-dominated industry if you're a woman? The advice I always give is to forget you're a woman, right? That you are a person with a good idea. Just say it.
That was exactly the advice that I gave myself, was just to remember that you're there like any other employee and to speak up when you have a great idea. I did get called in once. My boss told me that my attitude with my colleagues was abrasive. And I wasn't sure if it was because I was a female.
I've been in rooms with investors who are supposed to be investing in women and people of color and have the investor say, so who's the tech lead on this? I'm like, it's me. Well, who came up with this? I'm like, ask me a question first and see if I don't have the answer. And then all of a sudden they're just like, so did your father help you with it? Did my father what? I actually disagree that you should forget that you're a woman. Every single day I get up being like, Jessica, you are a Black woman. You're going to have to do 3 times as much to get half as far.
Has anyone else besides me been called difficult?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I love
I
it,
mean,
though. It's
me
like,
too. It's a compliment.
But when I was younger, I didn't like it. Maybe I should, not say stuff back as much. But the older I got, I'm like, I kind of like that about me.
We all know that we can't just be like one of the boys. But the good news is that we have a special perspective.
You embrace the difference, right? I don't think a man could have started Rent the Runway.
There's this old idea that women are in competition with each other, that there's backstabbing, and that there's only room at the table for one woman. But I've been so inspired by how millennial women have replaced competition with collaboration.
Being someone that's been in the industry for a long time, when I was first starting my company, especially with other makeup artists, you would never give any advice. Never would they ever tell you, because everyone was
I was just
right.
gonna say.
Everyone was a competition, and now, as I'm reinventing myself and need some different things, they're saying, "Here, call this person, do this. This is where you get this.
It's an amazing change.
It is. This year I turned 60 and I started a new lifestyle brand. There's more and more opportunity and there's a million things you're going to end up doing.
On your own terms.
On your own terms. Be the entrepreneur of your life.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second part of our fantastic day at the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit. This afternoon, we kickstart off by discussing hubs, incubators, accelerators, and science parks. They are the very core that supports entrepreneurs from idea generation right through to the startup phase. And today I am joined by a team of brilliant experts from around the globe. Our first guest is Mr. Pedro Santoro Zambon from Brazil. Pedro, are you there?
Yeah, hello everyone. It's nice to be here.
Thank you, Pedro. We are also joined by Ms. Pumudzo Madzunya from South Africa. Pumudzo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity of joining you once again.
That's fantastic. And Ms., I'm going to try and say it correctly, Yizhuan Heather Lee from China. Are you online?
Hi, yes, I'm online. Looking forward to the discussion.
Fantastic. Ni hao and welcome to the session. Just to kickstart off, as I mentioned earlier, incubators are really the core of what really supports and nurtures entrepreneurs from idea generation to startup phase. Similarly to a chicken or a baby that has to go through an incubator until they are fully developed. Mr. Pedro Santoro Zambon, would you like to go ahead and just introduce yourself and then take us through your message for this afternoon? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, everyone, for being invited into this event. It's an amazing event, and I think we need more discussions about this subject. And well, let me introduce myself. I'm Pedro Zambon. I am PhD in communication in São Paulo State University, and I have been studying the game industry and the development of the game industry in the last years. And I'm working with the industry here in Brazil to develop projects to help young game developers and emerging game developers to achieve economical sustainability through their games and through their dreams. So the idea here is talk a little bit about Aspirational Game Incubator. It's a project that I'm working on this year. It's the first game exclusive incubator here in Brazil. And it's an initiative that we are driving on to help the local ecosystem in São Paulo to be developed. So the Aspirational Game Incubator, it's a project funded by Aspirational. It's a local agency for the film games industry here in São Paulo. And it was developed around a public fund that supported early stage developers to prototype their games. So why to develop incubators? That's the first idea around this presentation. So I'm talking about the game industry, but of course, as in the introduction was said, incubator is an environment that creates an ideal space that helps developers into supporting their abilities, their skills, and their possibilities to achieve success. And one of the things that I always said about development of any startup, but especially for game studios, that you need three important things to achieve the success. Of course, you need funding because it's not cheap to produce a game, it's not cheap to produce a commercial game, but it's not only about money, it's also about knowledge and it's about network. So if you want to have money, but you doesn't know how to make a good game, but not only about the game itself, but how to sell your game, how to achieve private funds, how to put your game into a market, and all this stuff, you're going to be stuck in a good product, but without ability to make it being played by your gamers. But also you need network. You need the contact with people in the industry that can help you to reach the consoles, that help you to reach the investors, that help you to reach the players. So it's not only about the money. And that's where the incubation programs enter on. The incubation programs enter on in the space between the funding and the market, when you need knowledge, when you need networking, and you use this environment to help these early stage developers to achieve their success. And one of the most interesting about it is that in a typical indie game studio, the success, the survival rate of a studio is at around 20%. And in my researchers and talking with another incubator managers around the world, we discovered that a typical indie game studio that passes through an incubation program has 60% of survival rate. So it's a really, really interesting number for us to understand that passing through incubation program for game studios help them to achieve this success. And there is another very important thing into these incubation programs, is that for a successful program, you need the alliance between industry, of course, but also with academy and the government. So I don't believe that exclusively private incubation program without the articulated with the government and public policies, and without communicating with the academia and the university and graduation courses can be successful. So we need this integration to create a sustainable environment around the industry. And another important point that I want to address is that I really believe in the importance of game exclusive incubation program, because we know that game is a kind of chameleon. It's a hybrid between technology and creative industries. At the same time, it's a cultural product, but it's also a technology asset. But when you embody a game studio inside a startup genre incubator, there is so many differences between business models, production processes, consumer culture, that there is a lot of experience that it's not as successful as a game exclusive incubation program, because all the mentors, all the master classes, all the activities will be directly focused on game production. And that's really, really important. So it's a kind of experience that is emerging around the world. We have mostly in Europe, around 20 to 25 game exclusive incubator in Europe. We have the first one here in South America, in Sao Paulo. We have another one in Japan, the Indie Game Incubator. But we lack game exclusive incubators around the world. So we need new initiatives like that to help early game developers to achieve their successes. And I want to speak a little bit about SPC Game Incubator, and then I'll be open to all the questions and discussions that drive it for me. Well, SPC Game Incubator, it's an incubator that supports a public notice for funding, seed funding prototypes for games. So we selected between 80 projects in Sao Paulo. We selected 8 developers, teams, and companies with around, translating for reais to dollars, around $9,000, $10,000 to develop their prototypes. But with this prototype production, we also provide them this incubation program that support them with mentoring, with masterclasses, with networking, with contact with investors and publishers, and create this environment for them. And it's really, really important talking about the selection criteria for this incubator. And that's a very sensitive point for us when we are creating the policy on funding this prototype, but also the incubator itself. Of course, we have the part of the selection criteria that's about the quality of game design documents, the quality of the cultural aspects of the project, the commercial potential, the execution capacity. But we had included in our process affirmative policies that gives additional points if your game has development, art director, or executive producer as a cis woman, Black person, or transgender person. And also, we give 2 additional points if half of equivalent majority of the share of the corporate structure of the company that is funded by this prototype are by Black partners. Because here in Brazil, and of course all over the world, we have this inequality demands, and we see as a policymakers in Aspirational the importance of address these things, giving up these additional points in the selection process. And for our surprise, all the teams that enter in the process, the 8 teams that enter in the incubator, has at least 1 additional point with a woman leading one of these key positions in the game production, as developer, as in the technology developer, as art director, or as executive producer of the game itself. So all 8 teams has women leading the process, and that's really, really important for us. Since in the last census here in Brazil, and the game industry in Brazil, we know that only 20% of game developers are women. So we know that we can achieve better numbers and proportions in our industry. And we know that in our incubation program, we are helping to address these things. At least and not less important, what we do in our incubation program. So as I said, we provide mentoring, we made master classes, but also one of the most interesting things to talk about incubation programs is that you create a collaborative knowledge sharing environment. So the richest thing that I'm seeing in Aspirational Game Incubator experience is that all the teams are working on to help each other, to feedback the project of each other, to give some ideas, to help them to face some challenges, to share some contacts. And this environment between the mentors, the programs participants, and all the stakeholders that is participating in incubator programs, it's a very rich environment that they're gonna persevere and gonna continue after the ending of the program in December. So even after the program ending, we're gonna succeed to create this rich environment. I think that's it. I'm gonna open, and I'm willing to listen my fellow participants in this panel, and I'll open for any questions of the audience. Thank you for inviting. It's a very inspiring event, and I'm really, really happy to be here with you.
Pedro, thank you so much. I can feel the excitement and the energy in your voice all the way from here. It's really, really great to have you here. So thank you for that presentation. We will be having a question and answer session once all the speakers have spoken. Right, up next is Ms. Phumuzo Mazunya from South Africa. Ms. Phumuzo, welcome. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a bit more about what you do, and take the floor with your address for this afternoon.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate being a part of this event once again. I really enjoyed last year's event, and returning this year, I believe there's a lot more that we can achieve. The initiative itself, reaching out to women across the globe, is very inspiring, and to see what women are capable of in business, in leadership, that inspires a lot of us. I'm inspired by some of the presentations that I've heard today, and it always drives me to do better in what I do. So as mentioned, my name is Phumuzo Mazunya. Last year, when I joined the panel, I actually joined as a regional manager at Black Umbrellas. But this year, I'm joining as the center manager of the South African Manufacturing Technology Development Center. So there has been a bit of change in my life, but I really enjoy this industry that I work in, and it just goes to show that there's a lot that can be done, and I want to see more women being involved in incubators, science parks, hubs, everything that says enterprise and supplier development. Basically, SMTDC is one of the 63 CEDA funded incubators in South Africa. There could be more that I'm not aware of at the moment, but I know that South Africa has a mission of opening up different types of incubators, whether it's normal business incubators, enterprise and supplier development organizations, or technology incubators, which is one of which we are involved in. We want to see more businesses being supported, especially with our employment rate being this high. In actual fact, what I heard this morning was that South Africa has the highest unemployment rate in the world. And the best way for us to deal with that is through entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship means more incubators for us to be able to assist SMEs so that they are able to develop and grow their businesses. SMTDC has been operating since 2008 as a manufacturing technology demonstration center, and now we are evolving into an open township hub, which will engage more of the community around us, opening up the industry to businesses in ICT, in biochemicals, and things like that, just so that the community gets assisted in the different types of businesses that they are running. I mean, we also including spaza shops in the community. We have a 5-year incubation model, which was mapped out by our funder, which is CEDA, where we have pre-incubation for plus and minus 6 months, incubation, which is 3 years, and post-incubation, which is 2 years. Now, the way CEDA has funded the incubators, they divided us into clusters. You've got the ICT tech and energy sectors, you've got the manufacturing sectors, you've got the construction sectors, the agricultural sectors, and the biochem sectors. And then you've got your rapid incubators, which are also funded under CEDA. Now, this goes to show that there is a big pool of incubators, and the funding that is required in order to run all those incubators is not always adequate for all incubators. So there is a need for the ecosystem to be much larger, because we don't just want to rely on CEDA for funding. We want to be able to work together with the corporates around South Africa that can help us in making sure that we empower young people, we empower women in developing their business and growing their businesses even further. The service offerings for these incubators are usually the same, and I think Pedro has already mentioned some of these services where we train our entrepreneurs in different systems, different tools. We give them the basic business skills, and we give them the technical skills. We offer them offices and workshops where they are able to work from. They've got shared business processes. We assist them with their administration, their marketing and financing plans. We assist them with mentoring and coaching and making sure that at the end of the day, they are able to run their businesses sufficiently. Now, the challenges that we have faced in South Africa, I think this goes for all incubators. The first one would be funding for incubators and for the incubatees to ensure their sustainability, especially since COVID hit us. The funding has become very low, although government has been assisting us with ensuring that the entrepreneurs are getting relief funding in order to continue with their operations. And funding for the incubators is becoming lesser because for those that are funded by CEDA, we are becoming more reliant on CEDA because a lot of private companies have gotten to a point where they've had to let go of people due to the impact of COVID. And because of that, we have a small pool of funding that is available for us in order to operate. And this affects our performance. The other challenge is aligning our programs with the competitive market out there, because we've got private incubators such as Raise Corp, Black Umbrellas, Leap, Oric Business Accelerator, and Zivoli Consulting. Those are all private incubators and private businesses that are working in the ESD programs. They are working together with the corporates, making it more difficult for technical incubators to continue operating in the market. And also, our entrepreneurs are becoming too dependent on the incubators in such a way that even after the 5 years of being on the program, they are still reliant on the incubator for their sustainability, which is something that we want to ensure that we engage other people in the ecosystem to make sure that this does not continue. And then also our programs being relevant for the target market. I mean, one of the things that I found out was there's an incubator that's going all virtual, and being that in the townships, people are unable to connect online virtually. They still want to have the face-to-face interactions. It's difficult for them to actually go out and meet those to meet their coaches, to meet their mentors, because everything is now going online, and it is a challenge for the township to catch up with the metros in terms of how the programs become relevant for them. And also the availability of skilled staff. I think that's a challenge that's all around, where yes, you do have people that are interested in the positions, but in terms of the skills, you have to actually build the people that are in your center in order to give them the right skills to be able to assist you in running the program. And how we measure impact of our programs also matters, because we're not just here to measure the statistics that go onto government profiles to say this is what we have achieved, but we want to actually see the actual impact. Did they get an opportunity because we were there to assist them, or did they get the opportunity on their own without the assistance of the center? So those kind of things we want to be able to measure in terms of the impact. And we need more participation from entrepreneurs. So I think this opportunity is there for all entrepreneurs to get to know that there are incubators out there that can assist you in developing your businesses. And we need you guys to participate and not just wait for the incubators to be the ones to give you access to funding and give you access to markets and networking opportunities, but we also want you to be involved in that entire process. We want you to wake up every morning and drive the process of development. Be the ones that are on our case to say, I haven't received this, I need this, let's walk with you hand in hand, and not us walking further ahead and you are slacking behind. We want that participation from all entrepreneurs. One of the greatest impacts of COVID is that a lot of SMEs have reduced generation of revenue, and that resulted in cash flow challenges because they are unable to generate sales because we've been on lockdown for quite a long time, and that has impacted in the way they do business. And also there's a lot of red tape in accessing finance for these SMEs. So what we try to do is assist them in reminding them the things that are important in order for them to access finance. And also the increased unemployment, as I mentioned, that 34%, we've got a 34% unemployment rate in South Africa at the moment. But we do believe that this can be resolved through incubation, through more enterprise and supply development programs. we're not all about gloom and doom. There's also good things. I mean, in incubators in South Africa, we employ more than 500 people that are here to assist SMEs. So there is some positive in being part of an incubator. We also have things like your technology transfer, technical assistance, and innovation that is part of CEDA services. And also, we're getting more and more finance opportunities from different organizations that are coming up to assist SMEs with the development and making sure that they are growing and they are getting to where they need to be in their businesses. So there's a lot of positive things to take into consideration. And I believe that more and more women in South Africa will come on board and be part of the incubation programs that are available to them. Thank you very much.
Muzo, it's quite clear that you are very passionate about this arena. Thank you so much for that that important message. I will link up with you again in the Q&A session. Right, now we will be joined by Ms. Yiyuan Heather Lee from China. Heather, are you there? Have we lost her? Okay, I think she might have been having some technical issues. Right, while we wait for Yizhuan to rejoin us, perhaps we can just continue the conversation with Pedro and Pumuzo regarding incubators. I know that you both spoke about the importance of financial sustainability of incubators and the fact that, you know, with the funding, all the funding from government, you know, and the number of incubators that are increasing on an annual rate, it may affect other incubators when it comes to receiving funding. What challenges have you guys experienced when it comes to the financial sustainability of your incubator? And what plans have you put in place or are putting in place to ensure that you are at a financially sustainable position as an incubator?
Well, can you hear me? Okay. So here in FCNI, and I think in all, oh, it's not open my, I haven't said in the, specifically the game exclusive incubators. I have some awareness about incubators as a whole, but speaking specifically in game exclusive incubators, one of the things that I see is that it's really, really difficult to create self-sustainable private incubators, because we have a challenge into incubator programs is that we cannot charge the participant of the incubator program, because these incubees are early stage business that cannot pay for the services of the incubator itself. And there is a demanded infrastructure for you to create a good incubator. So it's, of course, we can get all volunteering, mentoring, we can meet fully online and all this stuff, but in the end of the process, you need some kind of infrastructure, and infrastructure costs something. And from my point of view, I don't think incubators need to be financially self-sustainable. And why is that? Because the results and the impacts of an incubation program in the ecosystem, it's so huge that the ecosystem itself, based on universities or governments with public policies, can pay and subsidize the incubation program itself. I don't think the infrastructure of the incubation program need to be paid on in base of equity or revenue share or fees from the participants itself, because the idea of the incubation program is to provide a good, a healthy infrastructure for them. And the medium and long-term impact of the incubation program is really huge in the ecosystem. So I think these programs needed to be subsidized by public policy, subsidized by universities, because we don't need to thinking on how to profit or getting funds from the incubation program. But there is some ways to raise private funds from incubation. For example, you can create some partnerships with publishers and investment funds in terms of giving the first denial of the projects, or giving a special access to the startups and the studios into the incubation program to promote tools and services for them. And this kind of sponsorship, of course, help the incubation programs to raise funds, but I don't think the core budget of the incubation program can be bringing on by this private fund. I think we need public and industry funds that subsidize this kind of initiative.
Thank you, Pedro. Pumuzo, do you agree with that?
Definitely, I agree with that. It's very difficult to have your own self-sustainability, private funding that you get in order to run the incubator. The incubatees themselves are challenged already when it comes to starting their businesses. A lot of them are starting the businesses because they want to survive, because they're trying to find something to do since they don't have jobs at the moment. So if we are going to be focusing on them paying incubation fees and them paying for each and every training that they attend and things like that, it's not going to meet the requirement that's set out to meet, because at the end of the day, we're here to develop them in order to provide employment for others who are out there looking for jobs and can't get jobs. So it's an ideal, in an ideal world, we would be getting funding from government and from private corporates who would be supporting our incubators in order to survive, in order to continue with the work that we are doing. And I love the idea of including academia, because they also have programs which they want to run through our incubators. And I think those collaborations come in handy in order to develop our entrepreneurs even more. So the whole ecosystem has to come together in order to make sure that the incubators continue. I think one of the experiences that we've had as SMTDC is that whilst we were waiting for one funder to give us money, the bank balance had ended up decreasing. And because the amount in the bank was decreasing, that meant we couldn't pay salaries, we couldn't run proper programs for the SMEs. And during that time, you realize the importance of having multiple funders, and not just for programs only, but funders that are going to say, we are signing with you for the next 3 years, we are going to be running this program, and not just impact related funding, but funding that is going to focus on making sure that the center is able to run on a day-to-day basis.
Thanks, Pumuzo. I think Yijwan is back online. Yijwan, are you there? I'm not getting a response from her. Yijwan, can you unmute your speaker? We can't hear you. She just needs to unmute. All right. While she's just settling in, Pumuzo, thank you very much for that. This has been an ongoing debate with the funding of incubators and sustainability. You have other people on the other side of the party saying, well, if an incubator is publicly funded, how do they measure the success, or how do they measure the impact that the incubator is having? What do you guys have to say about that?
So on our side, since we are funded by CEDA, CEDA usually gives us targets that we are supposed to meet. They define the kind of targets that we need to meet. We can come up with the actual figures of the targets, but they have a definition of each target that we are supposed to meet that shows the impact of the incubator. But I believe that we can, those targets sometimes become too high for the incubators based on the amount that we have in terms of our budget. So the budget and the targets normally don't go hand in hand. And usually the figures, when you're looking at the actual targets that we're talking about how many SMEs are actually on the program, how many are women, how many are youth, how many are disabled. We're also looking at targets such as how many SMEs are created, how many jobs have been created, what is the turnover of each SME on the program. But I believe we can actually report more on that impact to say, okay, this person has been on the program for the past year. What is actually the impact? Has there been a difference between when they started and when they, and in the year that they've been on the program? Or is there an additional impact? Have the trainings actually been impactful to their lives in terms of, have their mindset changed from just being survivalist to being opportunist? You know, we want to see more of what are these SMEs achieving from being on the program, and not just how many people did we assist on the program. If we are saying that the turnover is now 5 million compared to last financial year, which was 2 million, what was the involvement of the center in making sure that they actually reach that? Did the center assist them in accessing different markets? Was their being on the program impactful in such a way that they were able to reach out to different corporates that gave them different projects? And this is why now they are these kind of business people that they are today.
I think you addresses a lot of important points, and just one thing from the point of view of the incubator that I have seen and the Aspirational incubator is that of course we need to understand the where the incubator is being implemented. So depending on the maturity level of the industry and the local sector, the outputs of the incubation programs is different. So that's one really important thing to address and thinking on when you are implementing an incubator program. So if you are talking about an incubator in the Silicon Valley in California, it's really different outputs than an incubator in an emerging country in Sao Paulo or in South Africa, or etc. You need to understand this environment, and you cannot compare the results of each other in these terms. And in my point of view, the incubation programs and the incubees succeed even when the company incubated fails, because in my experience in the game industry, all the participants of an incubation program, even those who their startup fails, are being absorbed by other companies in the game industry, because we lack a senior and we lack talents in the game industry. So that's one of the important points. In one side, the success of a game incubator or any incubator is in terms of survival rate of the initiatives that participate in incubation. And as I told in my presentation, comparing the normal survival, typical survival rate in a game studio is around 20%, and comparison the survival rate of studios that's passed through a game exclusive incubator, it's around 60%. We know that this survival rate it's growing with the incubation program, but also we know that this 40% failure initiatives in the studios that pass to the incubation program, the individuals inside these studios are being absorbed by other studios in the ecosystem. So it's really, really important to understand the cycle of how incubation is not only about to create economical success or bring private investment, but also it's about forming new talents for the sector. Measuring skills and talents, it's really, really shady, because it's really, really difficult to follow up what is happening with these people after 2-3 years on the incubation program. But that's one important thing to tell to policymaker, is that it's not only about the dollars that we are bringing on with the incubation program, but also the long-term consequences of this environment.
Thank you, Pedro. This is really such a great topic. And I think Ms. Yujuan is now online. Ms. Yujuan, are you there? Yujuan? I think she's still having some issues. Okay. Her presentation is on. I think she's still trying to settle in. I think she might be having some issues with. Right. In the meantime, we will continue this interesting topic. Right. Pumuzo, what do you think what is the biggest misconception when it comes to incubators? So many people have different ideas of what an incubator is or an accelerator. And most of the time you actually find that they have a different understanding and different expectations of what to expect when they join an incubator program. What, in your experience, has been the biggest misconception? Have people, entrepreneurs, rocked up and just expected to get funding, or what have you experienced in that regard?
This is a very, very interesting question, because I've been involved in enterprise and supply development programs, incubation programs, and all around it's all the same. The misconception is that once you get in there, whether it's a cedar branch or a private organization that's doing enterprise and supply development, or an incubator, private or public, SMEs are looking for somebody to do everything for them. You know, they usually come in and say, okay, fine, I have an idea. Here's my idea. I need you to make it work. And I think that's the biggest misconception that we have. We're not going to develop your business plan for you. We're going to guide you in how to develop your business plan. We're going to give you the skills that you need in order to make your business work. We're not going to do everything for you. We're going to lead you in the right direction. All we are doing is leading you. We are guiding you. We are mentoring you. We're coaching you. But we're not going to do everything for you, which is the biggest misconception. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs have gotten to a point where they even complain. And their complaint is that, no, I didn't get a business plan. No, I didn't get funding. Not because they don't qualify, but because they didn't come up and they didn't do the work that is needed in order for them to get that funding, in order to get those markets. So for instance, in order to get an opportunity with a big corporate in South Africa, you need to have your taxes right. You need to have your your compliance rights. And a lot of the entrepreneurs don't want to comply. And if you don't comply, you're not going to get the opportunity. So we are not going to go to, for instance, RMA and make RMA give you opportunities if you do not comply, if you don't do what is needed in order to comply. And money is not just going to come to you because you are part of the incubation program. You still have to do the work to show that once you have received that money, you are going to use it in the way that you have said you want to use that money, and you are going to pay it back, or you need to show us that you are going to generate the kind of income that we're looking, that you have promised, the kind of jobs that you have promised in your business plan. All of that needs to come from you as the entrepreneur and not us. So our job is done in assisting you in developing that business plan, but presenting yourself, selling your business, that's all on you as an entrepreneur.
Thank you, Pomozo. Pedro, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. Before Pedro answers, if there's anyone who has questions, whether online or here in the audience, please do raise your hands. Pedro, have you been through the same?
If you can repeat the question, because I was thinking of Famzo, she's talking. Repeat the question, please.
She's talking. We're talking about the misconception. So, what is the biggest thing that entrepreneurs think that incubators are, and then when they get there, they realize, oh no, this is not what I thought I was going to get. For example, some people think that they can just get funding easily, or they can get business plans.
Okay, yeah, it's really important. Well, I'm talking on not a general incubation program, but an incubation program focused in a specific sector, and a very unique sector that at the same time is a cultural sector and also a technological sector, is the game industry. First of all, they are not aware about incubation programs. They are used to being by their own terms and trying to achieve success alone. And when they enter in the incubation program, they lack of understanding what is the commitment that you need to achieve success inside the incubation program. So we doesn't have a lot of challenges in terms of they are looking on easy funding or something like that. Into the SPC incubator environment itself, all the incubees receive this support for prototyping their games. But I don't think the main motivation of them, it's the funding itself. But they know, and I'm feeling that they know that the knowledge sharing environment is the most important thing. But it's really, really difficult for game producers, for some game producers, to understand the importance of the business side of game creation, because there is a lot of game developers that it's a really, really good artist, really, really good game designers, but they have no idea how to create business around it, how to sell their games, how to set up prices, how to reach up and pitch their project for investors and publishers. And some of them doesn't know the importance of these things. And when they reach an incubator program, especially the most early stage ones, they need to be we need to teach them the importance of this business side of game production, for them to understand that only half of the problem is create a good game. Another half of the problem is to achieve this global business environment. So I think it's one of the main issues.
Thank you so much to both of you. And just as we wrap up, seeing that this is a women's event, when it comes to women incubators, are we doing enough? Do we have enough? I mean, we've heard from our earlier speakers today that women entrepreneurs are still struggling in many different sectors when it comes to many different things. So what is your feel on that, Pomozo? Should we focus more on creating more bespoke women incubators?
I don't think it's necessary on focusing on women bespoke incubators. I think it's about women understanding that the only limit to what we can do is what's in our minds. We're the ones that can limit ourselves. A lot of the time you find that women don't want to enter into certain industries because those industries are considered male dominant. They are male type industries. I mean, I've been in the engineering industry, and I found that a lot of women are getting into welding and fabrication. So there is no limit for us as women. We need to remind ourselves every day that we're not limited. Our minds are the only thing that can limit us into doing whatever we need to do in business. So the incubation programs that are there, the reason why more men are getting involved is because men seem to be the go-getters, and we women have this fear that we instill in ourselves that I won't be accepted. This is too much for me. I can't do this. And it's necessary for us to start changing our mindsets in the way we think of ourselves. You can do it. Yes, you've never thought of it. It's something that you can do. I mean, I never imagined myself being in an engineering industry. I never imagined myself being in a manufacturing industry. But here I am today. I never thought I'd wake up in the morning and I'd be leading a team of people. I thought I'd always be reporting to my managers. And now here I am, I'm leading a team. That means if I put my mind to it, I can do it. So for women to be involved in incubation, it's about us changing our mindsets. There's a lot of avenues available for us. I mean, every incubator that I've been in, a lot of things that they've always mentioned is that they want women to be involved. They want to focus on developing women. But where are the women? Where are these women that we are supposed to develop? Because once we get those women, once they get into the programs, they can fly instead of just running. They can fly through, and you'll see a whole lot of growth and development in women entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Pumudzo. Pedro, any final thoughts from you on this idea of women incubators?
Yeah, we definitely need to create more space for women into our industry, also in tech sector, in game sector. And in Aspirational Incubator, we have, as I said, all the teams has leading women in key role positions. And another thing we are really aware of is the importance on women mentors for them. We have transgender mentors, women mentors, and we have a round of 15 to 20 mentors, and at least half, I think 60% of them are women. And the importance of that, it's not only to open positions for women, but women need, and this event is all about that, need to be inspired by other women in successful positions that are already achieved their goals in their careers. This inspiration is really important for them. So I think in a point of view, of course, I cannot say because I am a man, but one of the things I'm aware on in the building the environment of this incubation program to become more inclusive is we need to open positions for women. And there is in all positions, in all careers, in all skills into the game industry, we have good women to provide master classes, to mentoring, and we need to give space for them to appear more than the men that always appearing into these positions. So I'm thinking in terms of course, we need to create more incubation programs, but the incubation programs that exists, that is not only focused on women entrepreneurs or something like that, need to include more women in these role positions of power and of and they need to appear more as references for the early stage entrepreneurs, because with this environment women can be see, okay, I can achieve this success. Is this my place? I'm not a minority here. I'm one of the participants of this program. And that's one of the most richest things that I'm seeing into the SPC Incubator, is that in our meetings, in our master classes, at least half of the participants are women. And it's really, really great in an industry when 80% of the professionals are men. So that's I think one of the important things that we need to achieve into this programs.
Wow, thank you so much to the both of you. This has been so interesting. If one thing is to go by, if we have the two of you in this field, our women are certainly in great hands. Just before I dash off, I do want to try Yizhuan one more time. Yizhuan, are you there? Okay, so she will be joining us tomorrow, and she'll be talking about science parks. Up next is my wonderful colleague, Ms. Kim James, and she will be doing our Diva Spotlight.
See, this is the hot seat here. Thank you so much, Ms. Salu. Desi, good morning. It's before 6 a.m. your time. Am I right?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. So I have the absolute pleasure of introducing my friend all the way from the US of A, Desi Eckstein. Desi is speaking for our for our Diva Spotlight, but the fabulous thing is that she actually goes by Drone Diva Desi. That's actually her name. So when Ms. Kelly said we need to fill a diva spot, I was like, I have the person. So Desi, I know you are limited on time, and thank you so much for giving up a very early beauty sleep session before your workday starts. We really appreciate it. We've been having an amazing day, but of course, I've just been waiting for our first drone slot. So let me introduce Desi very briefly, and then she's going to share a presentation with us. So Desi is a drone professional in the US. She is a certified FAA remote pilot in command drone pilot. She runs her own successful drone business. She is also a adjunct instructor of unmanned aerial systems, or as we call them, drones. And I met Desi earlier this year on our Women and Drones platform.
Hello.
And I dare say we have become friends, and she is also fast becoming a renowned speaker in our South African speaker circuit. And so without further ado, Desi, the floor is yours for the Diva Spotlight.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. And I am super excited to be here and share. I do have a quick little PowerPoint that I'd like to share. So I'm going to go ahead and pop my screen up, all right? And I'll go through it really quick, and just to kind of give you a little idea of my story. And I can't tell you enough how I'm very excited to be here and share. And if my pathway and journey through this drone industry can inspire you in any way, I am excited, and I hope you can reach out to me and maybe share experiences. I'm super excited about it. So a little bit about me, although I think, Kim, you covered it pretty well. But I have my own company. I'm the founder of onthegovideo.biz. I am in actually in California, in Southern California. I'm very near San Diego. And so here in the United States. And so in San Diego, I am the FAA Fast Team lead, which I'm going to touch on it a little bit later, but it's all about safety and how the FAA here in the United States is promoting safety. I'm a drone pro. Sounds kind of funny, but I guess I've been in the industry long enough to be considered a pro at it. I'm also an AUVSI level 3 instructor and pilot. And as Kim mentioned, I am an adjunct instructor at TCI Maricosta College. And I'm a safety advisor for Women in Drones. I'm an ambassador. I'm really, really big on promoting the gender equality in the industry. And I'll touch on that a little bit more later as well. So moving on to the next screen here, if I can get it to go. There we go. As far as the company itself, I'm all about drone training and focusing on people that get started. And so that's partly why this is so exciting to me, because I have my own program. It's called Elevate Yourself. And I love when people are just getting started with drones. They open up the box, they see the drone and they go, oh, now what, right? And so when they're in that position, I love to be able to say, okay, here's how we're going to get started. Here's the safety side of things. Here's how you can build confidence on the sticks. And so that's kind of how my company is geared at this point as a mentor, being able to reach out to me and get yourself started. And so that's why I'm very excited about this opportunity, because if there's anything that I can do, I am excited to be there for you. It looks like I'm running through my slides here, kind of weird. So I'm racing through them a little faster than I anticipated, apparently. So one of the things that I like about also being in workforce development is we're building futures. So through TCI, the college, I have people that come in that are generally just getting started in life, or they're looking at it going, I'm ready to repurpose my career. I want to do something different. And I feel that doing the workforce development, that gives me an opportunity to open doors for people. And I always start with, I want you to be a success. And so if I can help in that, I like to provide opportunities. I like to share what all the industry is doing and what the possibilities are, because there's so many possibilities. And along those lines, I am with a program called Girls Take Flight. It's a STEM program, and these amazing young ladies are in United States through the FAA. You have to be 16 to get your remote pilot certificate. These young ladies, and I have a few pictured right here, are just turning 16. And they go through this program and get their remote pilot certificate. It is so awesome to be a part of a STEM program that these young ladies are flying before they even get a driver's license. So it is amazing. It's a wonderful feeling, and they feel great. And you know, they've started out with a new career. A lot of them don't even realize the directions that are available for them through aviation. And so it's a neat opportunity to maybe carve out a pathway for them. So it's pretty exciting. There we go again. Oh, I'm sorry. It just keeps going so fast on me. So I just have a little fun fact. Here in the United States, only 7% of the remote pilots are women. The cool thing is, when I started, the numbers weren't even that high. So I am starting to see growth, and I love that. There's no reason why we can't be a powerful impact in this industry. And so through my classes that I've even been doing, I noticed that maybe in the beginning I didn't have any women in the class, and then I maybe had 1, 2, and now I'm starting to see that there's more and more. And I think there's a lot of people that are realizing there's a lot of value, and we bring value. And so it's pretty exciting to see that that number has grown. So real quick, like, I don't know if it's possible or not, but if you have any questions or anything, you feel free to put them into the chat, and maybe Kim can kind of help me out there and let me know if anything pops up or anything that way, but reach out to me. Speaking of reaching out, that's what I do. So I find all the opportunities I can. And I encourage you to do the same thing. Here in the United States, we have that drone program. That is, again, where people have an opportunity to reach out and ask questions for people that have been in the industry for a while. And that's how you're sharing your experiences, and you can help others grow. And I have a huge heart to help others to grow in their direction. And so through that drone program, maybe you have something as well. Maybe there's something at your school. Maybe there's something in your area. We have Chamber of Commerce here in the United States. There's a lot of opportunities for you to reach out to other people and networking. And Kim mentioned earlier about networking. And so Women in Drones, we have this program that I co-host with a friend of mine. And it's called the Women in Drones Coffee Connection. And it's a networking. It's where you can come and ask questions and just be around the environment. Not everybody is a drone pilot. There's other aspects of the industry. And so you're able to come in, and it's Zoom, and you're able to share and ask questions and learn and gain knowledge. It's very similar to Kim's fireside chat. Here in the United States, we're in the morning, and then her fireside chat is in the evenings, I believe, the way the time frames work. And so find networking opportunities. It's so important. So moving on, I wanted to share a little bit about me. This is kind of fun. So this is me on my time off. So what do you do when you work in the drone industry? You spend time droning, right? So I have a fun thing that my husband and I do, and it's super cool because we both can do this. And we go out, and I have a thing called W-Wiits and Drones, and it's all about preserving history. And I know my time is running low, so I'm gonna roll through this one really quick. This is me out in the desert, and this is where we go. And the reason it's so important is history is it's either destroyed because of wind and tradition, or the environment, the harsh environment, and it could be that it's being vandalized. But there's a lot of areas that my husband and I go to because my husband likes to be a gold digger. Actually, he's a prospector. So we have found that a lot of history in the old mining history is being destroyed. And so we go out on the weekends, and we'll take our dirt bikes and our motorcycles, and we'll go out, and I will do a 3D model of a lot of these locations, and that way they are preserved. So preserving the history for people who could not go to this location or will never have an opportunity to see this location because it's weathered away or whatever reason. And so the picture that you're actually looking at right here is one that we just did like 2 weeks ago, and it's called Ludlow. It was a hotel, and back in 2018, it, as you can see, was in a little better condition. I found some images of its original state in like the 1930s, I think it was, and it was a hotel. Can you believe this is a hotel? So not to take up too much more time, because I know my time is running low, but I would like to actually share also how I have recreated this and made it a 3D model that could be shared later. with other people and will always continue as part of history. Here's another one that we did. It's a mining area as well. And they're not glamorous and attractive, but they're a part of history that needs to be remembered. And to me, it's very important to do that. So it's just a unique twist on one of the ways you can use a drone. So I take the drone, I do a 3D model with it, I do a grid and a orbit around it, and then I take it and put it into software and recreate this and make a model from it. And I just wanted to throw this fun little fact in here because I told you my husband was a gold digger, right? So he has a claim. It's called No Nugget Nevers. He has yet to grab a nugget. But just to give you an idea, back in 1850, gold prices per ounce were $18.93. 1950, $34.72. And in the year, well, 2000, it was $279.11. So I just ran it yesterday, and just as an FYI, per ounce, $1,812.11. Can you imagine? That's why there was a big gold rush here in California, right? All right. Well, that's the end of my slideshow. If you don't mind, I would like to show that 3D model. Is that okay, Kim? Do we still have a little bit of time that I could show that 3D model?
Absolutely. Please do. Please share it, Daisy. It'll be great.
So let me go and bring that up for us. Hang on one second here. Bring up the right screen. So here we go. And I don't know if anybody has questions or anything, or has done any flights where they've had an opportunity to use the drones in different ways. I would love for you to reach out, ask questions. How can I help? Look at all the different hats I wear, right? So I want to share. So this is my 3D model that I just made of that property. I know it's not glamorous hotel, but at one time it really was. And so with my drone, I have gone out and recreated this lovely home for pigeons now, but the detail, nobody would ever know that this was once a beautiful, beautiful hotel. And like I said, it now is starting to be vandalized and destroyed, and there's a lot of property that way. And so I want to preserve it. I want it to be continued down through the years of history. So, all right.
Daisy, thank you so much for showing that to us, and thank you for sharing your journey. May I ask the tech team, are there any questions or comments on the chat? I can't see them from here. Okay. Desi, I know I'm aware of time and we had a very small slot for this, but I personally want to say thank you. And I always love your energy and I love what you do in this space. As you quite rightly said, you wear many hats. I had a comment and a question. A number of us were asked recently to contribute for a publication, an online publication about the amount of women in the drone industry. And we shared some stats and people were horrified. And our stats are pretty much, I think, number for number, the same as in the US, the amount of female drone pilots. We're below 10%. I can't quote the exact number, but it's around about the number you showed up there. The point is, we have a long way to go, even though we are seeing an increasing number of women. What is it that you think we can do globally? Because we always beat ourselves up in South Africa and we think we have the worst stats in this kind of thing. And when I saw the stats for the US, I was like, hey, you know, and our drone industry in South Africa is 5 years old. We're in our 6th year. So given the comparison, we could do better, of course, and it would be great to see more, but maybe there's a global benchmark at this point. But what do you think we could all do together to increase those numbers and maybe scale them up faster than they are already?
Well, I feel that building confidence within ourselves, the confidence that says, I know I'm good at this. I know my skill. I am a subject matter expert, and step out and do that. Don't be afraid to step into the industry, and everyone has gifts and talents that they have inside of them. Use those to go into the direction. If you have a passion for something, you already have that. I'm on fire for it. And so by taking that into that realm, people will start to go, okay, I know there's value. We have so much value that we can offer. And once people will see, oh, okay, there's more than just being a drone pilot. There's so many other aspects of the industry in aviation. And so there's always a need. And so when you have a talent or a gift and you have that confidence to step into that realm, then you can open that door. And I think more and more women will start to pick up on it. And then they'll go, oh yeah, I can do that too. And then mentor others. If you're in that position, mentor to others. Open the door and show them. Find opportunities. Like I said, here in our area, we have the Drone Pros, which is an opportunity to share and network with others. If there's business networking in specific industries, open yourself up to it and then mentor to others that might want to come into it as well.
Thanks, Desi. Those were wise words. And I don't know, well, you wouldn't have because you would have still been sleeping then. But we had a previous session we had a leadership masterclass. And our two esteemed panelists there talked about that very thing. It's about mentoring others. And so I'm so glad that you echoed that, even though you weren't on the call. So this is really good. We've got women thinking the same thing. And to end off, number one, I'd like to thank you, Desi. As always, you're a ball of energy and a real pro. But secondly, a very important question. Why are all your drones pink?
I am all about pink. I love pink, and you're right. I do have pink drones. And so, yeah, it's just kind of branding, right? I found something that works for me. It's my favorite color, and branding in a business is very important. So I think everybody's pretty much picked up that pink is one of my favorite colors. And now I'm branded as pink. And I have a pink drone.
I love it. They say when you're trying to brand yourself, be known for something, whether it's a pen or a hat or some piece of clothing or whatever. And I love the fact that you've embraced it. You're out there and your drones are pink.
Yes. And it's kind of fun because they're like clothes. You put clothes on your drone. They're family, right?
Absolutely. Desi, thank you so, so much. I know you need to run off for your work day now. I hope you can maybe dial in tomorrow for the Women in Drones session. But anyway, we are going to have we're going to have a final panel now. But just to close off, is there anyone in our audience in the room that has a question or comment? Is there one? Oh, Miss Queen.
Queen,
Okay.
hi, Queen.
Hello. Pink
And that's networking. I met Queen through networking.
Yeah. No, it's not a question, it's a compliment that I always love your energy. You're actually taking our STEM programs to the next level. Well done. I love the passion, Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Awesome.
Desi, I think you'd love to know this. I met an amazing woman in our audience today over lunch. Refilwe is actually an military Oryx helicopter pilot, excuse me. She's also a commercial manned airline pilot. And she's just done her drone pilot license. So guess who our next guest is going to be on Women in Drones, Miss Refilwe. So
nice. I can't wait to be there.
So, you see, you're rubbing off on a lot of people. So, all right. Well, thank you, Queen, for your comment. Thank you, Desi. Have an awesome day, and we shall see you soon. Well, in fact, we'll see you on Thursday at on Women in Drones Fireside.
And thank you for having
Take
me.
care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Okay, so we're going to have our final panel, and I'm going to hand over to my colleague to introduce and host that panel.
Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. The first story is about connecting the dots. I dropped out of Reed College after the first 6 months, but then stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit. So why'd I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates, so everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So my parents, who were on a waiting list, got a call in the middle of the night asking, "We've got an unexpected baby boy. Do you want him?" They said, "Of course." My biological mother found out later that my mother had never graduated from college and that my father had never graduated from high school. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when my parents promised that I would go to college. This was the start in my life. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition. After 6 months, I couldn't see the value in it. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was, spending all of the money my parents had saved their entire life. So I decided to drop out and trust that it would all work out okay. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked far more interesting. It wasn't all romantic. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles for the 5-cent deposits to buy food with. And I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it. And much of what I stumbled into by following my curiosity and intuition turned out to be priceless later on. Let me give you one example. Reed College at that time offered perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the country. Throughout the campus, every poster, every label on every drawer was beautifully hand calligraphed. Because I had dropped out and didn't have to take the normal classes, I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do this. I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But 10 years later, when we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me. And we designed it all into the Mac. It was the first computer with beautiful typography. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied that, no personal computer would have them. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots.
Welcome back to WITS. And for our final session today, we are going to be discussing digital trends, future work and skills, post-COVID survival. This afternoon, I am joined by an online panel represented by Ms. June Chepkemei from Kenya, Ms. Yandile Nugu, Ms. Aurelia Albert from South Africa, Ms. Yandile Nugu is from Botswana, and Dr. Ritabile Melanu from South Africa, who will be chairing the session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome.
Good afternoon,
Ladies,
moderator.
good afternoon, ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ladies. Dr. Ritabile, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the last shift, the last session of the day. As already been indicated, we're discussing digital trends, future work and skills. I hope you've had a fabulous day so far. We are in the last session, but it's not going to be boring. It's going to be exciting. With me, an esteemed panel of experts and very passionate ladies across the continent. So we have representatives from Kenya, representatives from Botswana. I'll introduce them before they make their inputs. But maybe just to introduce myself, my name is Ritabile Melanu, and I'm the General Manager for the Green Economy Unit to the Innovation Hub. And really, it's a great honor for me to be facilitating this session at WITS discussing a topic that's very close to my heart because it's in line with the work that we do at my organization. We support startup enterprises with the aim of creating the much needed jobs. And the issue of skills is an important one because appropriate skills fit into those startups who are really our future. So maybe let me be opportunistic and just share with you some of the trends for a minute or so that I've seen in my sector of where jobs and skills are going. I happen to work in the green economy space, and one of the big focus sectors is energy. And I have just been so thrilled that in the past 5 years, I've seen the convergence between information system technology, information and communication technologies, ICT, and energy. And this finds expression in smart grids, the artificial intelligence applications in the energy sector. So it's really exciting that the future skills would have to be able to operate in these multidisciplinary type of sectors. Now, without any further ado, because I know my panelists have quite a lot to tell you, I am going to ask them to introduce themselves. I am going to start with, in the East, probably 1622 right now, Ms. June, a very good friend, Ms. June Chepkemei from Kenya. She's the manager of marketing and corporate communication at Konza Technopolis Development Authority. Mr. June, please introduce yourself to the audience and share your thoughts about where the future skills are going. Looking forward to hearing from you. So I'm going to give my panelists 10 minutes. If you start seeing my face, I'm going to switch off my camera, but if you start seeing my face, just know that you are nearing the end. of your presentation. And if you go beyond 12 minutes, I'll start coughing. And so, Ms. June, your time starts now. Please take on the podium.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Pleasure meeting you on this panel. Dr. Etabile, my name is June Chepkemei. As been introduced, I work at Konza Technopolis Development Authority. This is a city that you are building in Kenya, fresh from Greenfield. The city is 70 kilometers outside Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya. And we are situated along the Nairobi Mombasa Highway, basically the road that opens East Africa to the world through the major port of Mombasa. The project has been around for a while, but just a background of who I am. Before joining Konza, I previously worked in the media, managing business news. That was for about 6 years when I was in college, and then I transitioned from media to corporate. I worked for Safaricom Limited, that's a telco in Kenya. In 2015, I joined Konza Technopolis to support with marketing and communications, just to create the brand out there and to attract investors to the Technopolis. As I was working as managing communications, I interacted the need to leverage technology to really get what we are supposed to do going forward. And so I founded a program that is known as the Konza Innovation Ecosystem Initiative. This is an initiative bringing together all the quadruple helix players in the innovation space to begin to work together, thinking through solutions and a solution to challenges that is facing the country and most of the continent. And through this program, we've managed to work with women in technology. We work with young people at the university and high school. And we've worked with the startup ecosystem in Kenya and the innovators and even globally to really look at the needs that we have as a country and how we can work with our intellectuals and our innovators to bridge the gap. Now, I have 10 minutes. That's it's about myself. I'll speak to the topic of the day. When we speak of technology and trends and even WIT, women in technology and the place of technology in whatever it is that we do, the first question that I usually ask is, are women in technology techies? And the answer I usually get is no. A huge percentage, about 80 technology driven companies are run by non-techies, though techies play a major role. And so for us, especially in Konza, we've looked at the place of technology, and to us, technology is an enabler. And therefore, what is enabler and to what extent you leverage technology to enable you in whatever it is that you're doing? Just an highlight of some of the solutions that we think that seems to have worked for us. When we kicked off the project, the need to have your data collected and data stored and as a space where you are able to utilize this technology, we looked at a data center, and we were able to set up a major data center at Konza to ensure that the solutions are hosted locally and that we are able to get data, exploit that data to come up with solutions. And one that we are looking at critically that is making a major impact is AI, artificial intelligence. And as a business, whatever it is that you do, artificial intelligence is key because it is gonna give you what we are calling a competitive edge. You'll always be ahead of the competition. You'll always be setting the pace. And as a business, as an entity, you've got to learn how to exploit artificial intelligence for that competitive advantage. It also allows you to exploit different business opportunities as a startup, as a company, as an entity. This technology is opening a world of possibilities and allows diversification. It also quickens your entry to market. As a marketer, one of the greatest challenges is market access, and especially when you're going to a green market. Most present members of this forum are actually from South Africa. And we note that a majority of businesses that are looking to set up in Kenya actually come from South Africa. And they often ask us, we need strategies and market entry strategies. How do you go to Africa? So we start by reminding them that South Africa is Africa. And of course, then we begin to explain that some of the strategies that you need. And of course, one of them is definitely technology, and AI will just sit at the center of your solution. It also allows you to buy down costs, buy down risks. The moment you are able to understand the realities in the market using technology, then you begin to reduce your cost, and chances of you succeeding is very high. It allows you to streamline your supply chain. If you leverage and see where your traffic is going, where your products, your services are needed, then it allows you to probably streamline and even leverage it to have it working and have intimate relationship with your customers. You're able to understand who they are, what they do, how they consume, whatever it is that you are giving them. And that allows you, of course, to stay ahead of the curve. And all our programs, especially when you're managing startups and supporting them, we encourage them to exploit artificial intelligence. Of course, I'm a marketer, and we have an element of advertising in everything that we do. And again, when you're doing your media buying, it allows you to target specific audience, and you're able to speak to the people that you really need. This has been applied in different spaces, especially on entities' websites, where you can just use chatbots to engage with your audience. And evidence has shown that this is more effective than having an actual human interaction. It's also enables you to prioritize what the customers are looking for, and you're able to respond in real time. With the current consumer being extremely aware and liberated, they want to be engaged at a personal space. And how then would you as a business exploit this interaction to ensure that you tailor-make your solutions and run away from one-shoe-fits-all approach? And technology will allow you to have that one-on-one interaction, and then you will not share generic information to all the target audience, but it allows you to be very specific. I wish to share one of the most successful stories that I had in a few years since I started managing marketing and communications. I joined this company, and they were struggling with what they called an arrogant tone. You can grow big until your consumers, your suppliers, your ecosystem begin to feel that you are very arrogant. And they didn't know what to do and how to engage them. And when we analyzed some of their communications, the tone, their talkability, even the people they put in front of the customers didn't seem to relate with them at all. It almost sounded as if they were speaking to themselves. And what we did was to just use technology to profile those target audiences, and we realized that some of the solutions that they were pushing didn't make sense. For example, you want to reach to your market through certain brand assets, and some of these, say, take for example, golf tournament. When you mention golf tournament to any person, they would think it's targeted at the rich, the high end in the society, and that is just but a sport for everybody else. So then how do you separate communication using such brand assets to ensure that you have personalized attention? And so we completely changed, and we had targeted events, targeted forums, targeted assets for different target audience. And this can only be achieved when you are leveraging technology. I mean, you've heard the story of Starbucks. They are using during the mobile app, using the mobile apps, they're able to know who consumes what in which part of their target audience. So this is very critical. Will not overemphasize the aspect of video conferencing, very important. Video messaging, key. Again, you can disseminate that by leveraging technology. These are some of the trends that it help you cut the cost of go-to-market. Influencer, there's a lot of debate about the use of influencers. Are you just using influencers to push the hashtags, or you're very targeted to ensure that they communicate? Traditionally, people relied on word of mouth to sell whatever it is that they were selling, but our new word of mouth is influencers. Ensure that you map out the right influencers to give your story, get the right ambassadors who represent your brand, and use the right digital spaces to communicate your messaging using influencers. Those are the trends that, again, are really key. I would allow me to mention messaging apps. There are quite a number of them that have come up, including WhatsApp and the rest. It's the top, actually. WhatsApp is leading, followed by Facebook Messenger, WeChat, and all that. Those are Snapchats. Those are some of the technological trends that are very critical for businesses, startups, and even innovators to exploit and be able to reach their audience. Beyond that, with COVID, these virtual forums that we are having are beginning to be very effective to reach to the wider audience and affordable. But then last year alone, 2020, I was able to host about slightly less than 11 webinars just to engage and have meaningful conversation with our ecosystem. And we discovered that the platform that you use, the solution that you pick to have your webinars and your virtual meetings is very key. Some will make you lose business, some will help generate businesses. So even as you pick virtual conferencing, virtual meeting, that solution that you're using, ensure that first of all, it's safe. Aspects of cybersecurity is becoming key, and definitely it is available to as your target audience as possible. So really, those are some of the trends, Retabile, that I'm happy to share. I would take it back to you so that we can continue the conversation.
I'm so glad you finished before I started badging. I was very close. My finger was twitching. I wanted to put on my camera. But thank you very much, June, for sharing with us some of those trends and developments. It's fascinating, that conversation that you had with our South African counterparts who always say, I'm going to Africa. And yeah, it's always good to remind each other that we are in Africa. That's why our name has Africa in it, as South Africa, right? So we are part of Africa. A great takeaways from your presentation, and I'd like you to think about some of these, some of the questions. I'll post comments and questions to you that you can respond to at a later stage. It's interesting that you're even considering using influencers to push your brand. And I suppose what that says is that the future skills, influencing can actually be a future skill. It's a current skill, but it can be harnessed to be a real skill in the future. And I'll be fascinated to understand how and which type of influencer a science and technology park or tech city would want to pick, right? Maybe I'll apply for a job. You also mentioned that you're utilizing a lot of artificial intelligence, AI. I'm keen to understand how Kenya is trying to harness that skill set, because you do mention that you need that to be ahead of the curve, ahead of your competition, but that has to be anchored by the relevant skills. Understanding what backs you up would really be important. Yeah, and the role of communication, whether it's utilizing technology to communicate more effectively. How are the skills looking like? What are the kinds of skills that we will ultimately need in the future? And you are right, using a right virtual platform. We've had that experience in my workplace. It's very important, not just for cybersecurity. So great insights. Please jot those questions and we'll get back to you. But we just need to move to Botswana. And yeah, introduce Miss Yandile Nuku. She's the head of strategy and business development at Nest Hubs. She will tell us a bit about her job and where she sees the skills, a drive going post-COVID. Yandile, the floor is yours. Again, you have 10 minutes. And yeah, I think we started on a good note with the first panelist, and I trust that you're going to follow suit. Yeah, thank you very much for making time, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the introduction, hello to everybody. I won't say good morning or good evening because I don't know what time zones we're all operating in. I'll just start by sharing my story. I think when we talk about the future of work and skills, I believe I'm one of those young people who are already in the future. When we talk about the gig economy, I think I'm one of those young people operating in the gig economy. And so I think what's important before I talk about, the future, the work that I'm currently doing, which I believe is in the future, and the skills that I'm currently using and nurturing and developing, is to share a little bit about my story. So I've got a degree in accounting and finance, specializing in strategic performance management, done some research for the Ministry of Health here in Botswana. Ever since I completed back in 2015, I've had experience in financial services. My first job was under client services, working on one of the biggest projects in the country for privatizing our state-owned enterprises, our Botswana Telecommunications. And so they were listing on the Botswana Stock Exchange, and I was working for a stock brokerage firm responsible for onboarding, new investors and ensuring that everything goes according to plan with the listing of the entity. Then I moved on into media. I started hosting a business, trade and investment program on radio. There I was following my curiosity really, which was to try and understand Botswana's economy and Africa's economy. So there I kind of developed my communication skills. And I think there it talks a little bit about what the future looks like. I think a lot about the conversation around the future holds a lot of uncertainty. And we always talk about having soft skills and transferable skills. Moving from financial services to media shows you what we mean by change, adapting, and transferring. Because I didn't have any background in broadcasting or journalism or media, but I was still able to, get into the industry and get great platforms to utilize my skills. Moving along from broadcasting, I then started my own media company because I realized the gap in the market. I started a media company offering public relations services to brands, offering corporate facilitation as well as report writing services. And then I moved into the education space, working in civil society, where my role really was to acquire grant funding for educational programming and to design, develop, and deliver an educational program that connects industry to talent to try and solve the skills mismatch gap. And then how everything ended up at Nest Hubs. So the common link between everything that I've been doing in all these industries is really trying to solve three challenges. One, the issue of unemployment, the skills gap between industry and education. And then two, helping small, medium enterprises to start, manage, and grow their businesses. As we know, SMEs are the engine of growth. And, in Africa, we have a huge informal sector made up of SMEs. And so that's something I'm really interested in. And that's how we birthed Nest Hubs, or that's how the idea of Nest Hubs came in from my perspective, because I'm a co-founder on it. And beyond that, because of all these broad experiences, I've gotten appointments on various boards. I'm sitting on the Botswana National Youth Council board, and we fund youth-serving organizations to solve social and economic challenges in their communities. And I'll talk a little bit about how some of those entities we funded had to pivot during COVID-19 because we funded them and their plans had to change. And then I'm also sitting on the Africa Tech and Technology and Creative Group board, which is a collective of leading technology and creative professionals across the continent. And again, there we funded creatives and innovators across the continent between last year, April 2020, and this year, who had been affected by COVID-19. So again, we'll talk about the pivoting there. So you see, I'm talking a lot about funding, and that's another skill to look into. And then I'm also sitting on the British Council Youth Advisory Board for the New Narratives Program. This is more around foreign policy. How do we improve the relationship between the UK and Africa when we talk about trade? So this is a story of a young person in the future. It's a gig economy. You have to be adaptive. You have to find opportunities, and you have to put away the mindset of, oh, this is my discipline and this is the only place that I operate in, and find ways to connect the dots, like the video that we're watching, and to follow your curiosities and interests. Now, I'd like to share my slides. I hope you let me do that. Now I want to put this into a more practical perspective and share some of the skills that I've learned over the past 12 months around COVID-19, and where I believe we're heading and what we need to focus on. I made an assumption, which was a good assumption, that a lot of our hosts today would speak about artificial intelligence, would speak about blockchain, and so I'm just going to focus on the soft skills, because we know when we talk about the future of work and skills, the future of work and skills, we also talk about how we need to embrace the humanity side of ourselves, the creative side of ourselves. And so that's what I'm going to be touching on with the experiences and the various projects that I'm working on. So I'm going to cut the video and focus on the presentation.
5 minutes, Yandi.
Okay, can you?
I can hear you, and you have 5 minutes to go through the slides. Okay. If you can. Okay. There's an echo from on your side. I'm not sure where that is coming from.
Can you see the presentation?
I can. So please go ahead. Put it in presentation mode, slide mode.
Okay, so I'm just going to assume you can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
In terms of the future work, I'm going to touch on the trends and the opportunities and the context of future work, as well as the skills, right? So what we're seeing in terms of trends, I'll take the African perspective. What we're seeing is that, a lot of governments are increasing the access to internet, because they see that the internet is a public good, and enabling us to operate in the digital economy is a public good and a public right. Just like electricity, water, and access to land. The second trend we're seeing is that African startups are transforming from, the African economic landscape, and they're creating new market opportunities. Here in Botswana, we've got a startup like Orange Money Botswana, which started first as a function of Orange Botswana, which is a mobile telecommunications company, and now they're offering mobile money services. And I'll touch a little bit about how these types of startups are creating opportunities in Botswana, as well as financial inclusion. And the last trend that I think is important from an African perspective when we talk about work and skills is trade agreements, like the African Free Trade Area Agreement, where we talk about creating the free movement of goods, business persons, services, products, as well as capital. And so, this has a huge impact on the world of work and the skills that we need to operate in it. So in terms of Africa, one of the trends that we're seeing when we talk about work is that, the context is that Africa, from the Harvard Business Review, Africa has a very young demographic and population. 2, we are forecasted to have a very huge, to be a huge consumption market. 3, we're increasingly mobile enabled. And what that means is that we've got quick access to information, networking, as well as job creating resources, as well as access to more finance, and as a result of access to more working opportunities from the digital economy. The other thing in terms of the context that we have in terms of work and skills is that we're growing quickly in Africa in terms of industries and innovations. The second one is that we're increasing the urban and educated consumers. The third one is that we're increasing the pace of change in our economic, social, and political systems, and COVID-19 has sort of accelerated this. And the last one is that we're seeing that innovation is a multiplier of growth, as well as an enabler of implementing foreign policy, which is some of the work that we're doing with Nestap that I'll touch on. In terms of work, the skills that I've seen, the work that I've seen change, or what has been important in the working environment, is the skill to be able to function in cross-functional and multidisciplinary teams, managing people that don't necessarily have your background or technical know-how, managing people who, just like me, might be having 5 to 6 projects currently ongoing with the work that you're doing. The second type of work dynamics that we're having now is developing a sense of cultural sensitivity, understanding that you're going to be working with teams that are probably in 5, 6, 7 different locations from where you are. So you have to be culturally sensitive. That has an implication on how you communicate and work. And the third one is incentive structures, right? Now, because of the gig economy, how do you pay a competent expert like myself, right? Is it output based? Is it daily rates? Is it hourly rates? We're seeing that we've had an implication on the way that we consider the world of work as a result of where we are. The fourth one is in terms of the way that work has changed, is in our government systems. You know, we've seen that, or at least in the work that we're doing, is it has improved governance and accountability in the sense that everything is tracked and communicated and documented because we're all communicating digitally. There's no time for physical meetings, off the record meetings. Everything is online, and this has improved the governance in terms of work, or the governance potential in work. In terms of the skills, I think these are the ordinary skills, but I think it's important to really emphasize them, especially in COVID-19, where we're disrupting industries, problem solving, things like critical thinking. Well, around critical thinking, we need to find a way to find a link between industries. Within Nestabs and my co-founder, you know, for just as an example, we found the linkage between construction and the creative and tech industry, where we say, well, in interior designing, how do we now adapt in the midst of movement restrictions and etc., to say, can we bring virtual reality into interior designing? That's us thinking creatively and adapting to where we are in the COVID era. When we talk about relationship building, you realize that the skills that we'll need to develop today is we need to develop trust amongst ourselves. And how do we do that? You know, because we're not moving much and working virtually, there needs to be a balance between physical meeting and working virtually. And I've seen instances in where some of the virtual teams that we've been working on, meeting physically, even if it's once, and then moving all the work to cloud and virtually from then on, helps us to build trust and to build our relationships to be able to seize opportunities. And the last one is collaboration. In terms of other skills that are more relevant, I think leadership is important. And I think the context here is, for instance, leadership is making the decision right now when COVID, to make a decision not to only see the challenges, but to see the opportunities. One of the things that we've discussed here in Botswana with some of the economists in my network is that as Botswana, we don't think our economy has actually gotten to a point where we're starting to recover. We're still in survival mode. And part of that leadership, part of a skill in leadership means deciding that I'm not just going to focus on survival. What else can we do to innovate around COVID-19 in our economy? So I think, Madam Moderator, I don't know how I'm doing on time. Do you want me to stop or just complete the last 3 skills that I have to share in terms of what I've seen in my working environment around soft skills development?
If you can do it in 2 minutes, Yandi, you're welcome to conclude.
Pardon?
If you're able to do 2 minutes, you can go through those very quickly.
Okay, thank you so much. So, you know, the other skill that's really important is resilience. You know, I've had quite a lot of shocks along the way. Some income and revenues that, you know, we predicted in the business didn't come. You know, some issues are due to poor governance. Some issues are strictly due to realizing that markets are changing, and what you might have predicted is no longer possible because of COVID-19. So being able to stay rooted, you know, part of what resilience means is being rooted in, committed to why you're doing what you do and what your purpose is, enables you to jump, start from, you know, some of the roadblocks and hiccups that you meet along the way. The other one is conflict management and resolution. Working digitally, working virtually with people of different backgrounds. Some of them you meet for the first time, you realize that constantly clarifying expectations is important. Constantly clarifying intentions is important. And this helps us to manage conflict that may arise in our virtual working environments, as well as change. I think one thing that COVID is teaching us, both in the public and private sector, is that, you know, tomorrow might be a different situation. I think in April 2020, we thought that COVID would be done by December 2020, and we're still dealing with new variants that are popping up every single month or the month after next. And so being able to welcome change and to leverage on change is a skill that's important, as well as management and communications. I think myself working with teams that are on the developer end in terms of the technical tech skills, you've realized that communication has become very important, especially where you don't see each other on a day-to-day basis and we have to track project progress. So I think I'll stop there. And then my last 3 points, I'm very sure you're going to ask me something about them during the panel, and I'll touch on them. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yandile. I told you, everybody, that you're going to have an exciting closing session. Not sure if it's closing or last panel. Yandi, that was really, really fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. Wow, when you were talking about what you are doing, I was thinking, how old is Yandile really? You know, she talks about living in the future, and it does look like you're living in the future for real. You definitely part of the gig culture. So, I mean, the questions that I would have asked, I already answered in your presentation. The future of work, the cultural sensitivity that is now required because we're working with people across the world. That's where the workplace is going, right? We have instead of having meetings with our colleagues in the office, we're now having meetings with colleagues who are part of our global organization. So really, really fantastic. We'll pose some of the questions later because we are slightly tight for time. I gave you 5 extra minutes because I felt your inputs were quite exciting. So with that, I would like to call upon our last speaker. We now moving back to SA, but to Durban, to the coast. Ms. Aurelia Albert, she's the CEO of Innovate Durban. Ms. Albert, the floor is yours, and it's such an honor to have you here, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Retabile. Great to be on this platform and to just share my views. I do have a presentation, but I'll give a quick background on myself. I see that's the trend today. So as you know, I'm the CEO of Innovate Durban. I'll let you know a little bit about what Innovate Durban is in a moment, but just a bit about my background. So early on in my career, I started off as an industrial development facilitator, working for a private consultancy, doing a lot of work in the manufacturing space, gained a lot of valuable experience there, and then moved on to eThekwini municipality, where I worked initially as a researcher and then headed up and became the program manager for innovation within the city. And then my next move was where I am right now. I'm the CEO of Innovate Durban. It's been a very fast-paced journey, a bit of a whirlwind at times, but a lot of lessons learned along the way, and also very relevant to the topic that we're speaking about today. And hopefully I can bring in some of my experience during my presentation. I'm just going to try and share my screen. I hope it does work because I've just give me a second. I'm not sure if anyone's seeing anything.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not sure if the gosh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if any of the tech team has my presentation that I sent through.
Is Fiso in the call, or anybody who can help Aurelia with the presentation? I can see something coming up. I'm not sure if it's you, Aurelia, or somebody else is helping you.
I think someone else is helping me.
Okay. There we go.
There you go. Thank you so much. Just when you need tech, that's when it fails me. Okay, I'm just going to direct you when I need the screen, so you can move on to the next slide. So a bit of background on Innovate Durban. So Innovate Durban itself is an innovation agency established in 2013 within eThekwini municipality, and was initially the innovation program being run within local government. And since then, in 2016, we were set up as a nonprofit company with a very simple mandate and aim. We needed to support innovators, any innovators, regardless of what sector they come from and regardless of what stage of the pipeline they are in. And we also needed to develop the innovation ecosystem here in Durban specifically, as well as the rest of KwaZulu-Natal. COVID has since presented us with opportunities to move beyond those regional or geographical boundaries, and that's obviously part of the discussion this morning, this afternoon as well. So Innovate Durban provides a number of different support instruments or tools. We've got 3 different program areas, the first being innovation support, where we have a suite of different projects and programs aimed at supporting innovators, like I said, at different levels. We run a 12-month innovator startup support program where we support innovators that come through at a very early stage where the risk is quite high. And they literally have an idea and need to take that idea to a point where they can develop a prototype and also get to a state of market readiness. We also support them with their commercialization efforts. We also have a capacity and skills development program. So we do a lot of work around basic digital literacy and as well as future skills development. We run a number of coding classes, robotics. We dabble a bit in the VR and drone space. We recently launched our drone accelerator program. And then our third program area is around research, which forms the crux of everything we do. We do a lot of research showing the level of innovation as well as the status of innovation within Durban. And then we also look at what type of support and the various levels of support that is available to innovators and entrepreneurs within Durban. We also map out the various funding instruments that's available. And then we have platforms. We have virtual platforms and we run a number of events, but we also have a physical platform, which is our Innovation Collab, which was recently looted and partially destroyed in the unrest, but we're trying very hard to get that back up and running within the next few months. But this was a space, a physical space that people could come in to access tools and technology around the 4th Industrial Revolution. So 3D printers, laser cutting machines. So basically a maker space, also included a digital training studio, space for co-working as well as co-creation. And hopefully we'll have that up and running very soon. A number of innovators and small businesses that we worked with relied heavily on this platform that they use to progress their own businesses as well as their innovations. You can move to the next slide. So just in terms of the topic of today, according to McKinsey & Company, digitization could result in a net gain of more than 1 million jobs by 2030. Very interesting fact. And also creating an additional 1.6 million jobs for women, which will boost empowerment. And I thought, being a conference looking, specifically at what women are doing in the space, I thought this was quite nice to highlight. Next slide. So to seize this opportunity, this is what needs to be done by government, business, and individuals. Firstly, government needs to embrace digitization, and we do know that although government can be slow on the uptake at times, that they are slowly coming to terms with this, and at some levels, especially at a local level, have started employing either chief digital officers or information officers to drive this agenda forward. Government also needs to invest in human capital. And then also mitigate the jobs impact of automation. We all know that there's a lot of negativity and that has come out of the talks around digitization and automation, and the fact that a number of jobs have been and will be lost. But I think the way government addresses this and needs to mitigate against this will be super important in terms of taking this agenda forward and also displaying the positive message of digitization. And then also government needs to foster step up in job creation. And then lastly, I said the transformation of procurement, especially being in the innovation space with a lot of solutions that innovators are coming up with are geared towards improving government processes, improving service delivery, which will be a major shift for government as well as the citizens. If there is a transformation of procurement processes and the way in which government deals with innovation, I think this will really transform the industry as well as the way in which service delivery is handled. And secondly, business. Business needs to play their role in rethinking strategy, upgrading workforce planning and reskilling, embracing new ways of working, as well as investment in enterprise supply development. And then individuals need to focus on their own skills development, not just certification. So yes, getting an academic qualification is still important, but let's look not just at the certification, but also on the skills development. And our previous speaker also mentioned a number of soft skills. We should also be embracing lifelong learning, targeting high growth sectors and roles, and finding opportunities for entrepreneurship. I know a lot of young people who are entering into university and are leaving and are wanting to get formally employed. Eventually, when it does not work out for them, they just want to resort to entrepreneurship. It should not be your last resort. In some cases, it should be your first resort. Entrepreneurship is something that people view differently, but it should not be looked at as a last resort. Next slide, please. Okay, so just some trends for future work and skills. We've all seen this boom in the online learning industry and the need for just-in-time skills. I'm sure so many of you on this call today or part of this conference have at least registered or maybe even completed at least one online skill that may not be from a major university or local university. And this, I think, moving to a virtual way of working, and especially during COVID and working through this, there's definitely been a boom in this industry and an uptake in online courses and companies finding new opportunities to expand in this sector and area. There's also a new trend of skills versus degree, not very new in fact, but just as I was saying a moment ago, needing to look beyond just a certification, but building your skills. So the question is asked, are degrees enough? Should this be supplemented with anything else? I know as an organization, Innovate Durban, when we initially started hiring, the first thing we would look at was what type of academic qualification a candidate or potential candidate has. Now we've turned that around and we're looking at, is this person a good fit for the organization? And that comes with a lot of the softer skills that that person may or may not have. And then we look at the academic qualification and the experience. Softer skills, and then also reskilling, the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you've heard or maybe seen this in certain readings or research that you may have come across. And then we've spoken about this, the full integration of cloud working, collaboration, and the use of online tools. And then another trend is increasing STEM-based creativity, empathy, trust, innovation, adaptability, problem-solving, social and emotional skills. Next slide. Okay, so some of the 10 most sought after skills for the future workforce, and you'll see that this list does not refer to actual jobs or roles, but actually a lot of the softer skills that are needed. And I know our previous speaker mentioned a lot of these skills when she spoke about it. But the first one is sense making, which is the ability to determine a deeper meaning. I can see Dr. Resabile, I am aware of time. I'll go through this very quickly. Social intelligence, and the first one is sense making, which is the ability to determine a deeper meaning. I can see Dr. Resabile, I am aware of time. I'll go through this very quickly. Social intelligence, and the first one is sense making, which is the ability to determine a deeper meaning. I can see Dr. Resabile, I am aware of time. I'll go through this very quickly. Social intelligence, and the first one is sense making, which is the ability to determine a deeper meaning.
Tabang? Are we sorted now? Can we go ahead?
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, it was doing some funky stuff, playing backwards and forwards. Please go ahead. I was also getting a bit confused. All right.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I'm not going to go through this whole list. I'm just going to leave this slide up and my presentation can be shared thereafter because I know we're running out of time. But just basically what the slide is saying, there's a lot of these other softer skills that one needs to be aware of and can develop. I always say, you can gain experience and you can also learn new skills, and especially the softer skills are becoming more and more important. Employers are looking for it, but also if you are running your own business or thinking of starting your own business, these are some of the skills that one needs to have and pay attention to. So yes, some of these may seem a little technical, and maybe you never have heard of it in this way or being called, using these terms. But it actually is very simple when you understand exactly what the skill is and how you need to develop that. Please move to the next slide. So essentially, what does this mean for innovators and entrepreneurs post-COVID? I say post-COVID, but we're still in the middle of post-COVID, and in South Africa, we're going through the third wave. Next slide. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of this, businesses being closed due to COVID, and obviously we don't want this to happen. Can you move to the next slide? We don't want this to happen, and by working on our skills and understanding the future trends, we would be in a good position to move forward and avoid such a situation. So just a little bit of highlight. Last year, when we came out of lockdown level 5, we did a survey among some of our innovators and entrepreneurs at a community level. And these are some of the findings that came out of that survey. I'm not going to go through all of this in detail, but as you can see from this list, a lot of these businesses battled with digital elements, either not being able to perform cashless transactions, not being able to migrate digitally. And so this actually halted their businesses. They were unable to operate, and they lost a lot of time, and some of these businesses eventually closed down. The major challenge was also that in a community level, there was limited or no access to internet connectivity, which should be a basic right. Next slide. Okay, and some challenges faced by larger businesses: lack of understanding of the changes, resource constraints, as well as insufficient alignment of organizations' talents and innovation strategies. Next. Next slide. So as a country and institutions, what can we do? Next, please. So here's just a few points. Understand and embrace technology. It is something that's positive. And then access to internet is a basic right, and everyone should have access. Preparing employees for the future and the skills required for the future workforce, developing digital skills as an individual and within a business, nurturing the right skills. I've spoken at length about soft skills development and how important that is, included in induction programs. And then focus on people versus the job. And then agility versus and flexibility is vital in an organization. And that is how we as an organization, Innovate Durban, have been able to pick ourselves up during COVID, but also now that the unrest has affected us negatively. Developing a continuous learning culture and allowing for experimentation within your organization and a fail-fast approach. Next slide. And then this is my last slide, I think it is. The future of work skills. And I thought this was quite a nice way to end it off. And I just look at that lady in the yellow and how she's looking at that robot. Doesn't look like a very good look, but it also gives us a picture of how sometimes we look at technology. And I think it's here to stay, and it's for us to start embracing and working with it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aurelia. That was a fantastic presentation. I think the emerging theme here is the focus on soft skills. I think your presentations did a good job in identifying the areas and the sectors that will require new type of skills. But I would like us to just, all of us, to reflect on this issue of softer skills. Where do we get them? Are they a learned skill? Do we need to enroll somewhere to gain those skill sets? And if it's something that we need to do in our workplace in preparation of the future, but as you said, the future is here. How do we make sure that we equip ourselves to those skills? But and I think in the same line, how do we equip the colleagues and even the companies that we support? In your case, in Innovate Durban, you work with a lot of entrepreneurs. How do we ensure that we inculcate those soft skills amongst each other, within ourselves, and the people that we serve? So in addition to the questions that I posed to June at the beginning, maybe she can start reflecting on those questions, but she can perhaps also respond or make comments on this issue of soft skills. And I think before I say anything, ladies, if anything I learned from all of you, you seem to have pivoted. All of you have pivoted in your careers. Others started in communication, ended up in tech. Others started in technical stuff, ended up in comms, I think Yandile. And Aurelia, you ended up in government, right? And I suppose not so traditional government, but a municipality is a government entity, and now you're NGO. And in a way, you're examples of that future that we are talking about already. So maybe June, please reflect on those questions that we posed and this soft skill issue. And yeah, I think the last question that I would want to pose to all of you is this entrepreneurship as a future skill or job, a future job, is it for everyone? And what's your take on that? Should we be encouraging everybody to go the entrepreneurship route as a way to make a living in the future? So June, you can kick it off, and then Yandi, and then Aurelia can catch your breath, and then you can answer last. Thanks, ladies.
All right, much appreciated. And thanks, ladies, for the amazing presentation. I opted to speak to this. I opted not to have a presentation, just to share my experiences top of my mind. I'll start with the last question about entrepreneurship and whether it is for everyone. I learned that entrepreneurship is a major experiment. Not everyone has the guts, has the risk appetite, and has the will to experiment, especially matters that concerns their future, their lives, their careers, and their source of income. And therefore, everyone, yes, can be an entrepreneur, but a few of us have the guts to experiment whatever it is that they believe in as a solution to a challenge that has been identified. Having said that, not everyone also has an eye to see opportunities. And I know we are short of time, but I'll quickly share an experience I had last year during COVID-19 breakout, when personally I decided to take a personal challenge of telling the stories of businesses that were entrepreneurs that were making it despite the challenge. Most of them were actually leveraging technology in the smallest of things that they were really working on. And by the end of that, I started the project in the month of April, where I was telling the story through my YouTube channel. And by November of 2020, I had started I had founded a company in fashion. By December, we had a major launch with we had already registered sales, and I mean, as we speak, it's a company that is running with a CEO and its own people. So that ability to see an opportunity amid a crisis is not for everyone, but it can be learned. It just takes someone with guts, with the risk appetite to venture into that. Now, the first question was on influencers, the how and which. Speaking of influencers, really, it's basically using those persons, people who have a specific skills that have been, that is admirable by the audience, and they have a huge following. They can be trusted, and whatever they touch, brings about credibility. And so for us in Konza, we are all about technology, we are about entrepreneurship, we're about innovation, we're about matters of engineering, construction and development of smart cities. And so we have identified those people who are good in their own specific areas that speaks to what we do. We work with them to tell our story. We work with them to motivate our workforce. We work with them to enable the teams, the ecosystem that we engage to feel motivated and to build that trust and the following, and for them to create talkability about what it is that we do. So how we do that is that we engage in targeted forums. For example, if we are talking about food security and the place of technology in that, we look at experts in that area who have credibility. They could be professors, they could be entrepreneurs, they could be social mobilizers, and we ensure that they are part of our thinking, they are part of our implementation, and eventually they are part of our ambassadors who will tell our story. I've just used that as an example because we don't have much time. Now, you also asked me to speak to AI in Kenya, speak to relevant skills, and most importantly, how has the government of Kenya leveraged this? When you look at the statistics, it is estimated that we have about 13 billion worth of AI income that has been generated. Again, South Africa is leading with about 165 billion. Nigeria is following, and you see it is being adopted. We are not as ahead as South Africa, but it is a growing market. And the government of Kenya did see this as a major opportunity, and it set up a task force in the year 2018 that was called Blockchain and Artificial Intelligence Task Force. And its role really was to recommend to government how to harness emerging technologies such as of blockchain and artificial intelligence to be applied in different sectors of economy, service delivery, and they were looking at a number of issues. The few that I can highlight was financial aspect of financial inclusion, cybersecurity, service delivered in the private sector, aspects of corruption. And this team actually worked and presented a report to the government of Kenya. That report was basically a roadmap on how we can apply this technology to ensure that we have progress in our public service delivery, especially titling. And at the moment, the Ministry of Lands has really digitalized titling using these emerging technologies to ensure that we don't have thefts. And among other aspects of this that the government has adopted is how to strengthen democracy and ensure a fair and free election. We had an election about 4 years ago, and we did a bit of, we leveraged technology on relaying of the election results. And I think that is also being adopted as we head towards an election in the year 2022. So those are just that example. And in Konza specifically, we've hired teams who are looking at exploiting these emerging technologies on how we can meet different elements of our municipal management. And early this year, we did run a challenge to look at solutions from entrepreneurs, innovators, startups that can help us power the city. And we managed to get some of those solutions, about 5 of them that we are piloting. Some of them are in mobility, access, among others, and really looking at some of these skills. And some of the major ventures who are driving this are actually traditionally non-techies, but they've been able to build on these future skills to start their businesses, their enterprises, and so on. The firm that I founded last year is actually exploiting artificial intelligence and the data science to support with styling and in the fashion industry. So that's how we're exploiting this as a country. The role of communications. Communications has gone digital. Everyone consumes communications virtual these days, or rather a majority of us. When you look at the
My
media,
facilitator is looking at me right in the eye, and I know what that means. So it means we need to be very quick in our responses and close it off. I know I asked a lot of questions, but let's make it quick so that we can give others an opportunity to ask and then get closer to rounding off the session. And as you conclude, please also give your parting shots because you may not have time to do it.
Thank you, Tabi. Really, I'm done. I'll just speak to communications. I mean, we consume communication using technology these days. And basically, as entities and entrepreneurs, you just need to take your word to the virtual space. And for you to do that, you've got to have the skills. Where do you get these skills? They are available these days online. We've seen Google offering their skills and different platforms, but you can also enroll in an institution and be able to learn. But most importantly, as enterprises, as entities, as organizations, you've got to ensure that you skill, you reskill, and you upskill. Thank you so very much for your time. I'm looking forward to future engagements.
Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, June, and we definitely will engage further in the future. Yes, ladies, let's make it quick. 2 minutes, Yandile.
Okay, so the question around how do we develop the soft skills? I think the soft skills are a byproduct. So I think what we need to focus on really is the mission, the vision. It sounds small, but really that's what's important. And with a vision and mission, you have a problem that you want to solve or a contribution that you want to make. And when that's clear, it makes it easy for you to pivot. it makes it, you get innate abilities to be curious, to be adaptive, and to get all these other skills that, you know, the previous speakers mentioned, right? So it's important to understand that it's a byproduct. It's not the end goal. And then around entrepreneurship, you know, one of the things, large programs that we're involved in as Nest Hubs is the Southern Africa Innovation Support Booster Program across 5 country teams in SADC. And, you know, in last year, we capacitated around 150 startups. I think this year was around 175, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the key questions that we asked them is, you know, is your whatever technology you have or your business solving a societal challenge? Does it have societal impact? And I think from me, that's a question that from there, I believe everyone can be an entrepreneur, because we all are born into challenges, but we need to develop that mindset to say, I'm born into challenges, therefore I have the solution to those challenges. And enterprising is a more sustainable way to pursue, to solve challenges. And my last words really would be the idea of pivoting and adapting and being resilient and surviving COVID-19. I think you need to focus on reducing your learning curve. And what that means is when you're in a new learning environment, reduce the amount of time that you need to learn a certain skill to be able to be competent and deliver and survive in that current environment or context. You know, to be able to deliver what is expected of you or what is wanted from you. And, you know, in that regard, it's very important in everything that you do, right, to have a bit of structure. Be clear from the onset. This is the target. This is what I want to achieve. If you're in the green economy, what exactly do you want to achieve within the green economy? What does success look like? What's your theory of change? And from there, you have your measures and your deliverables. It'll be easier for you on every single day, on a weekly, on a monthly, on a yearly basis, for you to be able to reduce the amount of time you need to learn something which is completely new in a new environment, and for you to be able to adapt to it. Thank you very much. My last words would be, you shouldn't think about the future as tomorrow. We are in the future is today, and that would be it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andile. Greetings to our folks if you are in GAPS, if you are elsewhere, yeah, say hi to everybody, and thank you for gracing us with your presence and your energy.
Thank you very much.
Aurelia, you have the last word.
Sure, thanks. I'm going to be very quick. Yeah, just to address what you were asking about entrepreneurship. So, you know, the previous speakers were right. You know, entrepreneurship is not for everyone. They were right in saying you do have to have a risk appetite, and not everyone has that. And some people in my experience have come up with really great ideas and have the technical know-how, but don't have a clue on how to run a business, and maybe don't want to run a business. So it is not for everyone. But having that entrepreneurial mindset is important. I think in whether you're formally employed and working under someone, or you're running your own business, whatever it may be, I think just having that mindset is super important. And also just in terms of promoting soft skills, the other elements. So as Innovate Durban, we promote soft skills across all our programs by introducing an element of it. I think it's really important to manage expectations. Just as an employer as well, we've had a number of employees coming into our organization, and we're expecting a certain skill. We're expecting that emotional intelligence, but we've never communicated that expectation to them. And I think that's where we fail as employers as well. And I think that's just something to be mindful of. Yes, I do agree it is a byproduct, but I also find that we've got to manage and communicate those expectations upfront. And I think that will do a whole lot of good to this future workforce coming in. I think also lastly, just adaptability, just being able to adapt and being flexible enough to be adaptable and to change. I think that's really important going forward, knowing what you want to achieve, mapping it out and working really hard to get there. I think, you know, some of those, the traditional elements that come from previous generations, that hard work and perseverance, having such a, you know, strong work ethic and integrity still goes a long way, that no matter what experience you may gain, no matter what skill sets you may have, educational background, etc., if you still have those core elements, you will go a long way in whatever you set your mind to. So those are my parting shots.
Thank you very much, lady. This was indeed exciting. I am not going to spoil it by trying to summarize your succinct points, but really, I couldn't have asked for better panelists. I hope the audience learned as much as I did from these ladies. And with that, because I've been told 7 minutes ago that I should round off, I would like to close the session and hand over to the main facilitator. Thanks, ladies.
Ladies, thank you very much. And a big thank you to Dr. Retabile Melamu. You're a very sharp facilitator. You have great timekeeping skills. So right now I'd like to call the CEO of AB4IR and the brainchild of this event, the Honorable Miss Kelebogile Molopiane.
Put that on. Is that audible? Hello? Are we still here? Okay. I cannot vouch for the online ones for all intents and purposes. They're sleeping. Hopefully not. Hey. But for the ones that are in the room, is everybody still here? Was that not a great day? It was, eh? So we had an awesome day, and it was set up beautifully. Like, I mean, how can we not have listened and taken from what the keynote speaker said? Are you your sister's keeper? Like in the year of Charlotte Maxeke, I'm black, I know, but I struggle with that too. So in the year of Charlotte Maxeke, the year where we acknowledge her as a woman, as a leader, are we our sister's keeper? Are we watching each other's back, or are we stabbing each other in the back? So let that be the one thing that we think about, that we really zoom into from today onwards. So this was day one, and the foundation has been laid. I'm so excited because then we had so many speakers from so many continents at different time zones. A special thank you to my friend Akoswa and to Desi. You could hear they're in the US, and the other one, Trinidad and Tobago, they're like already before 6 a.m. in the morning. And that's how passionate they are. That's how they are their sister's keeper, because they came and they were here to share with us. I'm exceptionally grateful to our chairperson who was here in absentia. He had to go pick up the kids. More excited that the CEDA board chairperson could also be here with us. She also joined us with the Digital Youth Festival that we inaugurated this year. We're really grateful for the support. When your funder shows up and they stay this long, you know you might just be doing something right, you know? So in absentia, we're grateful and thankful for her. Ms. Nomvula Makotlo from the department, again, I mean, the department is like our grandmother, and then comes CEDA, our mother, and then us, because then we are being funded by CEDA. So we're exceptionally excited and grateful that they were a part of this. The leadership was awesome. Togo was extraordinary. We are really living in a time where women are not apologizing anymore for who we are, what we can do, and very less second guessing ourselves. And it is networks like this where you can show up and you get permission to be you and do you and just shine in your spotlight. So this is what WIT is about. This is why we started the initiative, and we're excited. We're super excited to the likes of Pedro, who doesn't say, but it's a women's program, but they show up still. And he's doing such amazing work with developing women in gaming, because ours is an incubator that deals with gaming, animation, virtual reality. We're getting into a bit of drones, and hence my good friend there, and robotics, and you'll hear more about that. But they show up and they're willing to do some work, and we will be doing a whole lot of work with Brazil. The embassy has showed interest, and we are reaching out. It's about networking. We've reached out, and we've been speaking to Aurelia, and she's saying when she's in Durban, when we are in Durban, why not use his facilities? And we said, when you're in Pretoria, why not use our facilities? And that's what network is about. Your network is your net worth. It cannot be stretched any more further than that. The leadership was absolutely amazing. And talking about connecting the dots, I mean, I think one of the speakers when talking to the master class mentioned that, and in the video we heard it again. Hindsight is always the best side. As we are working now, you're hoping that you are doing it right, but when you've walked and you look back, you can only then know whether you've done it right or not. Yandi spoke about flexibility, agility, being adaptable, and those are the things that we're talking about. That's what has made things work. And if nothing else, COVID has shown us flames. If you're not flexible, if you're not agile, and I've had a conversation yesterday with Mafunase, you'll hear more from her tomorrow as well, who was saying she had to pivot. You can't be so steadfast saying, this is what I wanted to do, and therefore I'm sticking to my guns. Stick to your guns, COVID comes, and then you'll be gone. So let's be agile, let's be flexible, let's do what needs to be done. The passion, my God, I could literally taste Yandi's passion. So Yandi, I hope you're still there. Please note, you and June have already been assigned speaking roles for our Digital Youth Festival happening next year. Thank you very much for volunteering. We will send you the dates and the specifics. But the future is in good hands. I mean, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Future is in good hands. I mean, Yandi was just going through her list of stuff that she is doing. When I was her age, I was still trying to even learn about what exists, what is out there. And she is just going on, and I want some of that energy. Please, you must come down here and let's do magic together. So super excited. Thank you very much, Dr. Retabile. You were awesome. You are fantastic as usual. That session went well. It's a graveyard session, but we didn't feel it. I'm grateful to my co-hosts. You guys are phenomenal. You did an awesome job. Day one was beautiful, and day two can only get better from here. I'm always in awe of the A4IR team. You guys are amazing. You always make me look good. Like, you know, there's that thing about doing something about a man or whatever, that is always a good woman behind her. Like, I'm like that one that has like a really awesome team behind. Like, thank you guys, amazing, good day one. It was absolutely beautiful. So yeah, let's, I hope everybody has learned a thing or two. I hope you will get that we need to work together, really. There is absolutely no need to compete. If you like my dress, tell me. I might just give it to you or tell you where I bought it. I would love her shoes and I don't like her for it. But she's told me where she got her shoes. Now I like her. It's that easy, you know. Let's stop competing. Let's complement each other. Life works so much better that way. We are women. We bring life. We nurture life. Let's do exactly that, guys. Let's be entrepreneurs. Let's not be apologetic. Aurelia, you said it very well. Not everyone, is it covered? Oh, you're wearing a mask. I'm happy. Okay, cool. Not everyone can be an entrepreneur, because think about it. If we're all selling, who's going to buy? We all are part of a whole. Every one of us are here to play a role. Let's find out what we're good at. Let's harness that. Ntiki spoke about being a mentor. Guys, it's your responsibility. When you have learned, go out there and teach. Be a mentor, find a mentor, and I promise you that's the only way that we're gonna make this world a better place. Thank you to everybody that has joined us online and the ones that are here physically. You are all awesome because you're women. But more than that, you are fearfully and gratefully made by the one above. So please do join us again tomorrow. It's gonna be even more lit than today. So thank you, and thank you.
all the difference. My second story is about love and loss. I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life. Woz and I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? Well, as Apple grew, we hired someone who I thought was very talented to run the company with me. And for the first year or so, things went well. But then our visions of the future began to diverge, and eventually we had a falling out. When we did, our board of directors sided with him. And so at 30, I was out, and very publicly out. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I had let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down, that I had dropped the baton as it was being passed to me. I met with David Packard and Bob Noyce and tried to apologize for screwing up so badly. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the Valley. But something slowly began to dawn on me. I still loved what I did. The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I'd been rejected, but I was still in love. And so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. Pixar went on to create the world's first computer animated feature film, Toy Story, and is now the most successful animation studio in the world. In a remarkable turn of events, Apple bought Next, and I returned to Apple, and the technology we developed at Next is at the heart of Apple's current renaissance. And Lorene and I have a wonderful family together. I'm pretty sure none of this would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life's gonna hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love. And that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. And the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking, don't settle. My third story is about death. When I was 17, I read a quote that went something like, "If you live each day as if it was your last, someday you'll most certainly be right." It made an impression on me. And since then, for the past 33 years, I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. No one wants to die. Even people who want to go to heaven don't want to die to get there. And yet, death is the destination we all share. No one has ever escaped it. And that is as it should be, because death is very likely the single best invention of life. It's life's change agent. It clears out the old to make way for the new. Right now, the new is you. But someday, not too long from now, you will gradually become the old and be cleared away. Sorry to be so dramatic, but it's quite true. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal.